Chapter 32 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Treats of Todgers again, and of another blighted plant besides the plants upon the leads. Early on the day next after that on which she bade adieu to the halls of her youth and the scenes of her childhood, Miss Pecksniff, arriving safely at the coach office in London, was there received and conducted to her peaceful home beneath the shadow of the Monument by Mrs Todgers. M. Todgers looked a little worn by cares of gravy and other such solicitudes arising out of her establishment, but displayed her usual earnestness and warmth of manner. 'And how, my sweet Miss Pecksniff,' said she, 'how is your princely pa?' Miss Pecksniff signified, in confidence, that he contemplated the introduction of a princely ma, and repeated the sentiment that she wasn't blind, and wasn't quite a fool, and wouldn't bear it. Mrs Todgers was more shocked by the intelligence than any one could have expected. She was quite bitter. She said there was no truth in men, and that the warmer he expressed himself as a general principle, the falser and more treacherous he was. She foresaw with astonishing clearness that the object of Mr Pecksniff's attachment was designing, worthless, and wicked, and receiving from Charity the fullest confirmation of these views, protested with tears in her eyes that she loved Miss Pecksniff like a sister, and felt her injuries as if they were her own. 'Your real darling sister, I have not seen her more than once since her marriage,' said Mrs Todgers, 'and then I thought her looking poorly. My sweet Miss Pecksniff, I always thought that you was to be the lady.' 'Oh dear no!' cried Cherry, shaking her head. 'Oh no, no, Mrs Todgers, thank you, no, not for any consideration he could offer.' 'I dare say you are right,' said Mrs Todgers with a sigh. 'I feared it all along. But the misery we have had from that match, here among ourselves in this house, my dear Miss Pecksniff, nobody would believe.' 'Lor, Miss Todgers! Awful, awful!' repeated Mrs Todgers with a strong emphasis. 'You recollect our youngest gentleman, my dear?' 'Of course I do,' said Cherry. 'You might have observed,' said Mrs Todgers, 'how he used to watch your sister, and that a kind of stony dumbness overcame him whenever she was in company.' 'I'm sure I never saw anything of the sort,' said Cherry, in a peevish manner. 'What nonsense, Mrs Todgers!' 'My dear,' returned the lady in a hollow voice, 'I have seen him again and again, sitting over his pie at dinner, with his spoon a perfect fixture in his mouth, looking at your sister. I have seen him standing in a corner of our drawing room, gazing at her in such a lonely, melancholy state, that he was more like a pump than a man, and might have drawed tears.' 'I never saw it,' cried Cherry. 'That's all I can say.' 'But when the marriage took place,' said Mrs Todgers, proceeding with her subject, 'when it was in the paper, and was read out here at breakfast, I thought he had taken leave of his senses. I did indeed. The violence of that young man, my dear Miss Pecksniff, the frightful opinions he expressed upon the subject of self-destruction, the extraordinary actions he performed with his tea, the clenching way in which he bit his bread and butter, the manner in which he taunted Mr Jinkins, all combined to form a picture never to be forgotten.' 'It's a pity he didn't destroy himself, I think,' observed Miss Pecksniff. 'Himself!' said Mrs Todgers. 'It took another turn at night. He was for destroying other people then. There was a little chaffing going on. I hope you don't consider that a low expression, Miss Pecksniff. It is always in our gentlemen's mouths. A little chaffing going on, my dear, among 'em, all in good nature, when suddenly he rose up, foaming with his fury, and but for being held back by three, would have had Mr Jinkins's life with a boot jack.' Miss Pecksniff's face expressed supreme indifference. 'And now,' said Mrs Todgers, 'now he is the meekest of men. You can almost bring tears to his eyes by looking at him. He sits with me the whole day long on Sundays, talking in such a dismal way, that I find it next to impossible to keep my spirits up equal to the accommodation of the boarders. His only comfort is in female society. He takes me half price to the play, to an extent which I sometimes fear is beyond his means, and I see the tears are standing in his eyes during the whole performance, particularly if it is anything of a comic nature. The turn I experienced only yesterday,' said Mrs Todgers, putting her hand to her side, 'when the housemaid threw his bedside carpet out of the window of his room while I was sitting here, no one can imagine. I thought it was him, and that he had done it at last.' The contempt with which Miss Charity received this pathetic account of the state to which the youngest gentleman in company was reduced, did not say much for her power of sympathizing with that unfortunate character. She treated it with great levity, and went on to inform herself and afterwards whether any other changes had occurred in the commercial boarding house. Mr Bailey was gone, and had been succeeded (such is the decay of human greatness) by an old woman whose name was reported to be Tamaroo, which seemed an impossibility. Indeed, it appeared in the fullness of time that the jocular boarders had appropriated the word from an English ballad, in which it is supposed to express the bold and fiery nature of a certain hackney coachman, and that it was bestowed upon Mr Bailey's successor by reason of her having nothing fiery about her, except an occasional attack of that fire which is called St. Anthony's. This ancient female had been engaged, in fulfilment of a vow registered by Mrs Todgers, that no more boys should darken the commercial doors, and she was chiefly remarkable for a total absence of all comprehension upon every subject whatever. She was a perfect tomb for messages and small parcels, and when dispatched to the post office with letters, had been frequently seen endeavouring to insinuate them into casual chinks in private doors, under the delusion that any door with a hole in it would answer the purpose. She was a very little old woman, and always wore a very coarse apron, with a bib before and a loop behind, together with bandages on her wrists, which appeared to be afflicted with an everlasting sprain. She was on all occasions chary of opening the street door, and ardent to shut it again, and she waited at table in a bonnet. This was the only great change over and above the change which had fallen on the youngest gentleman. As for him, he more than corroborated the account of Mrs Todgers, possessing greater sensibility than she had given him credit for. He entertained some terrible notions of destiny among other matters, and talked much about people's missions, upon which he seemed to have some private information, not generally attainable, as he knew it had been poor Mary's mission to crush him in the bud. He was very frail and tearful, for being aware that a shepherd's mission was to pipe to his flocks, and that a boatswain's mission was to pipe all hands, and that one man's mission was to be a paid piper, and another man's mission was to pay the piper, so he had got it into his own head that his own peculiar mission was to pipe his eye, which he did perpetually. He often informed Mrs Todgers that the sun had set upon him, that the billows had rolled over him, that the car of Juggernaut had crushed him, and that also the deadly upas tree of Java had blighted him. His name was Moodle. Towards this most unhappy Moodle, Miss Pecksniff conducted herself at first with distant haughtiness, being in no humour to be entertained with dirges in honour of her married sister. The poor young gentleman was additionally crushed by this, and remonstrated with Mrs Todgers on the subject. 'Even she turns from me, Mrs Todgers,' said Moodle. 'Why don't you try and be a little bit more cheerful, sir?' retorted Mrs Todgers. 'Cheerful, Mrs Todgers, cheerful!' cried the youngest gentleman, 'when she reminds me of days for ever fled, Mrs Todgers.' 'Then you had better avoid her for a short time, if she does,' said Mrs Todgers, 'and come to know her again by degrees. That's my advice. But I can't avoid her,' replied Moodle. 'I haven't the strength of mind to do it. Oh, Mrs Todgers, if you knew what a comfort her nose is to me!' 'Her nose, sir!' Mrs Todgers cried. 'Her profile in general,' said the youngest gentleman, 'but particularly her nose. It's so like,' here he yielded to a burst of grief, 'it's so like hers who is another's, Mrs Todgers.' The observant matron did not fail to report this conversation to Charity, who laughed at the time, but treated Mr Moodle that very evening with increased consideration, and presented her side face to him as much as possible. Mr Moodle was not less sentimental than usual, was rather more so, if anything, but he sat and stared at her with glistening eyes, and seemed grateful. 'Well, sir,' said the lady of the boarding house the next day, 'you held up your head last night. You're coming round, I think.' 'Only because she is so like her who is another's, Mrs Todgers,' rejoined the youth. 'When she talks, and when she smiles, I think I'm looking at HER brow again, Mrs Todgers.' This was likewise carried to Charity, who talked and smiled next evening in her most engaging manner, and rallying Mr Moodle on the lowness of his spirits, challenged him to play a rubber at cribbage. Mr Moodle taking up the gauntlet, they played several rubbers for sixpences, and Charity won them all. This may have been partially attributable to the gallantry of the youngest gentleman, but it was certainly referable to the state of his feelings also, for his eyes being frequently dimmed by tears, he thought that aces were tens and knaves queens, which at times occasioned some confusion in his play. On the seventh night of cribbage, when Mrs Todgers, sitting by, proposed that instead of gambling they should play for love, Mr Moddle was seen to change colour. On the 14th night he kissed Miss Pecksniff's snuffers in the passage when she went upstairs to bed, meaning to have kissed her hand, but missing it. In short, Mr Moddle began to be impressed with the idea that Miss Pecksniff's mission was to comfort him, and Miss Pecksniff began to speculate on the probability of its being her mission to become ultimately Mrs Moddle. He was a young gentleman, Miss Pecksniff was not a very young lady, with rising prospects and almost enough to live on. Really, it looked very well. Besides, he had been regarded as devoted to Merry. Merry had joked about him, and had once spoken of it to her sister as a conquest. He was better looking, better shaped, better spoken, better tempered, better mannered than Jonas. He was easy to manage, could be made to consult the humours of his betrothed, and could be shown off like a lamb when Jonas was a bear. There was the rub. In the meantime the cribbage went on, and Mrs Todgers went off, for the youngest gentleman, dropping her society, began to take Miss Pecksniff to the play. He also began, as Mrs Todgers said, to slip home in his dinner times, and to get away from 'the office' at unholy seasons. And twice, as he informed Mrs Todgers himself, he received anonymous letters, enclosing cards from furniture warehouses, clearly the act of that ungentlemanly ruffian Jinkins, only he hadn't evidence enough to call him out upon. All of which, so Mrs Todgers told Miss Pecksniff, spoke as plain English as the shining sun. 'My dear Miss Pecksniff, you may depend upon it,' said Mrs Todgers, 'that he is burning to propose.' 'My goodness me, why don't he then?' cried Cherry. 'Men are so much more timid than we think 'em, my dear,' returned Mrs Todgers. 'They baulk themselves continually. I saw the words on Todgers's lips for months and months and months before he said 'em.' Miss Pecksniff submitted that Todgers might not have been a fair specimen. 'Oh yes, he was, bless you. Yes, my dear. I was very particular in those days, I assure you,' said Mrs Todgers, bridling. 'No, you must give Mr Moddle a little encouragement, Miss Pecksniff, if you wish him to speak, and he'll speak fast enough, depend upon it.' 'I'm sure I don't know what encouragement he would have, Mrs Todgers,' returned Charity. 'He walks with me, and plays cards with me, and comes and sits alone with me.' 'Quite right,' said Mrs Todgers. 'That's indispensable, my dear. And he sits very close to me.' 'Quite correct,' said Mrs Todgers. 'And he looks at me.' 'To be sure he does,' said Mrs Todgers. 'And he has his arm upon the back of the chair or sofa, or whatever it is, behind me, you know.' 'I should think so,' said Mrs Todgers. 'And then he begins to cry.' Mrs Todgers admitted that he might do better than that, and might undoubtedly profit by the recollection of the great Lord Nelson's signal at the Battle of Trafalgar. Still, she said, he would come round, or, not to mince the matter, would be brought round, if Miss Pecksniff took up a decided position, and plainly showed him that it must be done. Determining to regulate her conduct by this opinion, the young lady received Mr Moddle on the earliest subsequent occasion with an air of constraint, and gradually leading him to inquire in a dejected manner why she was so changed, confessed to him that she felt it necessary for their mutual peace and happiness to take a decided step. They had been much together lately, she observed, much together, and he had tasted the sweets of a genuine reciprocity of sentiment. She could never forget him, nor could she ever cease to think of him with feelings of the liveliest friendship. But people had begun to talk. The thing had been observed, and it was necessary that there should be nothing more to each other than any gentleman and lady in society usually are. She was glad she had had the resolution to say thus much before her feelings had been tried too far. They had been greatly tried, she would admit, but though she was weak and silly, she would soon get the better of it, she hoped. Moddle, who had by this time become in the last degree maudlin, and wept abundantly, inferred from the foregoing avowal that it was his mission to communicate to others the blight which had fallen on himself, and that being a kind of unintentional vampire, he had Miss Pecksniff assigned to him by the fates as victim number one. Miss Pecksniff controverting this opinion as sinful, Mr Moddle was goaded on to ask whether she would be contented with a blighted heart, and it appearing on further examination that she could be, plighted his dismal troth, which is accepted and returned. He bore his good fortune with the utmost moderation. Instead of being triumphant, He shed more tears than he had ever been known to shed before, and sobbing said, "Oh, what a day this has been! I can't go back to the office this afternoon. Oh, what a trying day this has been! Good gracious!" End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Further proceedings in Eden, and a proceeding out of it. Martin makes a discovery of some importance. From Mr. Moodle to Eden is an easy and natural transition. Mr. Moodle, living in the atmosphere of Miss Pecksniff's love, dwelt, if he had but known it, in a terrestrial paradise. The thriving city of Eden was also a terrestrial paradise, upon the showing of its proprietors. The beautiful Miss Pecksniff might have been poetically described as a something too good for man in his fallen and degraded state. That was exactly the character of the thriving city of Eden, as poetically heightened by Zephaniah Scadder, General Choke, and other worthies, part and parcel of the talons of that great American eagle, which is always airing itself sky high in purest ether, and never, no never, never tumbles down with draggled wings into the mud. When Mark Tapley, leaving Martin in the architectural and surveying offices, had effectually strengthened and encouraged his own spirits by the contemplation of their joint misfortunes, he proceeded with a new cheerfulness, in search of help, congratulating himself as he went along on the enviable position to which he had at last attained. "I used to think sometimes," said Mr. Tapley, "as a desolate island would suit me, but I should only have had myself to provide for there, and being naturally an easy man to manage, there wouldn't have been much credit in that. Now here I've got my partner to take care on, and he's something like the sort of man for the purpose. I want a man as is always sliding off his legs when he ought to be on 'em. I want a man as is so low down in the school of life that he's always a making figures of one in his copybook, and can't get no further. I want a man as is his own greatcoat and cloak, and is always a wrapping himself up in himself. And I've got him too," said Mr. Tapley, after a moment's silence. "What happiness!" He paused to look round, uncertain to which of the log houses he should repair. "I don't know which to take," he observed. "That's the truth. They're equally prepossessing outside, and equally commodious, no doubt, within, being fitted up with every convenience that an alligator in a state of nature could possibly require. Let me see. The citizen as turned out last night lives under water, in the right hand dog kennel at the corner. I don't want to trouble him if I can help it, poor man, for he is a melancholy object, a regular settler in every respect. There's a house with a winder, but I'm afraid of their being proud. I don't know whether a door ain't too aristocratic, but here goes for the first one." He went up to the nearest cabin and knocked with his hand. Being desired to enter, he complied. "Neighbour," said Mark, "for I am a neighbour, though you don't know me, I've come a begging. Hallo! Ha! Lo! I am a bed and dreaming." He made this exclamation on hearing his own name pronounced, and finding himself clasped about the skirts by two little boys, whose faces he had often washed, and whose suppers he had often cooked on the board of that noble and fast sailing line of packet ship, the Screw. "My eyes is wrong," said Mark. "I don't believe 'em. That ain't my fellow passenger yonder, and nursing her little girl, who I am sorry to see is so delicate. And that ain't her husband as come to New York to fetch her. Nor these," he added, looking down upon the boys, "ain't them two young shavers as was so familiar to me, though they are uncommon like 'em. That I must confess." The woman shed tears in very joy to see him. The man shook both his hands and would not let them go. The two boys hugged his legs. The sick child in the mother's arms stretched out her burning little fingers, and muttered in her hoarse dry throat his well remembered name. It was the same family sure enough, altered by the salubrious air of Eden, but the same. "This is a new sort of morning call," said Mark, drawing a long breath. "Strikes one all of a heap. Wait a little bit. I'm a coming round fast. That'll do. These gentlemen ain't my friends. Are they on the visiting list of the house?" The inquiry referred to certain gaunt pigs who had walked in after him, and were much interested in the heels of the family. As they did not belong to the mansion, they were expelled by the two little boys. "I ain't superstitious about toads," said Mark, looking round the room.
But if you could prevail upon the 2 or 3 I see in company to step out at the same time, my young friends, I think they'd find the open air refreshing. Not that I at all object to 'em. A very handsome animal is a toad,' said Mr Tapley, sitting down upon a stool. 'Very spotted, very like a particular type of old gentleman about the throat, very bright eyed, very cool, very slippy, but one sees 'em to the best advantage out of doors perhaps.' While pretending with such talk as this to be perfectly at his ease, and to be the most indifferent and careless of men, Mark Tapley had an eye on all around him. The wan and meagre aspect of the family, the changed looks of the poor mother, the fevered child she held in her lap, the air of great despondency and little hope of everything, were plain to him, and made a deep impression on his mind. He saw it all as clearly and quickly as with his bodily eyes he saw the rough shelves, supported by pegs driven between the logs, of which the house was made; the flour cask in the corner, serving also for a table; the blankets, spades, and other articles against the wall; the damp that blotched the ground, or the crop of vegetable rottenness in every crevice of the hut. 'How is it that you've come here?' asked the man, when their first expressions of surprise were over. 'Why, we come by the steamer last night,' replied Mark. 'Our intention is to make our fortunes with punctuality and dispatch, and to retire upon our property as soon as ever it's realised. But how are you all? You're looking noble.' 'We are but sickly now,' said the poor woman, bending over her child, 'but we shall do better when we are seasoned to the place.' 'There are some here,' thought Mark, 'whose seasoning will last for ever.' But he said cheerfully, 'Do better, to be sure you will. We shall all do better. What we've got to do is to keep up our spirits, and be neighbourly. We shall come all right in the end, never fear. That reminds me, by the bye, that my partner's all wrong just at the present, and I looked in to beg for him. I wish you'd come up and give me your opinion of him, master.' That must have been a very unreasonable request on the part of Mark Tapley, with which, in their gratitude for his kind offices on board the ship, they would not have complied instantly. The man rose to accompany him without a moment's delay. Before they went, Mark took the sick child in his arms and tried to comfort the mother, but the hand of death was on it then, he saw. They found Martin in the house, lying wrapped up in his blanket on the ground. He was to all appearance very ill indeed, and shook and shivered horribly, not as people do from cold, but in a frightful kind of spasm or convulsion that racked his whole body. Mark's friend pronounced his disease an aggravated kind of fever, accompanied with the ague, which was very common in those parts, and which he predicted would be worse tomorrow, and for many more tomorrows. He had had it himself off and on, he said, for a couple of years or so, but he was thankful that while so many he had known had died about him, he had escaped with his life. And with not too much of that, thought Mark, surveying the emaciated form. Eden for ever. They had some medicine in their chest, and this man of sad experience showed Mark how and when to administer it, and how he could best alleviate the sufferings of Martin. His attentions did not stop there, for he was backwards and forwards constantly, and rendered Mark good service in all his brisk attempts to make their situation more endurable. Hope or comfort for the future he could not bestow. The season was a sickly one, the settlement a grave. His child died that night, and Mark, keeping the secret from Martin, helped to bury it beneath a tree the next day. With all his various duties of attendance upon Martin, who became the more exacting in his claims, the worse he grew, Mark worked out of doors early and late, and with the assistance of his friend and the others, laboured to do something with their land. Not that he had the least strength of heart or hope or steady purpose in doing so, beyond the habitual cheerfulness of his disposition, and his amazing power of self-sustainment, for within himself he looked on their condition as beyond all hope, and, in his own words, came out strong in consequence. 'As to coming out as strong as I could wish, sir,' he confided to Martin in a leisure moment, that is to say, one evening, while he was washing the linen of the establishment after a hard day's work, 'that I give up. It's a piece of good fortune as never is to happen to me, I see.' 'You would wish for circumstances stronger than these?' Martin retorted with a groan from underneath his blanket. 'Why, only to see how easy they might have been stronger, sir,' said Mark. 'If it wasn't for the envy of that uncommon fortune of mine, which is always after me and tripping me up, the night we landed here I thought things did look pretty jolly. I won't deny it. I thought they did look pretty jolly.' 'How do they look now?' groaned Martin. Ah, said Mark. Ah, to be sure. That's the question. How do they look now? On the very first morning of my going out, what do? Stumble on a family I know, who are constantly assisting all of us in all sorts of ways. From that time to this. That won't do, you know. That ain't what I'd right to expect. If I'd have stumbled upon a serpent and got bit, or stumbled on a first-rate patriot and got bowie-knifed, or stumbled on a lot of sympathisers with inverted shirt collars and got made a lion of, I might have distinguished myself and earned some credit. As it is, the great object of my voyage is knocked on the head. So it would be wherever I went. How do you feel tonight, sir? Worse than ever, said poor Martin. That's something, returned Mark, but not enough. Nothing, being very bad myself and jolly to the last, will ever do me justice.
In heaven's name, don't talk of that, said Martin with a thrill of terror. What shall I do, Mark, if you were taken ill? Mr Tapley's spirits appeared to be stimulated by this remark, although it was not a very flattering one. He proceeded with his washing in a brighter mood, and observed that his glass was a-rising. There's one good thing in this place, sir, said Mr Tapley, scrubbing away at the linen, as disposes me to be jolly, and that is, that it's a regular little United States in itself. There's 2 or 3 American settlers left, and they coolly comes over one, even here, sir, as if it were the wholesomest, loveliest spot in the world. But they're like the cock that went and hid himself to save his life, and was found out by the noise he made. They can't help crowing. They was born to do it, and do it they must, whatever comes of it. Glancing from his work out at the door as he said these words, Mark's eyes encountered a lean person in a blue frock and a straw hat, with a short black pipe in his mouth, and a great hickory stick, studded all over with knots, in his hand, who, smoking and chewing as he came along, and spitting frequently, recorded his progress by a train of decomposed tobacco on the ground. Here's one on 'em, cried Mark. Hannibal Chollop. Don't let him in, said Martin feebly. He won't want any letting in, replied Mark. He'll come in, sir. Which turned out to be quite true, for he did. His face was almost as hard and knobby as his stick, and so were his hands. His head was like an old black hearth broom. He sat down on the chest with his hat on, and crossing his legs and looking up at Mark, said, without removing his pipe, Well, Mr Co., and how do you get along, sir? It may be necessary to observe that Mr Tapley had gravely introduced himself to all strangers by that name. Pretty well, sir, pretty well, said Mark. If this ain't Mr Chuzzlewit, ain't it? Exclaimed the visitor. How do you get along, sir? Martin shook his head and drew the blanket over it involuntarily, for he felt that Hannibal was going to spit, and his eye, as the song says, was upon him. You need not regard me, sir, observed Mr Chollop complacently. I am fever-proof, and likewise augur. Mine was a more selfish motive, said Martin, looking out again. I was afraid you were going to... I can calculate my distance, sir, returned Mr Chollop, to an inch, with a proof of which happy faculty he immediately favoured him. I require, sir, said Hannibal, 2 foot clear in a circular direction, and can engage myself told to keep within it. I have gone 10 foot in a circular direction, but that was for a wager. I hope you won it, sir, said Mark. Well, sir, I realise the stakes, said Chollop. Yes, sir. He was silent for a time, during which he was actively engaged in the formation of a magic circle round the chest on which he sat. When it was completed, he began to talk again. How do you like our country, sir? He inquired, looking at Martin. Not at all, was the invalid's reply. Chollop continued to smoke without the least appearance of emotion, until he felt disposed to speak again. That time at length arriving, he took his pipe from his mouth and said, I am not surprised to hear you say so. It requires an elevation and a preparation of the intellect. The mind of man must be prepared for freedom, Mr Co. He addressed himself to Mark, because he saw that Martin, who wished him to go, being already half mad with feverish irritation, which the droning voice of this new horror rendered almost insupportable, had closed his eyes and turned on his uneasy bed. A little bodily preparation wouldn't be amiss either, would it, sir? Said Mark. In the case of a blessed old swamp like this. Do you consider this a swamp, sir? Inquired Chollop gravely. Why, yes, sir, returned Mark. I haven't a doubt about it myself. The sentiment is quite European, said the Major, and does not surprise me. What would your English millions say to such a swamp in England, sir? They'd say it was an uncommon nasty one, I should think, said Mark.
and that they would rather be inoculated for fever in some other way. European, remarked Chollop, with a sardonic pity. Quite European. And there he sat, silent and cool, as if the house were his, smoking away like a factory chimney. Mr Chollop was, of course, one of the most remarkable men in the country, but he really was a notorious person besides. He was usually described by his friends in the South and West as a splendid sample of our native raw material, sir, and was much esteemed for his devotion to rational liberty, for the better propagation whereof he usually carried a brace of revolving pistols in his coat pocket, with 7 barrels apiece. He also carried among other trinkets a sword stick, which he called his tickler, and a great knife, which, for he was a man of a pleasant turn of humour, he called Ripper, in allusion to its usefulness as a means of ventilating the stomach of any adversary in close contest. He had used these weapons with distinguished effect in several instances, all duly chronicled in the newspapers, and was greatly beloved for the gallant manner in which he had jobbed out the eye of one gentleman as he was in the act of knocking at his own street door. Mr Chollop was a man of a roving disposition, and in any less advanced community might have been mistaken for a violent vagabond. But his fine qualities being perfectly understood and appreciated in those regions where his lot was cast, and where he had many kindred spirits to consort with, he may be regarded as having been born under a fortunate star, which is not always the case with a man so much before the age in which he lives, preferring, with a view to the gratification of his tickling and ripping fancies, to dwell upon the outskirts of society, and in the more remote towns and cities he was in the habit of emigrating from place to place, and establishing in each some business, usually a newspaper, which he presently sold, for the most part closing the bargain by challenging, stabbing, pistoling, or gouging the new editor before he had quite taken possession of the property. He had come to Eden on a speculation of this kind, but had abandoned it, and was about to leave. He always introduced himself to strangers as a worshipper of freedom, was the constant advocate of lynch law and slavery, and invariably recommended, both in print and speech, the tarring and feathering of any unpopular person who differed from himself. He called this planting the standard of civilization in the wilder gardens of my country. There is little doubt that Chollop would have planted this standard in Eden at Mark's expense, in return for his plainness of speech, for the genuine freedom is dumb save when she vaunts herself, but for the utter desolation and decay prevailing in the settlement, and his own approaching departure from it. As it was, he contented himself with showing Mark one of the revolving pistols, and asking him what he thought of that weapon. It ain't long since I shot a man down with that, sir, in the state of Illinois, observed Chollop. Did you indeed? Said Mark, without the smallest agitation. Very free of you, and very independent. I shot him down, sir, pursued Chollop, for asserting in the Spartan Portico, a tri-weekly journal, that the ancient Athenians went ahead of the present Loco-Foco ticket. And what's that? Asked Mark. European not to know, said Chollop, smoking placidly. European quite. After a short devotion to the interests of the magic circle, he resumed the conversation by observing, You won't half feel yourself at home in Eden now? No, said Mark, I don't. You miss the imposts of your country. You miss the house dues, observed Chollop. And the houses rather, said Mark. No window dues here, sir, observed Chollop. And no windows to put 'em on, said Mark. No stakes, no dungeons, no blocks, no racks, no scaffolds, no thumbscrews, no pikes, no pillories, said Chollop. Nothing but revolvers and bowie knives, returned Mark. And what are they? Not worth mentioning. The man who had met them on the night of their arrival came crawling up at this juncture, and looked in at the door. Well, sir, said Chollop, how do you get along? He had considerable difficulty in getting along at all, and said as much in reply. Mr Cole and me, sir, observed Chollop, are disputating a piece. He ought to be slicked up pretty smart to disputate between the old world and the new, I do expect. Well, returned the miserable shadow, so he had. I was merely observing, sir, said Mark, addressing this new visitor, that I looked upon the city in which we have the honour to live as being swampy. What's your sentiments? I opinionate it is moist, perhaps, at certain times, returned the man. 'But not as moist as England, sir,' cried Chollop, with a fierce expression on his face. 'No, no. Oh, no. Oh, not as moist as England, let alone its institutions,' said the man. 'I should hope there ain't a swamp in all Ameriky as don't whip that small island into mush and molasses,' observed Chollop decisively. 'You bought slick, straight, and right away of Scadder, sir?' to Mark. He answered in the affirmative. Mr Chollop winked at the other citizen. 'Scadder is a smart man, sir. He is a rising man. He is a man as will come up'ards right side up, sir.' Mr Chollop winked again at the other citizen. 'He should have his right side very high up, if I had my way,' said Mark. 'As high up as the top of a good tall gallows, perhaps.' Mr Chollop was so delighted at the smartness of his excellent countryman having been too much for the Britisher, and at the Britisher's resenting it, that he could contain himself no longer, and broke forth in a shout of delight. But the strangest exposition of this ruling passion was in the other, the pestilence stricken, broken, miserable shadow of a man who derived so much entertainment from the circumstance that he seemed to forget his own ruin in thinking of it, and laughed outright when he said that Scadder was a smart man, and had drawed a lot of British capital that way, as sure as sun up. After a full enjoyment of this joke, Mr Hannibal Chollop sat smoking and improving the circle, without making any attempts either to converse or take leave, apparently labouring under the not uncommon delusion that for a free and enlightened citizen of the United States to convert another man's house into a spittoon for 2 or 3 hours together was a delicate attention, full of interest and politeness, of which nobody could ever tire. At last he rose. 'I'm a going easy,' he observed. Mark entreated him to take particular care of himself. 'Afore I go,' he said sternly, 'I've got a leetle word to say. You are darnation cute, you are.' Mark thanked him for the compliment. 'But you are much too cute to last. I can't conceive of any spotted painter in the bush as ever was so riddled through and through as you will be, I bet.' 'What for?' asked Mark. 'We must be cracked up, sir,' retorted Chollop in a tone of menace. 'You are not now in a despotic land. We are a model to the airth, and must be jist cracked up, I tell you.' 'What, I speak too free, do I?' cried Mark. 'I'd have drawed upon a man and fired upon a man for less,' said Chollop, frowning. 'I have known strong men obleeged to make themselves uncommon scarce for less. I have knowed men lynched for less, beaten into punkin sauce for less, by an enlightened people. We are the intellect and virtue of the earth, the cream of human nature, and the flower of moral force. Our backs is easy rise. We must be cracked up, or they rises, and we snarls, we shows our teeth. I tell you, fierce, you'd better crack us up, you had.' After the delivery of this caution, Mr Chollop departed with Ripper, Tickler, and the revolvers, all ready for action on the shortest notice. 'Come out from under the blanket, sir,' said Mark. 'He's gone. What's this?' he added softly, kneeling down to look into his partner's face, and taking his hot hand. 'What's come of all that chattering and swaggering? He's wandering in his mind tonight, and don't know me.' Martin indeed was dangerously ill, very near his death. He lay in that state many days, during which time Mark's poor friends, regardless of themselves, attended him. Mark, fatigued in mind and body, working all the day and sitting up at night, worn with hard living and the unaccustomed toil of his new life, surrounded by dismal and discouraging circumstances of every kind, never complained or yielded in the least degree. If ever he had thought Martin selfish or considerate, or had deemed him energetic only by fits and starts, and then too passive for their desperate fortunes, he now forgot it all. He remembered nothing but the better qualities of his fellow wanderer, and was devoted to him, heart and hand. Many weeks elapsed before Martin was strong enough to move about with the help of a stick and Mark's arm, and even then his recovery, for want of wholesome air and proper nourishment, was very slow. He was yet in a feeble and weak condition when the misfortune he had so much dreaded fell upon them. Mark was taken ill. Mark fought against it, but the malady fought harder, and his efforts were in vain. 'Floored for the present, sir,' he said one morning, sinking back upon his bed, 'but jolly. Floored indeed, and by a heavy blow, as any one but Martin might have known beforehand.' If Mark's friends had been kind to Martin, and they had been, very, they were 20 times kinder to Mark.
And now it was Martin's turn to work and sit beside the bed and watch, and listen through the long, long nights to every sound in the gloomy wilderness, and hear poor Mr Tapley, in his wandering fancy, playing skittles in the Dragon, making love remonstrances to Mrs Lupin, getting his sea legs on board the Screw, travelling with old Tom Pinch on English roads, and burning stumps of trees in Eden, all at once. But whenever Martin gave him drink or medicine, or tended him in any way, or came into the house, returning from some drudgery without, the patient Mr Tapley brightened up and cried, "I'm jolly, sir, I'm jolly." Now when Martin began to think of this, and to look at Mark as he lay there, never reproaching him by so much as an expression of regret, never murmuring, always striving to be manful and staunch, he began to think, how was it that this man, who had so few advantages, was so much better than he who had so many, and attendance upon a sick bed, but especially the sick bed of one whom we have been accustomed to see in full activity and vigour, being a great breeder of reflection. He began to ask himself in what they differed. He was assisted in coming to a conclusion on this head by the frequent presence of Mark's friend, their fellow passenger across the ocean, which suggested to him that in regard to having aided her, for example, they had differed very much. Somehow he coupled Tom Pinch with this train of reflection, and thinking that Tom would have been very likely to have struck up the same sort of acquaintance under similar circumstances, began to think in what respects two people so extremely different were like each other, and were unlike him. At first sight there was nothing very distressing in these meditations, but they did undoubtedly distress him for all that. Martin's nature was a frank and generous one, but he had been bred up in his grandfather's house, and it will usually be found that the meaner domestic vices propagate themselves to be their own antagonists. Selfishness does this especially. So do suspicion, cunning, stealth, and covetous propensities. Martin had unconsciously reasoned as a child, my guardian takes so much thought of himself, that unless I do the like by myself, I shall be forgotten. So he had grown selfish. But he had never known it. If any one had taxed him with the vice, he would have indignantly repelled the accusation, and conceived himself unworthily aspersed. He would never have known it, but that being newly risen from a bed of dangerous sickness, to watch by such another couch, he felt how nearly self had dropped into the grave, and what a poor dependent, miserable thing it was. It was natural for him to reflect (he had had months to do it in) upon his own escape and Mark's extremity. This led him to consider which of them could be the better spared, and why. Then the curtain slowly rose a very little way, and self was shown below. He asked himself, besides, when dreading Mark's decease, as all men do and must at such a time, whether he had done his duty by him, and had deserved and made a good response to his fidelity and zeal. No. Short as their companionship had been, he felt in many instances that there was blame against himself, and still inquiring why, the curtain slowly rose a little more. Self dilated on the scene. It was not long before he fixed the knowledge of himself so firmly in his mind that he could thoroughly discern the truth. But in the hideous solitude of that most hideous place, with hope so far removed, ambition quenched, and death beside him rattling at the very door, reflection came as in a plague-beleaguered town. And so he felt and knew the failing of his life, and saw distinctly what an ugly spot it was. Eden was a hard school to learn so hard a lesson in, but there were teachers in the swamp and thicket and the pestilential air who had a searching method of their own. He made a solemn resolution that when his strength returned he would not dispute the point or resist the conviction, but would look upon it as an established fact, that selfishness was in his breast and must be rooted out. He was so doubtful, and with justice, of his own character, that he determined not to say one word of vain regret or good resolve to Mark, but steadily to keep his purpose before his own eyes solely. And there was not a jot of pride in this, nothing but humility and steadfastness, the best armour he could wear. So low had Eden brought him down, so high had Eden raised him up. After a long and lingering illness, in certain forlorn stages of which, when too far gone to speak, he had feebly written "Jolly" on a slate. Mark showed some symptoms of returning health. They came and went and flickered for a time, but he began to mend at last decidedly, and after that continued to improve from day to day. As soon as he was well enough to talk without fatigue, Martin consulted him upon a project he had in his mind, and which a few months back he would have carried into execution without troubling anybody's head but his own. "Ours is a desperate case," said Martin, "plainly. The place is deserted. Its failure must have become known, and selling what we have bought to any one for anything is hopeless, even if it were honest. We left home on a mad enterprise, and have failed. The only hope left us, the only one end for which we now have to try, is to quit this settlement for ever, and get back to England. Anyhow, by any means, only to get back there, Mark." "That's all, sir," returned Mr Tapley, with significant stress upon the word "only that." "Now, upon this side of the water," said Martin, "we have but one friend who can help us, and that is Mr Bevan." "I thought of him when you was ill," said Mark. "But for the time that would be lost. I would even write to my grandfather," Martin went on to say, "and implore him for money to free us from this trap into which we were so cruelly decoyed. I shall try Mr Bevan first." "He is a very pleasant sort of gentleman," said Mark. "I think so." "The few goods we brought here, and which we spent our money, would produce something if sold," resumed Martin, "and whatever they realise shall be paid him instantly. But they can't be sold here." "There's nobody but corpses to buy 'em," said Mr Tapley, shaking his head with a rueful air, "and pigs." "Shall I tell him so, and only ask him for money enough to enable us to buy the cheapest means to reach New York, or from any port which we may hope to get a passage home, by serving in any capacity, explaining to him at the same time how I am connected, and that I will endeavour to repay him, even through my grandfather, immediately on our arrival in England?" "Why, to be sure," said Mark, "he can only say no, and he may say yes, if you don't mind trying him, sir." "Mind!" exclaimed Martin. "I am to blame for coming here. I would do anything to get away. I grieve to think of the past. If I had taken your opinion sooner, Mark, we never should have been here, I am certain." Mr Tapley was very much surprised at this admission, but protested with great vehemence that they would have been there all the same, and that he had set his heart upon coming to Eden from the first word he ever heard of it. Martin then read him a letter to Mr Bevan, which he had already prepared. It was frankly and ingeniously written, and described their situation without the least concealment, plainly stated the miseries they had undergone, and preferred their request in modest but straightforward terms. Mark highly recommended it, and they determined to dispatch it by the next steamboat going the right way, that might call to take in wood at Eden, where there was plenty of wood to spare. Not knowing how to address Mr Bevan at his own place of abode, Martin superscribed it to the care of the memorable Mr Norris of New York, and wrote upon the cover an entreaty that it might be forwarded without delay. More than a week elapsed before a boat appeared, but at length they were awakened very early one morning by the high pressure snorting of the Eso Slodge, named after one of the most remarkable men in the country, who had been very eminent somewhere. Hurrying down to the landing place, they got it safe on board, and waiting anxiously to see the boat depart, stopped up the gangway. An instance of neglect which caused the captain of the Eso Slodge to wish he might be sifted fine as flour and whittled small as chips, that if they didn't come off that there fixing right smart too, he'd spill 'em in the drink, whereby the captain metaphorically said he'd throw them in the river. They were not likely to receive an answer for 8 or 10 weeks at the earliest. In the meantime they devoted such strength as they had to the attempted improvement of their land, to clearing some of it and preparing it for useful purposes. Monstrously defective as their farming was, still it was better than their neighbours', for Mark had some practical knowledge of some matters, and Martin learned off him; whereas the other settlers who remained upon the putrid swamp, a mere handful, and those withered by disease, appeared to have wandered there with the idea that husbandry was the natural gift of all mankind. They helped each other after their own manner in these struggles, and in all others, but they worked as hopelessly and sadly as a gang of convicts in a penal settlement. Often at night, when Mark and Martin were alone and lying down to sleep, they spoke of home, familiar places, houses, roads, and people whom they knew, sometimes in the lively hope of seeing them again, and sometimes with a sorrowful tranquillity, as if that hope were dead. It was a source of great amazement to Mark Tapley to find, pervading all these conversations, a singular alteration in Martin. 'I don't know what to make of him,' he thought one night. 'He ain't what I supposed. He don't think of himself half as much. I'll try him again. Asleep, sir?' 'No, Mark.' 'Thinking of home, sir?' 'Yes, Mark.' 'So was I, sir. I was a wondering how Mr Pinch and Mr Pecksniff gets on now.' 'Poor Tom!' said Martin thoughtfully. 'Weak-minded man, sir,' observed Mr Tapley. 'Plays the organ for nothing, sir. Takes no care of himself.' 'I wish he took a little more indeed,' said Martin, 'though I don't know why I should. We shouldn't like him half as well, perhaps.' 'He gets put upon, sir,' hinted Mark. 'Yes,' said Martin, after a short silence. 'I know that, Mark.' He spoke so regretfully that his partner abandoned the theme, and was silent for a short time, until he had thought of another. 'Ah, sir,' said Mark, with a sigh. 'Dear me, you ventured a good deal for a young lady's love.' 'I'll tell you what, I'm not so sure of that, Mark,' was the reply, so hastily and energetically spoken, that Martin sat up in his bed to give it. 'I begin to be far from clear upon it. You may depend upon it that she is very unhappy. She has sacrificed her peace of mind. She has endangered her interests very much. She can't run away from those who are jealous of her and opposed to her, as I have done. She has to endure, Mark, to endure without the possibility of action. Poor girl! I begin to think she has more to bear than I ever had. 'Pon my soul, I do.' Mr Tapley opened his eyes wide in the dark, but did not interrupt. 'And I'll tell you a secret, Mark,' said Martin, 'since we are upon this subject. That ring.' 'Which ring, sir?' Mark inquired, opening his eyes still wider. 'The ring she gave me when we parted, Mark. She bought it. Bought it knowing I was poor and proud. Heaven help me, proud! And wanted money.' 'Who says so, sir?' asked Mark. 'I say so. I know it. I thought of it, my good fellow, hundreds of times, while you were lying ill; and like a beast I took it from her hand and wore it on my own, and never dreamed of this even at the moment when I parted with it, when some faint glimmering of the truth might surely have possessed me. But it's late,' said Martin, checking himself, 'and you are weak and tired, I know. You only talk to cheer me up. Good night. God bless you, Mark.' 'God bless you, sir. But I'm regularly defrauded,' thought Mr Tapley, turning round with a happy face. 'It's a swindle. I never entered for this sort of service. There'll be no credit in being jolly with him.' Time wore on, and other steamboats, coming from the point on which their hopes were fixed, arrived to take in wood, but still no answer to the letter. Rain, heat, foul slime, and noxious vapour, with all the ills and filthy things they bred, prevailed. The earth, the air, the vegetation, and the water that they drank, all teemed with deadly properties. Their fellow passenger had lost 2 children long before, and buried now her last. Such things are much too common to be widely known or cared for. Smart citizens grow rich, and friendless victims smart and die, and are forgotten. That is all. At last a boat came panting up the ugly river, and stopped at Eden. Mark was waiting at the wood hut when it came, and had a letter handed to him from on board. He bore it off to Martin. They looked at one another, trembling. 'It feels heavy,' faltered Martin, and opening it, a little roll of dollar notes fell out upon the ground. What either of them said or did or felt at first, neither of them knew. All Mark could ever tell was, that he was at the river's bank again, out of breath, before the boat had gone, inquiring when it would retrace its track and put in there. The answer was, in 10 or 12 days, notwithstanding which they began to get their goods together, and to tie them up that very night. When this stage of excitement was past, each of them believed (they found this out in talking of it afterwards) that he would surely die before the boat returned. They lived, however, and it came, after the lapse of 3 long crawling weeks. At sunrise on an autumn day they stood upon her deck. 'Courage! We shall meet again,' cried Martin, waving his hands to 2 thin figures on the bank. 'In the old world.' 'Or in the next one,' added Mark below his breath. 'To see them standing side by side, so quiet, is almost the worst of all.' They looked at one another as the vessel moved away, and then looked backward at the spot from which it hurried fast. The log house with the open door and drooping trees about it, the stagnant morning mist and red sun dimly seen beyond, the vapour rising up from land and river, the quick stream making the loathsome banks it washed more flat and dull. How often they returned in dreams! How often it was happiness to wake and find them shadows that had vanished. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, in which the travellers move homeward and encounter some distinguished characters upon the way. Among the passengers on board the steamboat there was a faint gentleman sitting on a low camp stool, with his legs on a high barrel of flour, as if he were looking at the prospect with his ankles, who attracted their attention speedily. He had straight black hair, parted up the middle of his head and hanging down upon his coat, a little fringe of hair upon his chin, wore no neckcloth, a white hat, a suit of black, long in the sleeves and short in the legs, soiled brown stockings and laced shoes. His complexion, naturally muddy, was rendered muddier by too strict an economy of soap and water, and the same observation will apply to the washable part of his attire, which he might have changed with comfort to himself and gratification to his friends. He was about 35, was crushed and jammed up in a heap under the shade of a large green cotton umbrella, and ruminated over his tobacco plug like a cow. He was not singular, to be sure, in these respects, for every gentleman on board appeared to have had a difference with his laundress, and to have left off washing himself in early youth. Every gentleman, too, was perfectly stopped up with tight plugging, and was dislocated in the greater part of his joints. But about this gentleman there was a peculiar air of sagacity and wisdom, which convinced Martin that he was no common character, and this turned out to be the case. 'How do you do, sir?' said a voice in Martin's ear. 'How do you do, sir?' said Martin. It was a tall, thin gentleman who spoke to him, with a carpet cap on, and a long loose coat of green baize, ornamented about the pockets with black velvet. 'You are from Europe, sir?' 'I am,' said Martin. 'You are fortunate, sir.' Martin thought so too, but he soon discovered that the gentleman and he attached different meanings to this remark. 'You are fortunate, sir, in having an opportunity of beholding our Elijah Pogram, sir.' 'Your Elijah Pogram,' said Martin, thinking it was all one word, and a building of some sort. 'Yes, sir.' Martin tried to look as if he understood him, but he couldn't make it out. 'Yes, sir,' repeated the gentleman. 'Our Elijah Pogram, sir, is at this minute identically setting by the engine biler.' The gentleman under the umbrella put his right forefinger to his eyebrow, as if he were revolving schemes of state. 'That is Elijah Pogram, is it?' said Martin. 'Yes, sir,' replied the other. 'That is Elijah Pogram.' 'Dear me,' said Martin, 'I am astonished.' But he had not the least idea who this Elijah Pogram was, having never heard of the name in all his life. 'If the biler of this vessel was to bust, sir,' said his new acquaintance, 'and to bust now, this would be a festival day in the calendar of despotism, pretty nigh equalling, sir, in its effects upon the human race, our 4th of glorious July. Yes, sir, that is the Honourable Elijah Pogram, Member of Congress, one of the master minds of our country, sir. There is a brow there, sir.' 'Quite remarkable,' said Martin. 'Yes, sir. Our own immortal Chiggle, sir, is said to have observed, when he made the celebrated Pogram statue in marble which rose so much contest and prejudice in Europe, that the brow was more than mortal. This was before the Pogram Defiance, and was therefore a prediction cruel smart.' 'What is the Pogram Defiance?' asked Martin, thinking perhaps it was the sign of a public house. 'An oration, sir,' returned his friend. 'Oh, to be sure!' cried Martin. 'What am I thinking of? It deified the world, sir,' said the other gravely. 'Deified the world in general to compete with our country upon any hook, and developed our internal resources for making war upon the universal earth. You would like to know Elijah Pogram, sir?' 'If you please,' said Martin. 'Mr Pogram,' said the stranger, Mr Pogram having overheard every word of the dialogue, 'this is a gentleman from Europe, sir, from England. But generous enemies may meet upon the natural soil of private life, I think.' The languid Mr Pogram shook hands with Martin like a clockwork figure that was just running down, but he made amends by chewing like one that was just wound up. 'Mr Pogram,' said the introducer, 'is a public servant, sir. When Congress is recessed, he makes himself acquainted with those free United States of which he is the gifted son.
It occurred to Martin that if the Honourable Elijah Pogram had stayed at home and sent his shoes upon a tour, they would have answered the same purpose, for they were the only part of him in a situation to see anything. In course of time, however, Mr Pogram rose, and having ejected certain plugging consequences which would have impeded his articulation, took up a position where there was something to lean against, and began to talk to Martin, shading himself with the green umbrella all the time. And he began with the words, "How do you like?" Martin took him up and said, "The country, I presume?" "Yes, sir," said Elijah Pogram. A knot of passengers gathered round to hear what followed, and Martin heard his friend say, as he whispered to another friend and rubbed his hands, "Pogram will smash him into sky blue fits, I know." "Why," said Martin, after a moment's hesitation, "I have learned by experience that you take an unfair advantage of a stranger when you ask that question. You don't mean it to be answered except in one way. Now, I don't choose to answer it in that way, for I cannot honestly answer it in that way, and therefore I would rather not answer it at all." But Mr Pogram was going to make a great speech in the next session about foreign relations, and was going to write strong articles on the subject, and as he greatly favoured the free and independent custom, a very harmless and agreeable one, of procuring information of any sort in any kind of confidence, afterwards perverting it publicly in any manner that happened to suit him, he had determined to get Martin's opinion somehow or other. For if he could have got nothing out of him, he would have had to invent it for him, and that would have been laborious. He made a mental note of his answer, and went in again. "You are from Eden, sir. How did you like Eden?" Martin said what he thought of that part of the country in pretty strong terms. "It is strange," said Pogram, looking round upon the group. "This hatred of our country and her institutions, this national antipathy, is deeply rooted in the British mind." "Good heavens, sir," cried Martin, "is the Eden Land Corporation, with Mr Scadder at its head, and all the misery it has worked at its door, an institution of America, a part of any form of government that was ever known or heard of?" "I consider the cause of this to be," said Pogram, looking round again and taking himself up where Martin had interrupted him, "partly jealousy and prejudice, and partly the natural unfitness of the British people to appreciate the exalted institutions of our native land. I expect, sir," turning to Martin again, "that a gentleman named Chollop happened upon you during your location in the town of Eden?" "Yes," answered Martin, "but my friend can answer this better than I can, for I was very ill at the time. Mark, the gentleman is speaking of Mr Chollop." "Oh yes, sir. Yes, I see him," observed Mark. "A splendid example of our native raw material, sir," said Pogram interrogatively. "Indeed, sir!" cried Mark. The Honourable Elijah Pogram glanced at his friends as though he would have said, "Observe this! See what follows!" and they rendered tribute to the Pogram genius by a gentle murmur. "Our fellow countryman is a model of a man, quite fresh from nature's mould," said Pogram with enthusiasm. "He is a true born child of this free hemisphere, verdant as the mountains of our country, bright and flowing as our mineral licks, unspoiled by withering conventionalities as our broad and boundless prairies. Rough he may be, so are our bars. Wild he may be, so are our buffaloes. But he is a child of nature, and a child of freedom. And his boastful answer to the despot and the tyrant is, that his bright home is in the settin' sun." Part of this referred to Chollop, and part to a Western postmaster, who, being a public defaulter not very long before, a character not at all uncommon in America, had been removed from office, on whose behalf Mr Pogram (he voted for Pogram) had thundered the last sentence from his seat in Congress, at the head of an unpopular president. It told brilliantly, for the bystanders were delighted, and one of them said to Martin that he guessed he had now seen something of the eloquential aspect of our country, and was chawed up pretty small. Mr Pogram waited until his hearers were calm again, before he said to Mark, "You do not seem to coincide, sir." "Why," said Mark, "I didn't like him much, and that's the truth, sir. I thought he was a bully, and I didn't admire his carrying them murderous little persuaders, and being so ready to use 'em." "It's sing'lar," said Pogram, lifting his umbrella high enough to look all round from under it. "It's strange. You observe the settled opposition to our institutions which pervades the British mind." "What an extraordinary people you are!" cried Martin. "Are Mr Chollop and the class he represents an institution here?"
Are pistols with revolving barrels, sword sticks, bowie knives, and such things institutions on which you pride yourself? Are bloody duels, brutal combats, savage assaults, shooting down and stabbing in the streets your institutions? Why, I shall hear next that dishonour and fraud are among the institutions of the great republic.' The moment the words passed his lips, the Honourable Elijah Pogram looked round again. 'The morbid hatred of our institutions,' he observed, 'is quite a study for the psychological observer. He is alluding to repudiation now.' 'Oh, you may make anything of an institution if you like,' said Martin, laughing, 'and I confess you had me there, for you certainly have made that one. But the greater part of these things are one institution with us, and we call it by the generic name of Old Bailey.' The dinner bell being rung for dinner at this moment, everybody ran away into the cabin. Whether the Honourable Elijah Pogram fled with such precipitation that he forgot his umbrella was up, and fixed it so tightly in the cabin door that he could neither be let down or got out, for a minute or so this accident created a perfect rebellion among the hungry passengers behind, who, seeing the dishes and hearing the knives and forks at work, well knew what would happen unless they got there instantly, and were nearly mad, while several virtuous citizens at the table were in deadly peril of choking themselves in their unnatural efforts to get rid of all the meat before these others came. They carried the umbrella by storm, however, and rushed in at the breach. The Honourable Elijah Pogram and Martin found themselves, after a severe struggle, side by side, as they might have come together in the pit of a London theatre, and for 4 whole minutes afterwards Pogram was snapping up great blocks of everything he could get hold of, like a raven. When he had taken this unusually protracted dinner, he began to talk to Martin, and begged him not to have the least delicacy in speaking with perfect freedom to him, for he was a calm philosopher, which Martin was extremely glad to hear, for he had begun to speculate on Elijah being a disciple of that other school of republican philosophy, whose noble sentiments are carved with knives upon a pupil's body, and written, not with pen and ink, but with tar and feathers. 'What do you think of my countrymen who are present, sir?' inquired Elijah Pogram. 'Oh, very pleasant,' said Martin. They were a very pleasant party. No man had spoken a word. Every one had been intent, as usual, on his own private gorging, and the greater part of the company were decidedly dirty feeders. The Honourable Elijah Pogram looked at Martin as if he thought, 'You don't mean that, I know,' and he was soon confirmed in this opinion. Sitting opposite them was a gentleman in a high state of tobacco, who wore quite a little beard composed of the overflowing of that weed, as they had dried about his mouth and chin, so common an ornament that it would have scarcely attracted Martin's observation, but that this good citizen, burning to assert his equality against all comers, sucked his knife for some moments, and made a cut with it at the butter, just as Martin was in the act of taking some. There was a juiciness about the deed that might have sickened a scavenger. When Elijah Pogram, to whom this was an everyday incident, saw that Martin put the plate away and took no butter, he was quite delighted, and said, 'Well, the morbid hatred of you British to the institutions of our country is astonishing.' 'Upon my life,' cried Martin in his turn, 'this is the most wonderful community that ever existed. A man deliberately makes a hog of himself, and THAT's an institution.' 'We have no time to acquire forms, sir,' said Elijah Pogram. 'Acquire!' cried Martin. 'But it's not a question of acquiring anything. It's a question of losing the natural politeness of a savage, and that instinctive good breeding which admonishes one man not to offend and disgust another. Don't you think that that man over the way, for instance, naturally knows better, but considers it a very fine and independent thing to be a brute in small matters? He is a native of our country, and is naturally bright and spry, of course,' said Mr Pogram. 'Now observe what this comes to, Mr Pogram,' pursued Martin. 'The mass of your countrymen begin by stubbornly neglecting little social observances which have nothing to do with gentility, custom, usage, government, or country, but are acts of common, decent, natural, human politeness. You abet them in this by resenting all attacks upon their social offences as if they were beautiful national features. From disregarding small obligations, they come in regular course to disregard great ones, and so refuse to pay their debts. What they may do, or what they may refuse to do next, I don't know, but any man may see, if he will, that it will be something following in natural succession, and a part of one growth which is rotten at the root. The mind of Mr Pogram was too philosophical to see this, so they went on deck again, where, resuming his former post, he chewed until he was in a lethargic state, amounting to insensibility. After a weary voyage of several days, they came again to that same wharf where Mark had been so nearly left behind on the night of starting for Eden. Captain Kedgick, the landlord, was standing there, and was greatly surprised to see them coming from the boat. 'Why, what in tarnal!' cried the captain. 'Well, I do admire this, I do.' 'We can stay at your house until tomorrow, captain, I suppose?' said Martin. 'I reckon you can stay there for a 12-month if you like,' retorted Kedgick coolly. 'But our people won't be best like your coming back.' 'Won't like it, Captain Kedgick?' said Martin. 'They did expect you was a going to settle,' Kedgick answered, as he shook his head. 'They've been a took in, you can't deny.' 'What do you mean?' cried Martin. 'You did not have received 'em,' said the captain. 'No, you didn't.' 'My good friend,' returned Martin, 'did I want to receive them? Was it any act of mine? Didn't you tell me they would rile up, and that I should be flayed like a wild cat, and threaten all kinds of vengeance if I didn't receive them?' 'I don't know about that,' returned the captain, 'but when our people's frills is out, they're starched up pretty stiff, I tell you.' With that he fell into the rear to walk with Mark, while Martin and Elijah Pogram went on to the National. 'We've come back alive, you see,' said Mark. 'It ain't the thing I did expect,' the captain grumbled. 'A man ain't got no right to be a public man unless he meets the public views. Our fashionable people wouldn't have attended his levee if they had knowed it.' Nothing mollified the captain, who persisted in taking it very ill that they had not both died in Eden. The boarders at the National felt strongly on the subject too, but it happened by good fortune that they had not much time to think about this grievance, for it was suddenly determined to pounce upon the Honourable Elijah Pogram and give him a levee forthwith. As the general evening meal of the house was over before the arrival of the boat, Martin, Mark, and Pogram were taking tea and fixings at the public table by themselves, when the deputation entered to announce this honour, consisting of 6 gentlemen boarders and a very shrill boy. 'Sir,' said the spokesman. 'Mr Pogram,' cried the shrill boy. The spokesman, thus reminded of the shrill boy's presence, introduced him. 'Dr Ginery Dunkle, sir, a gentleman of great poetical elements. He has recently joined us here, sir. It is an acquisition to us, sir, I do assure you. Yes, sir. Mr Jodd, sir. Mr Izzard, sir. Mr Julius Bibbs, sir.' 'Julius Washington Merryweather Bibbs,' said the gentleman himself to himself. 'I beg your pardon, sir. Excuse me. Mr Julius Washington Merryweather Bibbs, sir. A gentleman in the lumber line, sir, and much esteemed. Colonel Groper, sir. Professor Piper, sir. My own name, sir, is Oscar Buffum.' Each man took one slide forward as he was named, butted at the Honourable Elijah Pogram with his head, shook hands, and slid back again. The introductions being completed, the spokesman resumed. 'Sir, Mr Pogram,' cried the shrill boy. 'Perhaps,' said the spokesman with a hopeless look, 'you will be so good, Dr Ginery Dunkle, as to charge yourself with the execution of our little office, sir.' There was nothing the shrill boy desired more. He immediately stepped forward. 'Mr Pogram, sir, a handful of your fellow citizens, sir, hearing of your arrival at the National Hotel, and feeling the patriotic character of your public services, wish, sir, to have the gratification of beholding you and mixing with you, sir, and unbending with you, sir, in these moments which—' 'Are,' suggested Buffum, 'which are so particularly the lot, sir, of our great and happy country.' 'Hear!' cried Colonel Groper in a loud voice. 'Good! Hear him! Good! And therefore, sir,' pursued the doctor, 'they request, as a mark of their respect, the honour of your company at a little levee, sir, in the ladies' ordinary at 8 o'clock. Mr Pogram bowed and said, 'Fellow countrymen.' 'Good!' cried the colonel. 'Hear him! Good!' Mr Pogram bowed to the colonel individually, and then resumed. 'Your approbation of my labours in the common cause goes to my heart. At all times and in all places, in the ladies' ordinary, my friends, and in the battlefield.' 'Good! Very good! Hear him! Hear him!' said the colonel. 'The name of Pogram will be proud to join you, and may it, my friends, be written on my tomb, he was a member of the Congress of our common country, and was active in his trust.' 'The committee, sir,' said the shrill boy, 'will wait upon you at 5 minutes afore 8. I take my leave, sir.' Mr Pogram shook hands with him and everybody else once more, and when they came back again at 5 minutes before 8, they said one by one in a melancholy voice, 'How do you do, sir? and then shook hands with Mr Pogram all over again, as if he had been abroad for 12 months in the meantime, and they met now at a funeral. But by this time Mr Pogram had freshened himself up, and had composed his hair and features after the Pogram statue, so that any one with half an eye might cry out, "There he is!" as he delivered the defiance. The committee were embellished also, and when they entered the ladies' ordinary in a body, there was much clapping of hands from ladies and gentlemen, accompanied by cries of "Pogram! Pogram!" and some standing on chairs to see him. The object of the popular caress looked round the room as he walked up it, and smiled, at the same time observing to the shrill boy that he knew something of the beauty of the daughters of their common country, but had never seen it in such lustre and perfection as at that moment, which the shrill boy put in the paper next day, to Elijah Pogram's great surprise. "We will request you, sir, if you please," said Buffum, laying hands on Mr Pogram as if he were taking his measure for a coat, "to stand up with your back agin the wall, right in the furthest corner, that there may be more room for our fellow citizens. If you could set your back right slap agin that curtain peg, sir, keeping your left leg everlastingly behind the stove, we should be fixed quite slick." Mr Pogram did as he was told, and wedged himself into such a little corner that the Pogram statue wouldn't have known him. The entertainments of the evening then began. Gentlemen brought ladies up, and brought themselves up, and brought each other up, and asked Elijah Pogram what he thought of this political question, and what he thought of that, and looked at him, and looked at one another, and seemed very unhappy indeed. The ladies on the chairs looked at Elijah Pogram through their glasses, and said audibly, "I wish he'd speak. Why don't he speak? Oh, do ask him to speak." And Elijah Pogram looked sometimes at the ladies, and sometimes elsewhere, delivering senatorial opinions as he was asked for them. But the great end and object of the meeting seemed to be, not to let Elijah Pogram out of the corner on any account. So there they kept him, hard and fast. A great bustle at the door in the course of the evening announced the arrival of some remarkable person, and immediately afterwards an elderly gentleman, much excited, was seen to precipitate himself upon the crowd, and battle his way towards the Honourable Elijah Pogram. Martin, who had found a snug place of observation in a distant corner, where he stood with Mark beside him, for he did not so often forget him now as formerly, though he still did sometimes, thought he knew this gentleman, but had no doubt of it when he cried as loud as he could, with his eyes starting out of his head, "Sir, Mrs Hominy!" "Lord bless that woman, Mark, she's turned up again." "Here she comes, sir," answered Mr Tapley. "Pogram knows her. A public character. Always got her eye upon her country, sir. If that there lady's husband is of my opinion, what a jolly old gentleman he must be." A lane was made, and Mrs Hominy, with the aristocratic stalk, the pocket handkerchief, the clasped hands, and the classical cap, came slowly up it in a procession of one. Mr Pogram testified emotions of delight on seeing her, and a general hush prevailed. For it was known that when a woman like Mrs Hominy encountered a man like Pogram, something interesting must be said. Their first salutations were exchanged in a voice too low to reach the impatient ears of the throng, but they soon became audible, for Mrs Hominy felt her position, and knew what was expected of her. Mrs H. was hard upon him at first, and put him through a rigid catechism of reference to a certain vote he had given, which she had found it necessary, as the mother of the modern Gracchi, to depreciate in a line by itself, set up expressly for the purpose in German text. But Mr Pogram, evading it by a well-timed allusion to the Star-Spangled Banner, which, it appeared, had the remarkable peculiarity of flouting the breeze whenever it was hoisted where the wind blew, she forgave him. They now enlarged on certain questions of tariff, commercial treaty, boundary, importation, and exportation with great effect, and Mrs Hominy not only talked, as the saying is, like a book, but actually did talk her own books, word for word. "My, what is this?" cried Mrs Hominy, opening a little note which was handed her by an excited gentleman usher. "Do tell! Oh, well, now, only think!" And then she read aloud as follows: "Two literary ladies present their compliments to the mother of the modern Gracchi, and claim her kind introduction, as their talented countrywoman, to the Honourable and distinguished Elijah Pogram."
whom the two LLs have often contemplated in the speaking marble of the soul-subduing Chiggle. On a verbal intimation from the mother of the M.G. that she will comply with the request of the two LLs, they will have the immediate pleasure of joining the galaxy assembled to do honour to the patriotic conduct of a pogrom. It may be another bond of union between the two LLs and the mother of the M.G. to observe that the two LLs are transcendental. Mrs. Hominy promptly rose and proceeded to the door, where she returned after a minute's interval with the two LLs, whom she led through the lane in the crowd, with all that stateliness of deportment which was so remarkably her own, up to the great Elijah Pogram. It was, as the shrill boy cried out in an ecstasy, quite the last scene from Coriolanus. One of the LLs wore a brown wig of uncommon size. Sticking on the forehead of the other by invisible means was a massive cameo, in size and shape like the raspberry tart which is ordinarily sold for a penny, representing on its front the Capitol at Washington. "Miss Toppet and Miss Codger," said Mrs. Hominy. "Codger is a lady so often mentioned in the English newspapers, I should think, sir," whispered Mark. "The oldest inhabitant as never remembers anything." "To be presented to a pogrom," said Miss Codger, "by a Hominy, indeed, a thrilling movement is in its impressiveness on what we call our feelings. But why we call them so, or why impressed they are, or if impressed they are at all, or if at all we are, or if there really is, gasping one, a pogrom or a hominy, or any active principle to which we give those titles, is a topic, spirit searching, light abandoned, much too vast to enter on at this unlooked for crisis. Mind and matter," said the lady in the wig, "glide swift of the vortex of immensity. Howls the sublime, and softly sleeps the calm ideal in the whispering chambers of imagination. To hear it, sweet it is; but then out laughs the stern philosopher, and saith to the grotesque, What ho! Arrest me for that agency. Go, bring it here, and so the vision fadeth." After this, they both took Mr. Pogram by the hand, and pressed it to their lips as a patriotic palm. That homage paid, the mother of the modern Gracchi called for chairs, and the three literary ladies went to work in earnest to bring poor Pogram out and make him show himself in all his brilliant colours. How Pogram got out of his depth instantly, and how the three LLs were never in theirs, is a piece of history not worth recording. Suffice it, that being all four out of their depths, and all unable to swim, they splashed upwards in all directions, and floundered about famously. On the whole, it was considered to have been the severest mental exercise ever heard in the National Hotel. Tears stood in the shrill boy's eyes several times, and the whole company observed that their heads ached with the effort, as well they might. When at last it became necessary to release Elijah Pogram from the corner, and the committee saw him safely back again to the next room, they were fervent in their admiration. "Which," said Mr. Buffon, "must have a vent, or it will burst. To you, Mr. Pogram, I am grateful. Towards you, sir, I am inspired with lofty veneration, and with deep emotion. The sentiment to which I would propose to give expression, sir, is this: May you ever be as firm, sir, as your marble statter. May it ever be as great a terror to its enemies as you." There is some reason to suppose that it was rather terrible to its friends, being a statue of the elevated or goblin school, in which the Honourable Elijah Pogram was represented as in a very high wind, with his hair all standing on end, and his nostrils blown wide open. But Mr. Pogram thanked his friend and countryman for the aspiration to which he had given utterance, and the committee, after another solemn shaking of hands, retired to bed, except the doctor, who immediately repaired to the newspaper office, and there wrote a short poem, suggested by the events of the evening, beginning with 14 stars, and headed "A Fragment," suggested by witnessing the Honourable Elijah Pogram engaged in a philosophical disputation with three of Columbia's fairest daughters, by Dr. Ginnery Dunkel of Troy. If Pogram was as glad to get to bed as Martin was, he must have been well rewarded for his labours. They started off again the next day, Martin and Mark previously disposing of their goods to the storekeepers of whom they had purchased them, for anything they would bring, and were fellow travellers to within a short distance of New York. When Pogram was about to leave them, he grew thoughtful,
and after pondering for some time, took Martin aside. 'We are going to part, sir,' said Pogram. 'Pray don't distress yourself,' said Martin. 'We must bear it.' 'It ain't that, sir,' returned Pogram. 'Not at all. But I should wish you to accept a copy of my oration.' 'Thank you,' said Martin. 'You are very good. I shall be most happy.' 'It ain't quite that, sir, neither,' resumed Pogram. 'Are you bold enough to introduce a copy into your country?' 'Certainly,' said Martin. 'Why not?' 'Its sentiments are strong, sir,' hinted Pogram darkly. 'That makes no difference,' said Martin. 'I'll take a dozen if you like.' 'No, sir,' retorted Pogram. 'Not a dozen. That is more than I require. If you are content to run the hazard, sir, here is one for your Lord Chancellor,' producing it, 'and one for your principal Secretary of State. I should wish them to see it, sir, as expressing what my opinions are, that they may not plead ignorance at a future time. But don't get into danger, sir, on my account.' 'There is not the least danger, I assure you,' said Martin. So he put the pamphlets in his pocket, and they parted. Mr Bevan had written in his letter that at a certain time, which fell out happily just then, he would be at a certain hotel in the city, anxiously expecting to see them. To this place they repaired without a moment's delay. They had the satisfaction of finding him within, and of being received by their good friend with his own warmth and heartiness. 'I am truly sorry and ashamed,' said Martin, 'to have begged of you. But look at us, see what we are, and judge to what we are reduced.' 'So far from claiming to have done you any service,' returned the other, 'I reproach myself with having been unwittingly the original cause of your misfortunes. I no more suppose that you would go to Eden on such representations as you received, or indeed that you would do anything but be dispossessed by the readiest means of your idea that fortunes were so easily made here, than I thought of going to Eden myself. The fact is, I close with the thing in a mad and sanguine manner,' said Martin, 'and the less said about it the better for me. Mark here hadn't a voice in the matter.' 'Well, but he hadn't a voice in any other matter, had he?' returned Mr Bevan, laughing, with an air that showed his understanding of Mark and Martin too. 'Not a very powerful one, I'm afraid,' said Martin, with a blush. 'But live and learn, Mr Bevan. Nearly die and learn. We learnt the quicker.' 'Now,' said their friend, 'about your plans. You mean to return home at once?' 'Oh, I think so,' returned Martin hastily, for he turned pale at the thought of any other suggestion. 'That is your opinion too, I hope?' 'Unquestionably. For I don't know why you ever came here, though it's not such an unusual case. I'm sorry to say that we need go any further into that. You don't know that the ship in which you came over with our friend General Fladdock is in port, of course?' 'Indeed!' said Martin. 'Yes, and is advertised to sail tomorrow.' This was tempting news, but tantalizing too, for Martin knew that his getting any employment on board a ship of that class was hopeless. The money in his pocket would not pay 1/4 of the sum he had already borrowed, and if it had been enough for their passage money, he could hardly have resolved to spend it. He explained this to Mr Bevan, and stated what their project was. 'Why, that's as wild as Eden, every bit,' returned his friend. 'You must take your passage like a Christian, at least like a Christian as a fore-cabin passenger can, and owe me a few more dollars than you intend. If Mark will go down to the ship and see what passengers there are, and finds that you can go in her without being actually suffocated, my advice is, go. You and I will look about us in the meantime. We won't call at the Norrises unless you like, and we will all three dine together in the afternoon.' Martin had nothing to express but gratitude, and so it was arranged. But he went out of the room after Mark, and advised him to take their passage in the Screw, though they lay upon the bare deck, which Mr Tapley, who needed no entreaty on the subject, readily promised to do. When he and Martin met again and were alone, he was in high spirits, and evidently had something to communicate, in which he gloried very much. 'I've done Mr Bevan, sir,' said Mark. 'Done Mr Bevan?' repeated Martin. 'The cook of the Screw went and got married yesterday, sir,' said Mr Tapley. Martin looked at him for further explanation. 'And when I got on board, the word was passed that it was me,' said Mark. 'The mate, he comes and asked me whether I'd engaged to take this said cook's place upon the passage home. For you're used to it, he says. You were always a cooking for everybody on your passage out.' 'And so I was,' said Mark, 'although I never cooked before, I'll take my oath.' 'What did you say?' demanded Martin. 'Say!' cried Mark. 'I'd take anything I could get.' 'If that's so,' says the mate, 'why bring a glass of rum,' which they brought according. "And my wages, sir," said Mark in a high glee, "pays your passage, and I've put the rolling pin in your berth to take it. It's the easy one up in the corner. And there we are! Rule Britannia, and Britain strike home!" "There never was such a good fellow as you are!" cried Martin, seizing him by the hand. "But what do you mean by doing Mr Bevan, Mark?" "Why, don't you see?" said Mark. "We don't tell him, you know. We take his money, but we don't spend it, and we don't keep it. What we do is, write him a little note, explaining this engagement, and roll it up and leave it at the bar, to be given him after we're gone. Don't you see?" Martin's delight at this idea was not inferior to Mark's. It was all done as he proposed. They passed a cheerful evening, slept at the hotel, left the letter as arranged, and went off to the ship betimes next morning, with such light hearts as the weight of their past miseries engendered. "Good bye, 100,000 times good bye," said Martin to their friend. "How shall I remember all your kindnesses? How shall I ever thank you?" "If you ever become a rich man, or a powerful one," returned his friend, "you shall try to make your government more careful of its subjects when they roam abroad to live. Tell it what you know of emigration in your own case, and impress upon it how much suffering may be prevented with a little pains. Cheerily, lads, cheerily. Anchor weighed, the ship in full sail, her sturdy bowsprit pointing true to England. America a cloud upon the sea behind them." "Why, Cook, what are you thinking of so steadily?" said Martin. "Why, I was a thinking, sir," returned Mark, "that if I was a painter, and was called upon to paint the American eagle, how should I do it?" "Paint it as like an eagle as you could, I suppose." "No," said Mark, "that wouldn't do for me, sir. I should want to draw it like a bat, for its short sightedness; like a bantam, for its bragging; like a magpie, for its honesty; like a peacock, for its vanity; like a ostrich, for putting its head in the mud and thinking nobody sees it; and like a phoenix, for its power of springing up from the ashes of its faults and vices, and soaring up anew into the sky," said Martin. "Well, Mark, let us hope so." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arriving in England, Martin witnesses a ceremony from which he derives the cheering information that he has not been forgotten in his absence. It was midday, and high water in the English port for which the Screw was bound, when, borne in gallantly upon the fullness of the tide, she let go her anchor in the river. Bright as the scene was, fresh and full of motion, airy, free, and sparkling, it was nothing to the life and exultation in the breasts of the two travellers at sight of the old churches, roofs, and darkened chimney stacks of home. The distant roar that swelled up hoarsely from the busy streets was music in their ears. The lines of people gazing from the wharves were friends held dear. The canopy of smoke that overhung the town was brighter and more beautiful to them than if the richest silks of Persia had been waving in the air. And though the water, going on its glistening track, turned ever and again aside to dance and sparkle round great ships, and heave them up, and leapt from the blades of oars a shower of diving diamonds, and wantoned with the idle boats, and swiftly passed in many a sportive chase through obdurate old rings set deep into the stonework of the quays, not even it was half so buoyant and so restless as their fluttering hearts, when yearning to set foot once more on native ground. A year had passed since these same spires and roofs had faded from their eyes. It seemed to them a dozen years. Some trifling changes here and there they called to mind, and wondered that they were so few and slight. In health and fortune, prospect and resource, they came back poorer men than they had gone away. But it was home, and though home is a name, a word, it is a strong one, stronger than magician ever spoke, or spirit answered to in strongest conjuration. Being set ashore with very little money in their pockets, and no definite plan of operation in their heads, they sought out a cheap tavern, where they regaled upon a smoking steak and certain flowing mugs of beer, as only men just landed from the sea can revel in the generous dainties of the earth. When they had feasted, as two grateful tempered giants might have done, they stirred the fire, drew back the glowing curtain from the window, and each making a sofa for himself by the union of the great unwieldy chairs, gazed blissfully into the street. Even the street was made a fairy street by being half hidden in an atmosphere of steak and strong stout stand-up English beer, for on the window glass hung such a mist that Mr Tapley was obliged to rise and wipe it with his handkerchief before the passengers appeared like common mortals, and even then a spiral little cloud went curling up from their 2 glasses of hot grog, which nearly hid them from each other. It was one of those unaccountable little rooms which are never seen anywhere but in a tavern, and are supposed to have got into taverns by the reason of the facilities afforded to the architect for getting drunk while engaged in their construction. It had more corners in it than the brains of an obstinate man, was full of mad closets into which nothing could be put that was not specially invented and made for that purpose, had mysterious shelvings and bulkheads, and indications of staircases in the ceiling, and was elaborately provided with a bell that rung in the room itself about 2 feet from the handle, and had no connection whatever with any other part of the establishment. It was a little below the pavement, and abutted close upon it, so that passengers grated against the window panes with their buttons, and scraped it with their baskets, and fearful boys suddenly coming between a thoughtful gust and the light, derided him or put out their tongues as if he were a physician, or made white knobs on the ends of their noses by flattening the same against the glass, and vanished away like spectres. Martin and Mark sat looking at the people as they passed, debating every now and then what their first step should be. 'We want to see Miss Mary, of course,' said Mark. 'Of course,' said Martin, 'but I don't know where she is, not having had the heart to write in our distress. You yourself thought silence most advisable, and consequently never having heard from her since we left New York the first time, I don't know where she is, my good fellow.' 'My opinion is, sir,' returned Mark, 'that what we've got to do is to travel straight to the Dragon. There's no need for you to go there, where you're known, unless you like. You may stop 10 miles short of it. I'll go on. Mrs Lupin will tell me all the news. Mr Pinch will give me every information that we want, and right glad Mr Pinch will be to do it. My proposal is to set off walking this afternoon, to stop when we are tired, to get a lift when we can, to walk when we can't, to do it at once, and do it cheap.' 'Unless we do it cheap, we shall have some difficulty in doing it at all,' said Martin, pulling out the bank and telling it over in his hand. 'The greater reason for losing no time, sir,' replied Mark. 'Whereas when you've seen the young lady, and know what state of mind the old gentleman's in, and all about it, then you'll know what to do next.' 'No doubt,' said Martin. 'You are quite right.' They were raising their glasses to their lips when their hands stopped midway, and their gaze was arrested by a figure which slowly, very slowly, and reflectively passed the window at that moment. Mr Pecksniff, placid, calm, but proud, honestly proud, dressed with peculiar care, smiling even with more than usual blandness, pondering on the beauties of his art with a mild abstraction from all sordid thoughts, and gently travelling across the disc as if he were a figure in a magic lantern. As Mr Pecksniff passed, a person coming in the opposite direction stopped to look after him, with great interest and respect, almost with veneration; and the landlord, bouncing out of the house as if he had seen him too, joined this person and spoke to him, and shook his head gravely, and looked after Mr Pecksniff likewise. Martin and Mark sat staring at each other as if they could not believe it, but there stood the landlord and the other man still. In spite of the indignation which this glimpse of Mr Pecksniff had inspired in him, Martin could not help laughing heartily. Neither could Mark. 'We must inquire into this,' said Martin. 'Ask the landlord in, Mark.' Mr Tapley retired for that purpose, and immediately returned with their large-headed host in safe convoy. 'Pray, landlord,' said Martin, 'who is that gentleman who passed just now, and to whom you were looking after?' The landlord poked the fire, as if, in his desire to make the most of his answer, he had become indifferent even to the price of coals, and putting his hands in his pockets, said, after inflating himself to give still further effect to his reply: 'That gentleman is the great Mr Pecksniff, the celebrated architect, gentlemen.' He looked from one to the other while he said it, as if he were ready to assist the first man who might be overcome by the intelligence. 'The great Mr Pecksniff, the celebrated architect, gentlemen,' said the landlord, 'has come down here to help lay the first stone of a new and splendid public building.' 'Is it to be built from his designs?' asked Martin.
The great Mr Pecksniff, the celebrated architect, gentlemen,' returned the landlord, who seemed to have an unspeakable delight in the repetition of these words, 'carried off the first premium, and will erect the building.' 'Who lays the stone?' asked Martin. 'Our member has come down express,' returned the landlord. 'No scrubs would do for such a purpose. Nothing less would satisfy our directors than our member in the House of Commons, who is returned upon the gentlemanly interest.' 'Which interest is that?' asked Martin. 'What, don't you know?' returned the landlord. It was quite clear the landlord didn't. They always told him at election time that it was the gentlemanly side, and he immediately put on his top boots and voted for it. 'When does the ceremony take place?' asked Martin. 'This day,' replied the landlord. Then pulling out his watch, he added impressively, 'almost this minute.' Martin hastily inquired whether there was any possibility of getting in to witness it, and finding that there would be no objection to the admittance of any decent person, unless indeed the ground were full, hurried off with Mark as hard as they could go. They were fortunate enough to squeeze themselves into a famous corner on the ground, where they could see all that passed, without much dread of being beheld by Mr Pecksniff in return. They were not a minute too soon, for as they were in the act of congratulating each other, a great noise was heard at some distance, and everybody looked towards the gate. Several ladies prepared their pocket handkerchiefs for waving, and a stray teacher belonging to the charity school, being much cheered by mistake, was immensely groaned at when detected. 'Perhaps he has Tom Pinch with him,' Martin whispered to Mr Tapley. 'It would be rather too much of a treat for him, wouldn't it, sir?' whispered Mr Tapley in return. There was no time to discuss the probabilities either way, for the charity school, in clean linen, came filing in two and two, so much to the self approval of all the people present who didn't subscribe to it, that many of them shed tears. A band of music followed, led by a conscientious drummer who never left off. Then came a great many gentlemen with wands in their hands and bows on their breasts, whose share in the proceedings did not appear to be distinctly laid down, and who trod upon each other, and blocked up the entry for a considerable period. These were followed by the mayor and corporation, all clustering round the member for the gentlemanly interest, who had the great Mr Pecksniff, the celebrated architect, on his right hand, and conversed with him familiarly as they came along. Then the ladies waved their handkerchiefs, and the gentlemen their hats, and the charity children shrieked, and the member for the gentlemanly interest bowed. Silence being restored, the member for the gentlemanly interest rubbed his hands and wagged his head and looked about him pleasantly. There was nothing this member did, at which some lady or other did not burst into an ecstatic waving of her pocket handkerchief. When he looked up at the stone, they said how graceful. When he peeped into the hole, they said how condescending. When he chatted with the mayor, they said how easy. When he folded his arms, they cried with one accord, how statesmanlike. Mr Pecksniff was observed too, closely. When he talked to the mayor, they said, oh really, what a courtly man he was. When he laid his hand upon the mason's shoulder, giving him directions, how pleasant his demeanour to the working classes. Just the sort of man who made their toil a pleasure to them. Poor dear souls. But now a silver trowel was brought, and when the member for the gentlemanly interest, tucking up his coat sleeve, did a little sleight of hand with the mortar, the air was rent, so loud was the applause. The workmanlike manner in which he did it was amazing. No one could conceive where such a gentlemanly creature could have picked the knowledge up. When he had made a kind of dirt pie under the direction of the mason, they brought a little vase containing coins, the which the member for gentlemanly interest jingled as if he were going to conjure. Whereat they said how droll, how cheerful, what a flow of spirits. This put into its place, an ancient scholar read the inscription, which was in Latin, not in English, that would never do. It gave great satisfaction, especially every time there was a good long substantive in the third declension, ablative case, with an adjective to match, at which periods the assembly became very tender and were much affected. And now the stone was lowered down into its place, amidst the shouting of the concourse. When it was firmly fixed, the member for the gentlemanly interest struck upon it thrice with the handle of the trowel, as if inquiring with a touch of humour whether anybody was at home. Mr Pecksniff then unrolled his plans, prodigious plans they were, and people gathered round to look at them and admire them. Martin, who had been fretting himself, quite unnecessarily as Mark thought, during the whole of these proceedings, could no longer restrain his impatience, but stepping forward among several others, looked straight over the shoulder of the unconscious Mr Pecksniff at the designs and plans he had unrolled. He returned to Mark, boiling with rage. 'Why, what's the matter, sir?' cried Mark. 'Matter? This is MY building.' 'Your building, sir?' said Mark. 'My grammar school. I invented it. I did it all. He has only put 4 windows in, the villain, and spoilt it.' Mark could hardly believe it at first, but being assured that it was really so, actually held him to prevent his interference foolishly until his temporary heat was past. In the meantime, the member addressed the company on the gratifying deed which he had just performed. He said that since he had sat in Parliament to represent the gentlemanly interest of that town, and he might add the lady interest, he hoped, besides pocket handkerchiefs, it had been his pleasant duty to come among them and to raise his voice on their behalf in another place, pocket handkerchiefs and laughter, often. But he had never come among them, and had never raised his voice with half such pure, such deep, such unalloyed delight as now. 'The present occasion,' he said, 'will ever be memorable to me, not only for the reasons I have assigned, but because it has afforded me an opportunity of becoming personally known to a gentleman,' and here he pointed the trowel at Mr Pecksniff, who was greeted with vociferous cheering, and laid his hand upon his heart, 'to a gentleman who, I am happy to believe, will reap both distinction and profit from this field, whose fame had previously penetrated to me, as to whose ears has it not, but whose intellectual countenance I never had the distinguished honour to behold until this day, and whose intellectual conversation I had never before the improving pleasure to enjoy.' Everybody seemed very glad of this, and applauded more than ever. 'But I hope, my honourable friend,' said the gentlemanly member, 'of course,' he added, 'if you will allow me to call him so, and of course,' Mr Pecksniff bowed, 'will give me many opportunities of cultivating the knowledge of him, and that I may have the extraordinary gratification of reflecting in after time that I laid on this day the 2 first stones, both belonging to structures which will last my life.' Great cheering again. All this time Martin was cursing Mr Pecksniff up hill and down dale. 'My friends,' said Mr Pecksniff in reply, 'my duty is to build, not speak; to act, not talk; to deal with marble, stone, and brick, not language. I am very much affected. God bless you.' This address, pumped out apparently from Mr Pecksniff's very heart, brought the enthusiasm to its highest pitch. The pocket handkerchiefs were waved again. The charity children were admonished to grow up Pecksniffs, every boy among them. The corporation, gentlemen with wands, members for the gentlemanly interest, all cheered for Mr Pecksniff. 3 cheers for Mr Pecksniff. 3 more for Mr Pecksniff. 3 more for Mr Pecksniff. Gentlemen, if you please, 1 more, gentlemen, for Mr Pecksniff, and let it be a good one to finish with. In short, Mr Pecksniff was supposed to have done a great work, and was very kindly, courteously, and generously rewarded. When the procession moved away, and Martin and Mark were left almost alone upon the ground, his merits and a desire to acknowledge them formed the common topic. He was only second to the gentlemanly member. 'Compare the fellow's situation to-day with ours,' said Martin bitterly. 'Lord bless you, sir,' cried Mark, 'what's the use? Some architects are clever at making foundations, and some architects are clever at building on them when they're made. But it'll all come right in the end, sir. It'll all come right.' 'And in the meantime,' began Martin. 'In the meantime, as you say, sir, we have a deal to do, and far to go. So sharp's the word, and jolly.' 'You are the best master in the world, Mark,' said Martin, 'and I will not be a bad scholar if I can help it. I am resolved. So come, best foot foremost, old fellow.' End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tom Pinch departs to seek his fortune. What he finds at starting. Oh, what a different town Salisbury was in Tom Pinch's eyes, to be sure, when the substantial Pecksniff of his heart melted away into an idle dream. He possessed the same faith in the wonderful shops, the same intensified appreciation of the mystery and wickedness of the place, made the same exalted estimate of its wealth, population, and resources, and yet it was not like the old city, nor anything like it. He walked into the market while they were getting breakfast ready for him at the inn, and though it was the same market as of old, crowded by the same buyers and sellers, brisk with the same business, noisy with the same confusion of tongues and cluttering of fowls and coops, fair with the same display of rolls of butter, newly made, set forth in linen, cloths of dazzling whiteness, green with the same fresh snow of dewy vegetables, dainty with the same array on higglers' baskets of small shaving glasses, laces, braces, trouser straps, and hardware, savoury with the same unstinted show of delicate pigs' feet, and pies made precious by the pork that had once walked upon them. Still it was strangely changed to Tom, for in the centre of the market place he missed a statue he had set up there, as in all other places of his personal resort, and it looked cold and bare without that ornament. The change lay no deeper than this, for Tom was far from being sage enough to know that, having been disappointed in one man, it would have been a strictly rational and eminently wise proceeding to have revenged himself upon mankind in general, by mistrusting them one and all. Indeed, this piece of justice, although it is upheld by the authority of divers profound poets and honourable men, bears a near resemblance to the justice of that good vizier in the 1001 Nights, who issues orders for the destruction of all the porters in Baghdad, because one of that unfortunate fraternity is supposed to have misconducted himself, than to any logical, not say Christian, system of conduct known to the world in later times. Tom had so long been used to steep the Pecksniff of his fancy in his tea, and spread him out upon his toast, and take him as relish with his beer, that he made but a poor breakfast on the first morning after his expulsion. Nor did he much improve his appetite for dinner by seriously considering his own affairs, and taking counsel thereon with his friend the organist's assistant. The organist's assistant gave it as his decided opinion that whatever Tom did, he must go to London, for there was no place like it, which may be true in the main, though hardly perhaps in itself a sufficient reason for Tom's going there. But Tom had thought of London before, and had coupled with it the thoughts of his sister and of his old friend John Westlock, whose advice he naturally felt disposed to seek in this important crisis of his fortunes. To London, therefore, he resolved to go, and he went away to the coach office at once to secure his place. The coach being already full, he was obliged to postpone his departure until the next night. But even this circumstance had its bright side as well as its dark one, for though it threatened to reduce his poor purse with unexpected country charges, it afforded him an opportunity of writing to Mrs Lupin, and appointing his box to be brought to the old finger post at the old time, which would enable him to take that treasure with him to the metropolis, and save the expense of its carriage. So, said Tom, comforting himself, it's very nearly as broad as it's long. And it cannot be denied that when he had made up his mind to even this extent, he felt an unaccustomed sense of freedom, a vague and indistinct impression of holiday making, which was very luxurious. He had his moments of depression and anxiety, and they were, with good reason, pretty numerous. But still it was wonderfully pleasant to reflect that he was his own master, and could plan and scheme for himself. It was startling, thrilling, vastly difficult to understand. It was a stupendous truth, teeming with responsibility and self-distrust. But in spite of all his cares, it gave a curious relish to the viands at the inn, and interposed a dreamy haze between him and his prospects, in which they sometimes showed to magical advantage. In this unsettled state of mind, Tom went once more to bed in the low four-poster, to the same immovable surprise of the effigies of the former landlord and the fat ox, and in this condition passed the whole of the succeeding day. When the coach came round at last, with London blazoned in letters of gold upon the boot, it gave Tom such a turn that he was half disposed to run away. But he didn't do it, for he took his seat upon the box instead, and looking down upon the four greys, felt as if he were another grey himself, or, at all events, a part of the turnout, and was quite confused by the novelty and splendour of his situation. And really it might have confused a less modest man than Tom to find himself sitting next to that coachman. For all of the swells that ever flourished a whip professionally, he might have been elected emperor. He didn't handle his gloves like another man, but put them on, even when he was standing on the pavement, quite detached from the coach, as if the four greys were, somehow or other, at the ends of his fingers. It was the same with his hat. He did things with his hat which nothing but an unlimited knowledge of horses and the wildest freedom of the road could ever have made him perfect in. Valuable little parcels were brought to him with particular instructions, and he pitched them into his hat and stuck it on again, as if the laws of gravity did not admit of such an event as it being knocked off or blown off, and nothing like an accident could befall it. The guard too. 70 breezy miles a day were written in his very whiskers. His manners were a canter, his conversation a round trot. He was a fast coach upon a downhill turnpike road. He was all pace. A waggon couldn't have moved slowly with that guard and his key bugle on the top of it. These were all foreshadowings of London, Tom thought, as he sat upon the box and looked about him. Such a coachman and such a guard could never have existed between Salisbury and any other place. The coach was none of your steady-going yokel coaches, but a swaggering, rakish, dissipated London coach, up all night and lying by all day, and leading a devil of a life. It cared no more for Salisbury than if it had been a hamlet. It rattled noisily through the best streets, defied the cathedral, took the worst corners sharpest, and went cutting in everywhere, making everything get out of its way, and spun along the open country road, blowing a lively defiance out of its key bugle as its last glad parting legacy. It was a charming evening, mild and bright, and even with the weight upon his mind which arose out of the immensity and uncertainty of London, Tom could not resist the captivating sense of rapid motion through the pleasant air. The four greys skimmed along as if they liked it quite as well as Tom did. The bugle was in as high spirits as the greys. The coachman chimed in sometimes with his voice. The wheels hummed cheerfully in unison. The brasswork on the harness was an orchestra of little bells, and thus as they went clinking, jingling, rattling smoothly on, the whole concern, from the buckles of the leaders, coupling reins to the handle of the hind boot, was one great instrument of music. Yo ho! Past hedges, gates, and trees, past cottages and barns, and people going home from work. Yo ho! Past donkey chaises, drawn aside into the ditch, and empty carts with rampant horses, whipped up at a bound on the little watercourse, and held by struggling carters close to the 5-barred gate, until the coach had passed the narrow turning in the road. Yo ho! By churches dropped down by themselves in quiet nooks, with rustic burial grounds about them, where the graves are green and daisies sleep, for it is evening, on the bosoms of the dead. Yo ho! Past streams in which the cattle cool their feet, and where the rushes grow. Past paddock fences, farms, and rickyards. Past last year's stacks, cut slice by slice away, and showing in the waning light like ruined gables, old and brown. Yo ho! Down the pebbly dip, through the merry water splash, and up at a canter to the level road again. Yo ho! Yo ho! Was the box there when they came up to the old finger post? The box was Mrs Lupin herself. Had she turned out magnificently as a hostess should, in her own chaise cart, and she was sitting in a mahogany chair, driving her own horse Dragon, who ought to have been called Dumpling, and looking lovely. Did the stage-coach pull up beside her, shaving her very wheel? And even while the guard helped her man up with the trunk, did he send the glad echoes of his bugle careering down the chimneys of the distant Pecksniff, as if the coach expressed his exultation in the rescue of Tom Pinch. "This is kind indeed," said Tom, bending down to shake hands with her. "I didn't mean to give you this trouble." "Trouble, Mr Pinch?" cried the hostess of the Dragon. "Well, it's a pleasure to you, I know," said Tom, squeezing her hand heartily. "Is there any news?" The hostess shook her head. "Say you saw me," said Tom, "and that I was very bold and cheerful, and not a bit downhearted, and that I entreated her to be the same, for all is certain to come right at last. Goodbye." "You'll write when you get settled, Mr Pinch," said Mrs Lupin. "When I get settled!" cried Tom, with an involuntary opening of his eyes. "Oh yes, I'll write when I get settled. Perhaps I'd better write before, because I might find that it takes a little time to settle myself, not having too much money, and only having one friend. I shall give your love to the friend, by the way. You were always great with Mr Westlock, you know. Goodbye." "Goodbye," said Mrs Lupin, hastily producing a basket with a long bottle sticking out of it. "Take this. Goodbye." "Do you want me to carry it to London for you?" cried Tom. She was already turning the chaise cart round. No, no,' said Mrs Lupin. 'It's only a little something for refreshment on the road. Sit fast, Jack. Drive on, sir. All right. Good bye.' She was a quarter of a mile off before Tom collected himself. Then he was waving his hand lustily, and so was she. 'And that's the last of the old finger posts,' thought Tom, straining his eyes, 'where I have so often stood to see this very coach go by, and where I have parted with so many companions. I used to compare this coach to some great monster that appeared at certain times to bear my friends away into the world, and now it's bearing me away to seek my fortune, Heaven knows where and how.' It made Tom melancholy to picture himself walking up the lane and back to Pecksniff's as of old; and being melancholy, he looked downwards at the basket on his knee, which he had for the moment forgotten. 'She is the kindest and most considerate creature in the world,' thought Tom. 'Now I know that she particularly told that man of hers not to look at me, on purpose to prevent my throwing him a shilling. I had it all ready for him all the time, and he never once looked towards me. Whereas that man naturally, for I knew him very well, could have done nothing but grin and stare. Upon my word, the kindness of people perfectly melts me.' Here he caught the coachman's eye. The coachman winked. 'Remarkable fine woman for her time of life,' said the coachman. 'I quite agree with you,' returned Tom. 'So she is.' 'Finer than many a young 'un, I mean to say,' observed the coachman. 'Eh?' 'Than many a young one,' Tom assented. 'I don't care for 'em myself when they're too young,' remarked the coachman. This was a matter of taste which Tom did not feel himself called upon to discuss. 'You'll seldom find 'em possessing the correct opinions about refreshment, for instance, when they're too young, you know,' said the coachman. 'A woman must have arrived at maturity before her mind's equal to coming provided with a basket like that.' 'Perhaps you would like to know what it contains?' said Tom, smiling. As the coachman only laughed, and as Tom was curious himself, he unpacked it and put the articles one by one upon the footboard. A cold roast fowl, a packet of ham in slices, a crusty loaf, a piece of cheese, a paper of biscuits, half a dozen apples, a knife, some butter, a screw of salt, and a bottle of old sherry. There was a letter besides, which Tom put in his pocket. The coachman was so earnest in his approval of Mrs Lupin's provident habits, and congratulated Tom so warmly on his good fortune, that Tom felt it necessary, for the lady's sake, to explain that the basket was a strictly platonic basket, and had merely been presented to him in the way of friendship. When he had made the statement with perfect gravity, for he felt it incumbent upon him to disabuse the mind of this lax rover of any incorrect impressions on the subject, he signified that he would be happy to share the gifts with him, and proposed that they should attack the basket in a spirit of good fellowship at any time in the course of the night which the coachman's experience and knowledge of the road might suggest as being best adapted to the purpose. From this time they chatted so pleasantly together, and although Tom knew infinitely more of unicorns than horses, the coachman informed his friend the guard at the end of the next stage, that rum as the box seat looked, he was as good a one to go, in point of conversation, as ever he'd wished to sit by. Yo ho, among the gathering shades, making of no account the deep reflections of the trees, but scampering on through light and darkness all the same, as if the light of London 50 miles away were quite enough to travel by, and some to spare. Yo ho, beside the village green, where cricket players linger yet, and every little indentation made in the fresh grass by bat or wicket, ball or player's foot, sheds out its perfume on the night. Away with 4 fresh horses from the bald-faced stag, where topers congregate about the door admiring, and the last team with the traces hanging loose go roaming off towards the pond, until observed and shouted after by a dozen throats, while volunteering boys pursued them, now with the clattering of hoofs, and striking out of fiery sparks across the old stone bridge, and down again into the shadowy road, and through the open gate, and far away, away into the world. Yo ho! Yo ho! Behind there! Stop that bugle for a moment. Come creeping over to the front along the coach roof, guard, and make one at this basket. Not that we slacken in our pace the while, not we. We'd rather put the bits of blood upon their metal, for the greater glory of the snack. Ah, it's long since this bottle of old wine was brought into contact with the mellow breath of night, you may depend, and rare good stuff it is to wet the bugler's whistle with. Only try it. Don't be afraid of turning up your finger, Bill. Another pull. Now take your breath, and try the bugle, Bill. There's music. There's a tone. Over the hills and far away. Indeed, yo ho! The skittish mare is all alive tonight. Yo ho, yo ho. See the bright moon, high up before we know it, making the earth reflect the objects on its breast like water. Hedges, trees, low cottages, church steeples, blighted stumps, and flourishing young slips, have all grown vain upon the sudden, and mean to contemplate their own fair images till morning. The poplars yonder rustle that their quivering leaves may see themselves upon the ground. Not so the oak. Trembling does not become him, and he watches himself in his stout old burly steadfastness, without the motion of a twig. The moss-grown gate, ill poised upon its creaking hinges, crippled and decayed, swings to and fro before its glass, like some fantastic dowager, while our own ghostly likeness travels on, yo ho, yo ho, through ditch and brake, upon the ploughed land and the smooth, along the steep hillside and steeper wall, as if it were a phantom hunter. Clouds too, and a mist upon the hollow, not a dull fog that hides it, but a light, airy, gauze-like mist, which in our eyes of modest admiration gives a new charm to the beauties it is spread before, as real gauze has done ere now and would again, so please you, though we were the Pope. Yo ho! Now we travel like the moon herself, hiding this minute in a grove of trees, next minute in a patch of vapour, emerging now upon our broad clear course, withdrawing now, but always dashing on. Our journey is a counterpart of hers. Yo ho! A match against the moon. The beauty of the night is hardly felt when day comes rushing up. Yo ho! 2 stages, and the country roads are almost changed to a continuous street. Yo ho! Past market gardens, rows of houses, villas, crescents, terraces, and squares, past waggons, coaches, carts, past early workmen, late stragglers, drunken men, and sober carriers of loads, past brick and mortar in its every shape, and in among the rattling pavements, where a jaunty seat upon a coach is not so easy to preserve. Yo ho! Down countless turnings, and through countless mazy ways, until an old inn-yard is gained, and Tom Pinch, getting down, quite stunned and giddy, is in London. 5 minutes before time, too,' said the driver, as he received his fee off Tom. 'Upon my word,' said Tom, 'I should not have minded very much if we had been 5 hours after it, for at this early hour I don't know where to go, or what to do with myself.' 'Don't they expect you, then?' inquired the driver. 'Who?' said Tom. 'Why, them,' returned the driver. His mind was so clearly running on the assumption of Tom's having come to town to see an extensive circle of anxious relations and friends, that it would have been pretty hard work to undeceive him. Tom did not try. He cheerfully evaded the subject, and going into the inn, fell fast asleep before a fire in one of the public rooms opening from the yard. When he awoke, the people in the house were all astir, so he washed and dressed himself, to his great refreshment after the journey, and it being by that time 8 o'clock, went forth at once to see his old friend John. John Westlock lived in Furnival's Inn, High Holborn, which was within 1/4 of an hour's walk of Tom's starting point, but seemed a long way off, by reason of his going 2 or 3 miles out of the straight road to make a short cut. When at last he arrived outside John's door, 2 stories up, he stood faltering with his hand upon the knocker, and trembled from head to foot, for he was rendered very nervous by the thought of having to relate what had fallen out between himself and Pecksniff, and he had a misgiving that John would exult fearfully in the disclosure. But it must be made, thought Tom, sooner or later. I had better get it over. Rat-tat. 'I am afraid that's not a London knock,' thought Tom. 'It didn't sound bold. Perhaps that's the reason why nobody answers the door.' It is quite certain that nobody came, and that Tom stood looking at the knocker, wondering whereabouts in the neighbourhood a certain gentleman resided who was roaring out to somebody, 'Come in,' with all his might. 'Oh, bless my soul,' thought Tom at last. 'Perhaps he lives here, and is calling to me. I never thought of that. Can I open the door from the outside, I wonder? Yes, to be sure I can.' To be sure he could, by turning the handle, and to be sure when he did turn it, the same voice came rushing out, crying, 'Why don't you come in? Come in, do you hear? What are you standing there for?' quite violently. Tom stepped from the little passage into the room from which these sounds proceeded, and had barely caught a glimpse of a gentleman in a dressing gown and slippers, with his boots beside him ready to put on, sitting at his breakfast with a newspaper in his hand, when the said gentleman, at the imminent hazard of oversetting his tea table, made a plunge at Tom and hugged him. 'Why, Tom, my boy!' cried the gentleman. 'Tom!' 'How glad I am to see you, Mr Westlock,' said Tom Pinch, shaking both his hands, and trembling more than ever. 'How kind you are!' 'Mr Westlock!' repeated John. 'What do you mean by that, Pinch? You have not forgotten my Christian name, I suppose?' 'No, John, no. I have not forgotten,' said Thomas Pinch. 'Good gracious me, how kind you are!' 'I never saw such a fellow in all my life!' cried John. 'What do you mean by saying THAT over and over again? What did you expect me to be, I wonder? Here, sit down, Tom, and be a reasonable creature. How are you, my boy? I am delighted to see you.' 'And I am delighted to see YOU,' said Tom. 'It's mutual, of course,' returned John. 'It always was, I hope. If I had known you had been coming, Tom, I would have something for breakfast. I would rather have such a surprise than the best breakfast in the world myself. But yours is another case, and I have no doubt you are as hungry as a hunter. You must make out as well as you can, Tom, and we'll recompense ourselves at dinner time. You take sugar, I know. I recollect the sugar at Pecksniff's. Ha, ha! How is Pecksniff? When did you come to town? Do begin at something or other, Tom. There are only scraps here, but they are not all bad. Boar's head potted. Try it, Tom. Make a beginning, whatever you do. What an old blade you are! I am delighted to see you.' While he delivered himself of these words in a state of great commotion, John was constantly running backwards and forwards to and from the closet, bringing out all sorts of things in pots, scooping extraordinary quantities of tea out of the caddy, dropping French rolls into his boots, pouring hot water over the butter, and making a variety of similar mistakes without disconcerting himself in the least. 'There!' said John, sitting down for the 50th time, and instantly starting up again to make some other addition to the breakfast. 'Now we're as well off as we're likely to be till dinner. And now let us have the news, Tom. Imprimis, how is Pecksniff?' 'I don't know how he is,' was Tom's grave answer. John Westlock put the teapot down and looked at him in astonishment. 'I don't know how he is,' said Thomas Pinch, 'and saving that I wish him no ill, I don't care. I have left him, John. I have left him for ever.' 'Voluntarily?' 'Why, no, for he dismissed me. But I had first found out that I was mistaken in him, and could not have remained with him under any circumstances. I grieve to say that you were right in your estimate of his character. It may be a ridiculous weakness, John, but it has been very painful and bitter to me to find this out, I do assure you.' Tom had no need to direct that appealing look towards his friend, in mild and gentle depreciation of his answering with a laugh. John Westlock would as soon have thought of striking him down upon the floor. 'It was all a dream of mine,' said Tom, 'and it's over. I'll tell you how it happened at some other time. Bear with my folly, John. I do not, just now, like to think or speak about it.' 'I swear to you, Tom,' returned his friend, with great earnestness of manner, after remaining silent for a few moments, 'that when I see, as I do now, how deeply you feel this, I don't know whether to be glad or sorry that you have made the discovery at last. I reproach myself with the thought that I ever jested on the subject. I ought to have known better.' 'My dear friend,' said Tom, extending his hand, 'it's very generous and gallant in you to receive me and my disclosure in this spirit. It makes me blush to think that I should have felt a moment's uneasiness as I came along. You can't think what a weight is lifted off my mind,' said Tom, taking up his knife and fork again, and looking very cheerful. 'I shall punish the boar's head dreadfully.' The host, thus reminded of his duties, instantly betook himself to piling up all kinds of irreconcilable and contradictory viands in Tom's plate. And a very capital breakfast Tom made, and very much the better for it, Tom felt. 'That's all right,' said John, after contemplating his visitor's proceedings with infinite satisfaction. 'Now about our plans. You're going to stay with me, of course. Where's your box?' 'It's at the inn,' said Tom. 'I didn't intend ' 'Never mind what you didn't intend,' John Westlock interposed. 'What you did intend is more to the purpose. You intended in coming here to ask my advice, did you not, Tom?' 'Certainly.' 'And to take it when I gave it to you?' 'Yes,' rejoined Tom, smiling, 'if it were good advice, which being yours I have no doubt it will be.' 'Very well. Then don't be an obstinate old humbug in the outset, Tom, or I shall shut up shop and dispense none of that invaluable commodity. You are on a visit to me. I wish I had an organ for you, Tom.' 'So do the gentlemen downstairs, and the gentlemen overhead, I have no doubt,' was Tom's reply. 'Let me see. In the first place, you will wish to see your sister this morning,' pursued his friend, 'and of course you will like to go there alone. I'll walk part of the way with you, and see about a little business of my own, and meet you here again in the afternoon. Put that in your pocket, Tom. It's the only key of the door. If you come home first, you'll want it. 'Really?' said Tom, quartering oneself upon a friend in this way. 'Why, there are two keys,' interposed John Westlock. 'I can't open the door with them both at once, can I?' 'What a ridiculous fellow you are, Tom! Nothing particular you'd like for dinner, is there?' 'Oh dear, no,' said Tom. 'Very well, then you may as well leave it to me. Have a glass of cherry brandy, Tom.' 'Not a drop.' 'What remarkable chambers these are!' said Pinch. 'There's everything in 'em.' 'Bless your soul, Tom, nothing but a few little bachelor contrivances, the sort of impromptu arrangements that might have suggested themselves to Philip Quarll or Robinson Crusoe. That's all. What do you say? Shall we walk?' 'By all means,' cried Tom, 'as soon as you like.' Accordingly, John Westlock took the French rolls out of his boots, and put his boots on, and dressed himself, giving Tom the paper to read in the meanwhile. When he returned, equipped for walking, he found Tom in a brown study with the paper in his hand. 'Dreaming, Tom?' 'No,' said Mr Pinch. 'No. I have been looking over the advertising sheet, thinking there might be something in it which would be likely to suit me. But as I often think, the strange thing seems to be that nobody is suited. Here are all kinds of employers wanting all sorts of servants, and all sorts of servants wanting all kinds of employers, and they never seem to come together. Here is a gentleman in a public office in a position of temporary difficulty, who wants to borrow £500, and in the very next advertisement here is another gentleman who has got exactly that sum to lend, but he'll never lend it to him, John, you'll find. Here is a lady possessing a moderate independence, who wants to board and lodge with a quiet, cheerful family, and here is a family describing themselves in those very words, a quiet, cheerful family, who want exactly such a lady to come and live with them. But she'll never go, John. Neither do any of these single gentlemen, who want an airy bedroom with the occasional use of a parlour, ever appear to come to terms with these other people who live in a rural situation remarkable for its bracing atmosphere, within 5 minutes' walk of the Royal Exchange. Even those letters of the alphabet who are always running away from their friends, and being entreated at the tops of columns to come back, never do come back. If we may judge from the number of times they are asked to do it and don't, it really seems,' said Tom, relinquishing the paper with a thoughtful sigh, 'as if people had the same gratification in printing their complaints as in making them known by word of mouth; as if they found it a comfort and a consolation to proclaim, "I want such and such a thing, and I can't get it, and I don't expect I ever shall." John Westlock laughed at the idea, and they went out together. So many years had passed since Tom was last in London, and he had known so little of it then, that his interest in all he saw was very great. He was particularly anxious, among other notorious localities, to have those streets pointed out to him which were appropriated to the slaughter of countrymen, and was quite disappointed to find, after half an hour's walking, that he hadn't had his pocket picked. But on John Westlock's inventing a pickpocket for his gratification, and pointing out a highly respectable stranger as one of that fraternity, he was much delighted. His friend accompanied him to within a short distance of Camberwell, and having put him beyond the possibility of mistaking the wealthy brass and copper founders, left him to make his visit. Arriving before the great bell handle, Tom gave it a gentle pull. The porter appeared. 'Pray, does Miss Pinch live here?' said Tom. 'Miss Pinch is governess here,' replied the porter. At the same time he looked at Tom from head to foot, as if he would have said, 'You're a nice man, you are. Where did you come from?' 'It's the same young lady,' said Tom. 'It's quite all right. Is she at home?' 'I don't know, I'm sure,' rejoined the porter. 'Do you think you could have the goodness to ascertain?' said Tom. He had quite a delicacy in offering the suggestion, for the possibility of such a step did not appear to present itself to the porter's mind at all. The fact was that the porter, in answering the gate bell, had, according to usage, rung the house bell; for it is as well to do these things in the baronial style while you are about it; and that there the functions of his office had ceased. Being hired to open and shut the gate, and not to explain himself to strangers, he left this little incident to be developed by the footman with the tags, who at this juncture called out from the doorsteps, 'Hollo there! What are you up to? This way, young man.' 'Oh!' said Tom, hurrying towards him. 'I didn't observe that there was anybody else. Pray, is Miss Pinch at home?' 'She's in,' replied the footman, as much as to say to Tom, 'but if you think she has anything to do with the proprietorship of this place, you had better abandon that idea.' 'I wish to see her, if you please,' said Tom. The footman, being a lively young man, happened to have his attention caught at that moment by the flight of a pigeon, in which he took so warm an interest that his gaze was riveted on the bird until it was quite out of sight. He then invited Tom to come in, and showed him into a parlour. 'Any name?' said the young man, pausing languidly at the door. It was a good thought, because without providing the stranger, in case he should happen to be of a warm temper, with a sufficient excuse for knocking him down, it implied this young man's estimate of his quality, and relieved his breast of the oppressive burden of rating him in secret as a nameless and obscure individual. 'Say her brother, if you please,' said Tom. 'Mother?' drawled the footman. 'Brother,' repeated Tom, slightly raising his voice. 'And if you will say in the first instance, a gentleman, then say her brother, I shall be obliged to you, as she does not expect me or know I am in London, and I do not wish to startle her.' The young man's interest in Tom's observations had ceased long before this time, but he kindly waited until now, when, shutting the door, he withdrew. 'Dear me,' said Tom, 'this is very disrespectful and uncivil behaviour. I hope these are new servants here, and that Ruth is very differently treated.' His cogitations were interrupted by the sound of voices in the adjoining room. They seemed to be engaged in high dispute, or in indignant reprimand of some offender, and gathering strength occasionally broke out into a perfect whirlwind. It was in one of these gusts, as it appeared to Tom, that the footman announced him, for an abrupt and unnatural calm took place, and then a dead silence. He was standing before the window, wondering what domestic quarrel might have caused these sounds, and hoping Ruth had nothing to do with it, when the door opened, and his sister ran into his arms. 'Why, bless my soul,' said Tom, looking at her with great pride, when they had tenderly embraced each other, 'how altered you are, Ruth! I should scarcely have known you, my love, if I had seen you anywhere else. I declare you are so improved,' said Tom, with inexpressible delight. 'You are so womanly. You are so positively, you know, you are so handsome.' 'If you think so, Tom.' 'Oh, but everybody must think so. You know it,' said Tom, gently smoothing down her hair. 'It's a matter of fact, not opinion.' 'But what's the matter?' said Tom, looking at her more intently. 'How flushed you are! And have you been crying?' 'No, I have not, Tom.' 'Nonsense,' said her brother, stoutly. 'That's a story. Don't tell me. I know better. What is it, dear? I am not with Mr Pecksniff now. I am going to try and settle myself in London, and if you are not happy here, as I very much fear you are not, for I begin to think you have been deceiving me with the kindest and most affectionate intention, you shall not remain here.' Oh, Tom's blood was rising. Mind that. Perhaps the boar's head had something to do with it, but certainly the footman had. So had the sight of his pretty sister a great deal to do with it. Tom could bear a good deal himself, but he was proud of her, and pride is a sensitive thing. He began to think there are more Pecksniffs than one, perhaps, and by all the pins and needles that run up and down in angry veins, Tom was in a most unusual tingle all at once. 'We will talk about it, Tom,' said Ruth, giving him another kiss to pacify him. 'I'm afraid I cannot stay here.' 'Cannot?' replied Tom. 'Why then, you shall not, my love. Heyday, you are not an object of charity, upon my word.' Tom was stopped in these exclamations by the footman, who brought a message from his master, importing that he wished to speak with him before he went, and with Miss Pinch also. 'Show the way,' said Tom. 'I'll wait upon him at once.' Accordingly, they entered the adjoining room from which the noise of the altercation had proceeded, and there they found a middle-aged gentleman with a pompous voice and manner, and a middle-aged lady with what may be termed an excisable face, or one in which starch and vinegar were decidedly employed. There was likewise present the eldest pupil of Miss Pinch, to whom Mrs Todgers on a previous occasion had called a syrup, and who was now weeping and sobbing spitefully. 'My brother, sir,' said Ruth Pinch, timidly presenting Tom. 'Oh!' cried the gentleman, surveying Tom attentively. 'You really are Miss Pinch's brother, I presume? You will excuse my asking. I don't observe any resemblance.' 'Miss Pinch has a brother, I know,' observed the lady. 'Miss Pinch is always talking about her brother, when she ought to be engaged upon my education,' sobbed the pupil. 'Sophia, hold your tongue,' observed the gentleman. 'Sit down, if you please,' addressing Tom. Tom sat down, looking from one face to another, in mute surprise. 'Remain here, if you please, Miss Pinch,' pursued the gentleman, looking slightly over his shoulder. Tom interrupted him here by rising to place a chair for his sister, having done which he sat down again. 'I am glad you chanced to have called to see your sister today, sir,' resumed the brass and copper founder, 'for although I do not approve, as a principle, of any young person engaged in my family in the capacity of governess receiving visitors, it happens in this case to be well timed. I am sorry to inform you that we are not at all satisfied with your sister.' 'We are very much dissatisfied with her,' observed the lady. 'I'd never say another lesson to Miss Pinch if I was to be beat to death for it,' sobbed the pupil. 'Sophia!' cried her father. 'Hold your tongue.' 'Will you allow me to inquire what your ground of dissatisfaction is?' asked Tom. 'Yes,' said the gentleman, 'I will. I don't recognise it as a right, but I will. Your sister has not the slightest innate power of commanding respect. It has been a constant source of difference between us. Although she has been in this family for some time, and although the young lady who is now present has almost, as it were, grown up under her tuition, that lady has no respect for her. Miss Pinch has been perfectly unable to command my daughter's respect, or to win my daughter's confidence. Now,' said the gentleman, allowing the palm of his hand to fall gravely down upon the table, 'I maintain that there is something radically wrong in that. You, as her brother, may be disposed to deny it.' 'I beg your pardon, sir,' said Tom. 'I am not at all disposed to deny it. I am sure that there is something radically wrong, radically monstrous in that.' 'Good heavens!' cried the gentleman, looking round the room with dignity. 'What do I find to be the case? What results obtrude themselves upon me as flowing from this weakness of character on the part of Miss Pinch? What are my feelings as a father, when, after my desire, repeatedly expressed to Miss Pinch, as I think she will not venture to deny, that my daughter should be choice in her expressions, genteel in her deportment, as becomes her station in life, and politely distant to her inferiors in society, I find her, only this very morning, addressing Miss Pinch herself as a beggar.' 'A beggarly thing,' observed the lady in correction. 'Which is worse, a beggarly thing. A low, coarse, despicable expression.' 'Most despicable!' cried Tom. 'I am glad to find that there is just appreciation of it here.' 'So just, sir,' said the gentleman, lowering his voice to be the more impressive, 'so just, that but for my knowing Miss Pinch to be an unprotected young person, an orphan, and without friends, I would, as I assured Miss Pinch upon my veracity and personal character a few minutes ago, I would have severed the connection between us at that moment and from that time.' 'Bless my soul, sir!' cried Tom, rising from his seat, for he was now unable to contain himself any longer, 'don't allow such considerations as those to influence you, pray. They don't exist, sir. She is not unprotected. She is ready to depart this instant. Ruth, my dear, get your bonnet on.' 'Oh, a pretty family!' cried the lady. 'Oh, he's her brother. There's no doubt about that.' 'As little doubt, madam,' said Tom, 'as that the young lady yonder is the child of your teaching, and not my sister's Ruth. My dear, get your bonnet on.' 'When you say young man,' interposed the brass and copper founder haughtily, 'with that impertinence which is natural to you, and which I therefore do not condescend to notice further, that the young lady, my eldest daughter, has been educated by any one but Miss Pinch, I needn't proceed. You comprehend me fully. I have no doubt you are used to it.' 'Sir!' cried Tom, after regarding him in silence for some little time, 'if you do not understand what I mean, I will tell you. If you do understand what I mean, I beg you not to repeat that mode of expressing yourself in answer to it. My meaning is, that no man can expect his children to respect what he degrades.' 'Ha, ha, ha!' laughed the gentleman. 'Cant, the common cant. The common story, sir,' said Tom. 'The story of a common mind. Your governess cannot win the confidence and respect of your children, forsooth. Let her begin by winning yours, and see what happens then.' 'Miss Pinch is getting her bonnet on, I trust, my dear?' said the gentleman. 'I trust she is,' said Tom, forestalling the reply. 'I have no doubt she is. In the meantime, I address myself to you, sir. You made your statement to me, sir. You required to see me for that purpose, and I have a right to answer it. I am not loud or turbulent,' said Tom, which was quite true, 'though I can scarcely say as much for you in your manner of addressing yourself to me, and I wish on my sister's behalf to state the simple truth.' 'You may state anything you like, young man,' returned the gentleman, affecting to yawn. 'My dear, Miss Pinch's money.' 'When you tell me,' resumed Tom, who was not the less indignant for keeping himself quiet, 'that my sister has no innate power of commanding respect of your children, I must tell you it is not so, and that she has. She is as well bred, as well taught, as well qualified by nature to command respect, as any hirer of a governess you know. When you place her at a disadvantage in reference to every servant in your house, how can you suppose, if you have the gift of common sense, that she is not in a tenfold worse position in reference to your daughters?' 'Pretty well, upon my word!' exclaimed the gentleman. 'This is pretty well.' 'It is very ill, sir,' said Tom. 'It is very bad, and mean, and wrong, and cruel. Respect, I believe, young people are quick enough to observe and imitate; and why or how should they respect whom no one else respects, and everybody slights? And very partial they must grow, oh very partial, to their studies, when they see to what a pass proficiency in those same tasks has brought their governess. Respect! Put anything the most deserving of respect before your daughters in the light of which you place her, and you will bring it down as low, no matter what it is.' 'You speak with extreme impertinence, young man,' observed the gentleman. 'I speak without passion, but with extreme indignation and contempt for such a course of treatment, and for all who practise it,' said Tom. 'Why, how can you, as an honest gentleman, profess displeasure or surprise at your daughter telling my sister she is something beggarly and humble, when you are for ever telling her the same thing yourself in 50 plain outspeaking ways, though not in words, and when your very porter and footman make the same delicate announcement to all comers, as to your suspicion and distrust of her, even of her word? If she's not above their reach, you have no right to employ her.' 'No right!' cried the brass and copper founder. 'Distinctly not,' Tom answered. 'If you imagine that the payment of an annual sum of money gives it to you, you immensely exaggerate its power and value. Your money is the least part of your bargain in such a case. You may be punctual in that to half a second on the clock, and yet be bankrupt. You have nothing more to say,' said Tom, much flushed and flustered, now that it was over, 'except to crave permission to stand in your garden until my sister is ready.' Not waiting to obtain it, Tom walked out. Before he had well begun to cool, his sister joined him. She was crying, and Tom could not bear that any one about the house should see her doing that. 'They will think you are sorry to go,' said Tom. 'You are not sorry to go.' 'No, Tom, no. I have been anxious to go for a very long time.' 'Very well, then. Don't cry,' said Tom. 'I am so sorry for you, dear,' sobbed Tom's sister. 'But you ought to be glad on my account,' said Tom. 'I shall be twice as happy with you for a companion. Hold up your head. There now, we go out as we ought; not blustering, you know, but firm and confident in ourselves.' The idea of Tom and his sister blustering under any circumstances was a splendid absurdity; but Tom was very far from feeling it to be so in his excitement, and passed out at the gate with such severe determination written on his face that the porter hardly knew him again. It was not until they had walked some short distance, and Tom found himself getting cooler and more collected, that he was quite restored to himself by an inquiry from his sister, who said in her pleasant little voice, 'Where are we going, Tom?' 'Dear me,' said Tom, stopping, 'I don't know.' 'Don't you live anywhere, dear?' asked Tom's sister, looking wistfully in his face. 'No,' said Tom, 'not at present. Not exactly. I only arrived this morning. We must have some lodgings.' He didn't tell her that he had been going to stay with his friend John, and could on no account think of billeting 2 inmates upon him, of whom one was a young lady, for he knew that would make her uncomfortable, and would cause her to regard himself as being an inconvenience to him. Neither did he like to leave her anywhere while he called on John, and told him of this change in his arrangements, for he was delicate of seeming to encroach upon the generous and hospitable nature of his friend. Therefore he said again, 'We must have some lodgings, of course,' and said it as stoutly as if he had been a perfect directory and guide book to all the lodgings in London. 'Where shall we go and look for 'em?' said Tom. 'What do you think?' Tom's sister was not much wiser on such a topic than he was, so she squeezed her little purse in his coat pocket, and folding the little hand with which she did so on the other little hand with which she clasped his arm, said nothing. 'It ought to be a cheap neighbourhood,' said Tom, 'and not too far from London. Let me see. Should you think Islington is a good place?' 'I should think it was an excellent place, Tom.' 'It used to be called Merry Islington once upon a time,' said Tom. 'Perhaps it's merry now. If so, all the better, eh?' 'If it's not too dear,' said Tom's sister. 'Of course, if it's not too dear,' assented Tom. 'Well, where IS Islington? We can't do better than go there, I should think. Let's go.' Tom's sister would have gone anywhere with him, so they walked off arm in arm as comfortably as possible, finding, presently, that Islington was not in that neighbourhood. Tom made inquiries respecting a public conveyance thither, which they soon obtained. As they rode along, they were very full of conversation indeed; Tom relating what had happened to him, and Tom's sister relating what had happened to her, and both finding a great deal more to say than time to say it, for they had only just begun to talk, in comparison with what they had to tell each other, when they reached their journey's end. 'Now,' said Tom, 'we must first look out for some very unpretending streets, and look out for bills in the windows.' So they walked off again, quite as happily as if they had just stepped out of a snug little house of their own to look for lodgings on account of somebody else. Tom's simplicity was unabated, Heaven knows; but now that he had somebody to rely upon him, he was stimulated to rely a little bit more upon himself, and was, in his own opinion, quite a desperate fellow. After roaming up and down for hours, looking at some scores of lodgings, they began to find it rather fatiguing, especially as they saw none which were at all adapted to their purpose. At length, however, in a singular little old-fashioned house up a blind street, they discovered 2 small bedrooms and a triangular parlour, which promised to suit them well enough. Their desiring to take possession immediately was a suspicious circumstance, but even this was surmounted by the payment of their first week's rent, and a reference to John Westlock, Esquire, Furnival's Inn, High Holborn. It was a goodly sight, when this important point was settled, to behold Tom and his sister trotting round to the baker's and the butcher's and the grocer's, with a kind of dreadful delight in the unaccustomed cares of housekeeping, taking secret counsel together as they gave their small orders, and distracted by the least suggestion on the part of the shopkeeper. When they got back to the triangular parlour, and Tom's sister, bustling to and fro, busy about 1,000 pleasant nothings, stopped every now and then to give old Tom a kiss or a smile upon him, Tom rubbed his hands as if all Islington were his. It was late in the afternoon now, though, and high time for Tom to keep his appointment. So, after agreeing with his sister that in consideration of not having dined, they would venture on the extravagance of chops for supper at 9, he walked out again to narrate these marvellous occurrences to John. 'I am quite a family man all at once,' thought Tom. 'If I can only get something to do, how comfortable Ruth and I may be. Ah, that if! But it's of no use to despond. I can but do that when I have tried everything and failed, and even then it won't serve me much. Upon my word,' thought Tom, quickening his pace, 'I don't know what John will think has become of me. He'll begin to be afraid I have strayed into one of those streets where the countrymen are murdered, and that I have been made meat pies of, or some such horrible thing.' End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tom Pinch, going astray, finds that he is not the only person in that predicament. He retaliates upon a fallen foe. Tom's evil genius did not lead him into the dens of any of those preparers of cannibalic pastry who are represented in many standard country legends as doing a lively retail business in the metropolis, nor did it mark him out as the prey of ring droppers, pea and thimble riggers, duffers, touters, or any of those bloodless sharpers who are perhaps a little better known to the police. He fell into conversation with no gentleman who took him into a public house where there happened to be another gentleman who swore he had more money than any gentleman, and very soon proved he had more money than one gentleman by taking his away from him. Neither did he fall into any other of the numerous man traps which are set up without notice in the public grounds of this city. But he lost his way. He very soon did that, and in trying to find it again, he lost it more and more. Now Tom, in his guileless distrust of London, thought himself very knowing in coming to the determination that he would not ask to be directed to Furnival's Inn if he could help it, unless, indeed, he should happen to find himself near the Mint or the Bank of England, in which case he would step in and ask a civil question or two, confiding in the perfect respectability of the concern. So on he went, looking up all the streets he came near, and going up half of them, and thus, by dint of not being true to Goswell Street, and filing off into Aldermanbury, and bewildering himself in Barbican, and being constant to the wrong point of the compass in London Wall, and then getting himself crosswise into Thames Street, by an instinct that would have been marvellous if he had had the least desire or reason to go there, he found himself at last hard by the Monument. The man in the monument was quite as mysterious a being to Tom as the man in the moon. It immediately occurred to him that the lonely creature who held himself aloof from all mankind in that pillar like some old hermit was the very man whom to ask the way. Cold he might be, little sympathy he had, perhaps, with human passion, the column seemed too tall for that. But if truth didn't live in the base of the monument, notwithstanding Pope's couplet about the outside of it, where in London, thought Tom, was she likely to be found? Coming close below the pillar, it was a great encouragement to Tom to find that the man in the monument had simple tastes. Stony and artificial as his residence was, he still preserved some rustic recollections that he liked plants, hung up bird cages, and was not wholly cut off from fresh groundsel, and kept young trees in tubs. The man in the monument himself was sitting outside the door, his own door, the monument door. What a grand idea! And was actually yawning as if there were no monument to stop his mouth, and give him a perpetual interest in his own existence. Tom was advancing towards this remarkable creature to inquire the way to Furnival's Inn, when two people came to see the monument. They were a gentleman and a lady, and the gentleman said, "How much apiece?" The man in the monument replied, "A tanner." It seemed a low expression compared with the monument. The gentleman put a shilling into his hand, and the man in the monument opened a dark little door. When the gentleman and lady had passed out of view, he shut it again, and came slowly back to his chair. He sat down and laughed. "They don't know what a many steps there is," he said. "It's worth twice the money to stop here. Oh my eye!" The man in the monument was a cynic, a worldly man. Tom couldn't ask his way of him. He was prepared to put no confidence in anything he said. "My gracious!" cried a well-known voice behind Mr Pinch. "Why, to be sure it is!" At the same time he was poked in the back by a parasol. Turning round to inquire into this salute, he beheld the eldest daughter of his late patron. "Miss Pecksniff!" said Tom. "Why, my goodness, Mr Pinch!" cried Cherry. "What are you doing here?" "I have rather wandered from my way," said Tom. I hope you've run away," said Charity. "It would be quite spirited and proper if you had, when my papa so far forgets himself." "I have left him," returned Tom. But it was perfectly understood on both sides. It was not done clandestinely. "Is he married?" asked Cherry, with a spasmodic shake of her chin. "No, not yet," said Tom, colouring. "To tell you the truth, I don't think he is likely to be, if Miss Graham is the object of his passion." "Tcha, Mr Pinch!" cried Charity, with sharp impatience. "You're very easily deceived. You don't know the arts of which such a creature is capable. Oh, it's a wicked world!" "You are not married?" Tom hinted, to divert the conversation. "No," said Cherry, tracing out one particular paving stone in Monument Yard with the end of her parasol. But really it's quite impossible to explain. Won't you walk in?" "You live here, then?" said Tom. "Yes," returned Miss Pecksniff, pointing with her parasol to Todgers. "I reside with this lady at present." The great stress on the two last words suggested to Tom that he was expected to say something in reference to them. So he said, "Only at present? Are you going home again soon?" "No, Mr Pinch," returned Charity. "No, thank you. No. A mother-in-law who is a younger, I mean to say who is nearly as possible about the same age as one's self, would not quite suit my spirit." "Not quite," said Cherry, with a spiteful shiver. "I thought from your saying at present," Tom observed. "Really, upon my word, I had no idea you would press me so very closely on the subject, Mr Pinch," said Charity, blushing, "or I should not have been so foolish as to allude to Oh, really, won't you walk in?" Tom mentioned, to excuse himself, that he had an appointment in Furnival's Inn, and that coming from Islington he had taken a few wrong turnings, and arrived at the monument instead. Miss Pecksniff simpered very much when he asked her if she knew the way to Furnival's Inn, and at length found the courage to reply. "A gentleman who is a friend of mine, or at least who is not exactly a friend so much as a sort of acquaintance Oh, upon my word, I hardly know what to say, Mr Pinch. You mustn't suppose there is any engagement between us, or at least if there is, that it is at all a settled thing as yet is going to Furnival's Inn immediately, I believe upon a little business, and I am sure he would be very glad to accompany you, so as to prevent your going wrong again. You had better walk in. You will very likely find my sister Merry here," she said, with a curious toss of her head, and anything but an agreeable smile. "Then I think I'll endeavour to find my way alone," said Tom, "for I fear she would not be very glad to see me. That unfortunate occurrence in relation to which you and I had some amicable words together, in private, is not likely to have impressed her with any friendly feeling towards me, though it really was not my fault.' 'She has never heard of that, you may depend,' said Cherry, gathering up the corners of her mouth, and nodding at Tom. 'I am far from sure that she would bear you any mighty ill will for it, if she had.' 'You don't say so!' cried Tom, who was really concerned by this insinuation. 'I say nothing,' said Charity. 'If I had not already known what shocking things treachery and deceit are in themselves, Mr Pinch, I might have perhaps learnt it from the success they meet with. Here she smiled as before. 'But I don't say anything. On the contrary, I should scorn it. You had better walk in.' There was something hidden here, which piqued Tom's interest, and troubled his tender heart. When, in a moment's irresolution, he looked at Charity, he could not but observe a struggle in her face between a sense of triumph and a sense of shame. Nor could he but remark how, meeting even his eyes, which she cared so little for, she turned away her own, for all the splenetic defiance in her manner. An uneasy thought entered Tom's head, a shadowy misgiving that the altered relations between himself and Pecksniff were somehow to involve an altered knowledge on his part of other people, and were to give him an insight into much of which he had no previous suspicion. And yet he put no definite construction upon Charity's proceedings. He certainly had no idea that, as he had been the audience and spectator of her mortification, she grasped with eager delight at any opportunity of reproaching her sister with his presence in her far deeper misery. For he knew nothing of it, and only pictured that sister as the same giddy, careless, trivial creature she always had been, with the same slight estimation of himself which she had never been at the least pains to conceal. In short, he had merely a confused impression that Miss Pecksniff was not quite sisterly or kind, and being curious to set it right, accompanied her as she desired. The house door being opened, she went in before Tom, requesting him to follow her, and led the way to the parlour door. 'Oh, Merry,' she said, looking in, 'I am so glad you have not gone home. Who do you think I have met in the street and brought to see you? Mr Pinch. There! Now you ARE surprised, I am sure.' No more surprised than Tom was when he looked upon her. Not so much. Not half so much. 'Mr Pinch has left papa, my dear,' said Cherry, 'and his prospects are quite flourishing. I have promised that Augustus, who is going that way, shall escort him to the place he wants. Augustus, my child, where are you?' With these words Miss Pecksniff screamed away out of the parlour, calling on Augustus Moodle to appear, and left Tom Pinch alone with her sister. If she had always been his kindest friend, if she had treated him through all his servitude with such consideration as was never yet received by a struggling man, if she had lightened every moment of those many years, and had never spared and never wounded him, his honest heart could not have swelled before her with a deeper pity, or a purer freedom from all base remembrance than it did then. 'My gracious me, you really are the last person in the world I should have thought of seeing, I am sure.' Tom was sorry to hear her speaking in her old manner. He had not expected that. Yet he did not feel it a contradiction that he should be sorry to see her so unlike her old self, and sorry at the same time to hear her speaking in her old manner. The two things seemed quite natural. 'I wonder you find any gratification in coming to see me. I can't think what put it in your head. I never had much in seeing you. There was no love lost between us, Mr Pinch, at any time, I think.' Her bonnet lay beside her on the sofa, and she was very busy with the ribbons as she spoke. Much too busy to be conscious of the work her fingers did. 'We never quarrelled,' said Tom. Tom was right in that, for one person can no more quarrel without an adversary than one person can play at chess or fight a duel. 'I hoped you would be glad to shake hands with an old friend. Don't let us rake up bygones,' said Tom. 'If ever I offended you, forgive me.' She looked at him for a moment, dropped her bonnet from her hands, spread them before her altered face, and burst into tears. 'Oh, Mr Pinch,' she said, 'although I never used you well, I did believe your nature was forgiving. I did not think you could be cruel.' She spoke as little like her old self now, for certain, as Tom could have possibly have wished. But she seemed to be appealing to him reproachfully, and he did not understand her. 'I seldom showed it. Never. I know that. But I had that belief in you, that if I had been asked to name the person in the world least likely to retort upon me, I would have named you confidently.' 'Would have named me?' Tom repeated. 'Yes,' she said with energy, 'and I have often thought so.' After a moment's reflection, Tom sat himself upon a chair beside her. 'Do you believe,' said Tom, 'oh, can you think, that what I said just now, I said with any but the true and plain intention which my words professed? I mean it in the spirit in the letter. If ever I offended you, forgive me. I may have done so many times. You never injured or offended me. How then could I possibly retort, even if I was stern and bad enough to wish to do it?' After a little while she thanked him through her tears and sobs, and told him that she had never been at once so sorry and so comforted since she left home. Still she wept bitterly, and it was the greater pain for Tom to see her weeping, from her standing in especial need just then of sympathy and tenderness. 'Come, come,' said Tom, 'you used to be as cheerful as the day was long.' 'Ah, used!' she cried in such a tone as rent Tom's heart. 'And will be again,' said Tom. 'No, never more. No, never, never more. If you should talk with old Mr Chuzzlewit at any time,' she added, looking hurriedly into his face, 'I sometimes thought he liked you, but suppressed it. Will you promise me to tell him that you saw me here, and that I said I bore in mind the time we talked together in the churchyard?' Tom promised that he would. Many times since then, when I have wished I had been carried there before that day, I have recalled his words. I wish that he should know how true they were, although the least acknowledgment to that effect has never passed my lips, and never will. Tom promised this conditionally too. He did not tell her how improbable it was that he and the old man would ever meet again, because he thought it might disturb her more. 'If he should ever know of this through your means, dear Mr Pinch,' said Mercy, 'tell him that I sent the message, not for myself, but that he should be more forbearing and more patient and more trustful to some other person in some other time of need. Tell him that if he could know how my heart trembled in the balance that day, and what a very little would have turned the scale, his own would bleed with pity for me.' 'Yes, yes,' said Tom, 'I will. When I appeared to him in the most unworthy of his help, I was, I know I was, for I have often, often thought about it since, the most inclined to yield to what he showed me. Oh, if he had relented but a little more! If he had thrown himself in my way for but one other quarter of an hour! If he had extended his compassion for a vain, unthinking, miserable girl in but the least degree, he might, and I believe he would, have saved her. Tell him that I don't blame him, but I am grateful for the effort that he made. But ask him for the love of God and youth, and in merciful consideration for the struggle which an ill-advised and unawakened nature makes to hide its strength, it thinks its weakness. Ask him never, never to forget this when he deals with one again.' Although Tom did not hold the clue to her full meaning, he could guess it pretty nearly. Touched to the quick, he took her hand, and said, or meant to say, some words of consolation. She felt and understood them, whether they were spoken or no. He was not quite certain afterwards but that she had tried to kneel down at his feet and bless him. He found that he was not alone in the room when she had left it. Mrs Todgers was there, shaking her head. Tom had never seen Mrs Todgers, it is needless to say, but he had a perception of her being the lady of the house, and he saw some genuine compassion in her eyes that won his good opinion. 'Ah, sir, you are an old friend, I see,' said Mrs Todgers. 'Yes,' said Tom. 'And yet,' quoth Mrs Todgers, shutting the door softly, 'she hasn't told you what her troubles are, I am certain.' Tom was struck by these words, for they were quite true. 'Indeed,' he said, 'she has not.' 'And never would,' said Mrs Todgers, 'if you saw her daily. She never makes the least complaint to me, or utters a single word of explanation or reproach.' 'But I know,' said Mrs Todgers, drawing in her breath, 'I know.' Tom nodded sorrowfully. 'So do I.' 'I fully believe,' said Mrs Todgers, taking her pocket handkerchief from the flat reticule, 'that nobody can tell one half of what that poor young creature has to undergo. But though she comes here constantly to ease her poor full heart without his knowing it, and saying, "Mrs Todgers, I am very low today. I think that I shall soon be dead," sits crying in my room until the fit is past, I know no more from her. And I believe,' said Mrs Todgers, putting back her handkerchief again, 'that she considers me a good friend too.' Mrs Todgers might have said her best friend. Commercial gentlemen and gravy had tried Mrs Todgers' temper. The main chance, it was such a very small one in her case, that she might have been excused for looking sharp after it, lest it should entirely vanish from her sight, had taken a firm hold on Mrs Todgers's attention. But in some odd nook in Mrs Todgers's breast, up a great many steps, and in a corner easy to be overlooked, there was a secret door, with 'Woman' written on the spring, which at a touch from Mercy's hand had flown wide open, and admitted her for shelter. When boarding house accounts are balanced with all the other ledgers, and the books of the Recording Angel are made up for ever, perhaps there may be seen an entry to thy credit, lean Mrs Todgers, which shall make thee beautiful. She was growing beautiful so rapidly in Tom's eyes, for he saw that she was poor, and that this good had sprung up in her from among the sordid strivings of her life, that she might have been a very Venus in a minute more, if Miss Pecksniff had not entered with her friend. 'Mr Thomas Pinch,' said Charity, performing the ceremony of introduction with evident pride. 'Mr Moddle. Where's my sister?' 'Gone, Miss Pecksniff,' Mrs Todgers answered. 'She had appointed to be home.' 'Ah!' said Charity, looking at Tom. 'Oh dear me!' 'She's greatly altered since she's been married, Mrs Todgers,' observed Moddle. 'My dear Augustus,' said Miss Pecksniff in a low voice, 'I verily believe you have said that 50,000 times in my hearing. What a prose you are!' This was succeeded by some trifling love passages, which appeared to originate with, if not to be wholly carried on, by Miss Pecksniff. At any rate, Mr Moddle was much slower in his response than is customary with young lovers, and exhibited a lowness of spirits which was quite oppressive. He did not approve at all when Tom and he were in the streets, but sighed so dismally that it was dreadful to hear him. As a means of cheering him up, told him that he wished him joy. 'Joy!' cried Moddle. 'Ha! What an extraordinary young man!' thought Tom. 'The scorner has not set his seal upon you. You care what becomes of you,' said Moddle. Tom admitted that it was a subject in which he certainly felt some interest. 'I don't,' said Mr Moddle. 'The elements may have me whenever they please. I'm ready.' Tom inferred from these, and other expressions of the same nature, that he was jealous. Therefore he allowed him to take his own course, which was such a gloomy one that he felt a load removed from his mind when they parted company at the gate of Furnival's Inn. It was now a couple of hours past John Westlock's dinner time, and he was walking up and down the room, quite anxious for Tom's safety. The table was spread, the wine was carefully decanted, and the dinner smelt delicious. 'Why, Tom, old boy, where on earth have you been? Your box is here. Get your boots off instantly, and sit down.' 'I'm sorry to say I can't stay, John,' replied Tom Pinch, who was breathless with the haste he had made in running up the stairs. 'Can't stay?' 'If you go on with your dinner,' said Tom, 'I'll tell you my reason the while. I mustn't eat myself, or I shall have no appetite for the chops.' 'There are no chops here, my good fellow.' 'No, but there are at Islington,' said Tom. John Westlock was perfectly confounded by this reply, and vowed he would not touch a morsel until Tom had explained himself fully. So Tom sat down and told him all, to which he listened with the greatest interest. He knew Tom too well, and respected his delicacy too much, to ask him why he had taken these measures without communicating with him first. He quite concurred in the expediency of Tom's immediately returning to his sister, as he knew so little of the place in which he had left her, and good humouredly proposed to ride back with him in a cab, in which he might convey his box. Tom's proposition was that he should sup with them that night. He flatly rejected, but made an appointment with him for the morrow. 'And now, Tom,' he said, as they rode along, 'I have a question to ask you, which I expect a manly and straightforward answer. Do you want any money?' 'I'm pretty sure you do.' 'I don't indeed,' said Tom. 'I believe you are deceiving me.' 'No, with many thanks to you, I am quite in earnest,' Tom replied. 'My sister has some money, and so have I. If I had nothing else, John, I have a £5 note, which that good creature, Mrs Lupin of the Dragon, handed up to me outside the coach, in a letter begging me to borrow it, and then drove off as hard as she could go.' 'And a blessing on every dimple in her handsome face, say I,' cried John. 'Though why you should give her the preference over me, I don't know. Never mind. I bide my time, Tom.' 'And I hope you'll continue to bide it,' returned Tom gaily, 'for I owe you more already in 100 other ways than I can ever hope to pay.' They parted at the door of Tom's new residence. John Westlock sitting in the cab, and catching a glimpse of a blooming little busy creature darting out to kiss Tom and to help him with his box, would not have had the least objection to change places with him. Well, she WAS a cheerful little thing, and had a quaint bright quietness about her that was infinitely pleasant. Surely she was the best sauce for chops ever invented. The potatoes seemed to take on a pleasure in sending up their grateful steam before her. The froth upon the pint of porter pouted to attract her notice. But it was all in vain. She saw nothing but Tom. Tom was the first and last thing in the world. As she sat opposite Tom at supper, fingering one of Tom's pet tunes upon the tablecloth, and smiling in his face, he had never been so happy in all his life. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Secret Service. In walking from the city with his sentimental friend, Tom Pinch had looked into the face and brushed against the threadbare sleeve of Mr Nadgett, man of mystery to the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company. Mr Nadgett naturally passed away from Tom's remembrance as he passed out of his view, for he didn't know him and never heard his name. There are a vast number of people in the huge metropolis of England who rise up every morning not knowing where their heads will rest at night. So there are a multitude who, shooting arrows over houses as their daily business, never know on whom they fall. Mr Nadgett might have passed Tom Pinch 10,000 times, might have even been quite familiar with his face, his name, pursuits, and character, yet never once have dreamed that Tom had any interest in any act or mystery of his. Tom might have done the like by him, of course. The same private man, out of all men alive, was in the mind of each other at the same moment. It was prominently connected, though in a different manner, with the day's adventures of both, and formed, when they passed each other in the street, the one absorbing topic of their thoughts. Why Tom had Jonas Chuzzlewit in his mind requires no explanation. Why Mr Nadgett should have had Jonas Chuzzlewit in his is quite another thing. But somehow or other that amiable and worthy orphan had become a part of the mystery of Mr Nadgett's existence. Mr Nadgett took an interest in his lightest proceedings, and it never flagged or wavered. He watched him in and out of the Assurance Office, where he was now formally installed as a director. He dogged his footsteps in the streets. He stood listening when he talked. He sat in coffee rooms, entering his name in the great pocket book, over and over again. He wrote letters to himself about him constantly, and when he found them in his pocket, put them in the fire, with such distrust and caution that he would bend down to watch the crumpled tinder while it floated upwards, as if his mind misgave him that the mystery it had contained might come out at the chimney pot. And yet all this was quite a secret. Mr Nadgett kept it to himself, and kept it close. Jonas had no more idea that Mr Nadgett's eyes were fixed on him than he had that he was living under the daily inspection and report of a whole order of Jesuits. Indeed, Mr Nadgett's eyes were seldom fixed on any other objects than the ground, the clock, or the fire. But every button on his coat might have been an eye, he saw so much. The secret manner of the man disarmed suspicion in this wise, suggesting, not that he was watching any one, but that he thought some other man was watching him. He went about so stealthily, and kept himself so wrapped up in himself, that the whole object of his life appeared to be to avoid notice and preserve his own mystery. Jonas sometimes saw him in the street, hovering in the outer office, waiting at the door for the man who never came, or slinking off with his immovable face and drooping head, and the one beaver glove dangling before him. But he would as soon have thought of the cross upon the top of St Paul's Cathedral taking note of what he did, or slowly winding a great net about his feet, as of Nadgett's being engaged in such an occupation. Mr Nadgett made a mysterious change about this time in his mysterious life. For whereas he had until now been first seen every morning coming down Cornhill, so exactly like the Nadgett of the day before as to occasion a popular belief that he never went to bed or took his clothes off, he was now first seen in Holborn, coming out of Kingsgate Street, and it was soon discovered that he actually went every morning to a barber's shop in that street to get shaved, and that barber's name was Sweedlepipe. He seemed to make appointments with the man who never came to meet him at this barber's, for he would frequently take long spells of waiting in the shop, and would ask for pen and ink, and pull out his pocket book and be very busy over it for an hour at a time. Mrs Gamp and Mr Sweedlepipe had many deep discoursings on the subject of this mysterious customer, but they usually agreed that he had speculated too much and was keeping out of the way. He must have appointed the man who never kept his word to meet him at another new place too, for one day he was found, for the first time, by the waiter at the Morning Coach Horse, the house of call for undertakers down in the city centre there, making figures with a pipe stem in the sawdust of a clean spittoon, and declining to call for anything on the ground of expecting a gentleman presently. As the gentleman was not honourable enough to keep his engagement, he came again next day with his pocket book in such a state of distension that he was regarded in the bar as a man of large property. After that he repeated his visits every day, and had so much writing to do that he made nothing of emptying a capacious leaden inkstand in 2 sittings. Although he never talked much, still by being there among the regular customers he made their acquaintance, and in a course of time became quite intimate with Mr Tacker, Mr Mould's foreman, and even with Mr Mould himself, who openly said he was a long-headed man, a dry one, a saltfish, a deep file, a rasper, and made him the subject of many other flattering encomiums. At the same time, too, he told the people at the Assurance Office, in his own mysterious way, that there was something wrong, secretly wrong of course, in his liver, and that he feared he must put himself under the doctor's hands. He was delivered over to Jobling upon this representation, and though Jobling could not find out where his liver was wrong Mr Nadgett said it was, observing that it was his own liver, and he hoped he ought to know. Accordingly he became Mr Jobling's patient, and detailing his symptoms in his slow secret way, was in and out of that gentleman's room a dozen times a day. As he pursued all these occupations at once, and all steadily, and all secretly, and never slackened in his watchfulness of everything that Mr Jonas said and did, and left unsaid and undone, it is not improbable that they were, secretly, essential parts of some great scheme which Mr Nadgett had on foot. It was on the morning of this very day on which so much had happened to Tom Pinch, that Nadgett suddenly appeared before Mr Montague's house in Pall Mall. He always made his appearance as if he had the moment come up a trap. When the clocks were striking 9, he rang the bell in a covert, underhanded way, as though it were a treasonable act, and passed in at the door the moment it was opened wide enough to receive his body. That done, he shut it immediately with his own hands. Mr Bailey, taking up his name without delay, returned with the request that he would follow him into his master's chamber. The chairman of the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Board was dressing, and received him as a business person who was often backwards and forwards, and was received at all time for his business sake. 'Well, Mr Nadgett?' Mr Nadgett put his hat upon the ground and coughed. The boy having withdrawn and shut the door, he went to it softly, examined the handle, and returned too within a pace or two of the chair in which Mr Montague sat. 'Any news, Mr Nadgett?' 'I think we have some news at last, sir.' 'I am happy to hear it. I began to fear you were off the scent, Mr Nadgett.' 'No, sir. It grows cold occasionally. It will sometimes. We can't help that, sir.' 'You are truth in itself, Mr Nadgett. Do you report a great success?' 'Depends upon your judgment and construction of it,' was his answer as he put on his spectacles. 'What do you think of it yourself? Have you pleased yourself?' Mr Nadgett rubbed his hands slowly, and stroked his chin, looked round the room, and said, 'Yes, yes, I think it's a good case. I am disposed to think it's a good case. Will you go into it at once?' 'By all means.' Mr Nadgett picked out a certain chair from among the rest, and having planted it in a particular spot, as careful as if he had been going to vault over it, he placed another chair in front of it, leaving room for his own legs between them. He then sat down in chair number 2, and laid his pocket book, very carefully, on chair number 1. He then untied the pocket book, and hung the string over the back of chair number 1. He then drew both the chairs a little nearer Mr Montague, and opening the pocket book, spread out its contents. Finally, he selected a certain memorandum from the rest, and held it out to his employer, who, during the whole of these preliminary ceremonies, had been making violent efforts to conceal his impatience. 'I wish you wouldn't be so fond of making notes, my excellent friend,' said Tigg Montague with a ghastly smile. 'I wish you would consent to give me their purport by word of mouth.' 'I don't like word of mouth,' said Mr Nadgett gravely. 'We never know who's listening.' Mr Montague was going to retort, when Nadgett handed him the paper, and said, with quiet exultation in his tone, 'We'll begin at the beginning, and take that one first, if you please, sir.' The chairman cast his eyes upon it, coldly, and with a smile which did not render any great homage to the slow and methodical habits of his spy. But he had not read half a dozen lines when the expression of his face began to change, and before he had finished the perusal of the paper, it was full of grave and serious attention. "Number 2," said Mr Nadgett, handing him another, and receiving back the first. "Read number 2, sir, if you please. There is more interest as you go on." Tigg Montague leaned backward in his chair, and cast upon his emissary such a look of vacant wonder, not unmingled with alarm, that Mr Nadgett considered it necessary to repeat the request he had already twice preferred, with a view to recalling his attention to the point in hand. Profiting by the hint, Mr Montague went on with number 2, and afterwards with numbers 3, 4, and 5, and so on. These documents were all in Mr Nadgett's writing, and were apparently a series of memoranda, jotted down from time to time upon the backs of old letters, or any scrap of paper that came first to hand. Loose, straggling scrawls they were, and of very uninviting exterior, but they had weighty purpose in them, if the chairman's face were any index to the character of their contents. The progress of Mr Nadgett's secret satisfaction, arising out of the effect they made, kept pace with the emotions of the reader. At first, Mr Nadgett sat with his spectacles low down upon his nose, looking over them at his employer, and nervously rubbing his hands. After a little while, he changed his posture in his chair for one of greater ease, and leisurely perused the next document he held ready, as if an occasional glance at his employer's face were now enough, and all occasion for anxiety or doubt were gone. And finally he rose and looked out of the window, where he stood with a triumphant air until Tigg Montague had finished. "And this is the last, Mr Nadgett?" said that gentleman, drawing a long breath. "That, sir, is the last." "You are a wonderful man, Mr Nadgett." "I think it's a pretty good case," he returned, as he gathered up his papers. "Cost some trouble, sir." "The trouble shall be well rewarded, Mr Nadgett." Nadgett bowed. "There is a deeper impression of somebody's hoof here than I had expected, Mr Nadgett. I may congratulate myself upon your being such a good hand at a secret." "Oh, nothing has an interest to me that's not a secret," replied Nadgett, as he tied the string about his pocket book and put it up. "It always takes away any pleasure I may have in this inquiry to even make it known to you." "A most invaluable constitution," Tigg retorted. "A great gift for a gentleman employed as you are, Mr Nadgett. Much better than discretion, though you possess that quality also in an eminent degree. I think I heard a double knock. Will you put your head out of the window and tell me whether there is anybody at the door?" Mr Nadgett softly raised the sash and peered out from the very corner, as a man might who was looking down into a secret street, from whence a brisk discharge of musketry might be expected at any moment. Drawing in his head with equal caution, he observed, not altering his voice or manner, "Mr Jonas Chuzzlewit." "I thought so," Tigg retorted. "Shall I go?" "I think you had better. Stay though. No, remain here, Mr Nadgett, if you please." It was remarkable how pale and flurried he had become in an instant. There was nothing to account for it. His eye had fallen on his razors, but what of them? Mr Chuzzlewit was announced. "Show him up directly, Nadgett. Don't you leave us alone together. Mind you don't now, by the Lord," he added in a whisper to himself. "We don't know what may happen." Saying this, he hurriedly took up a couple of hairbrushes and began to exercise them on his own head, as if his toilet had not been interrupted. Mr Nadgett withdrew to the stove, in which there was a small fire for the convenience of heating curling irons, and taking advantage of so favourable an opportunity for drying his pocket handkerchief, produced it without loss of time. There he stood during the whole interview, holding it before the bars, and sometimes, but not often, glancing over his shoulder. "My dear Chuzzlewit," cried Montague as Jonas entered, "you rise with the lark, though you go to bed with the nightingale. You rise with the lark. You have superhuman energy, my dear Chuzzlewit." "Ecod," said Jonas, with an air of languor and ill humour, as he took a chair, "I should be very glad not to get up with the lark, if I could help it. But I'm a light sleeper, and it's better to be up than lying awake counting the dismal old church clocks in bed." "A light sleeper!" cried his friend. "Now, what is a light sleeper? I often hear the expression, but upon my life I have not the least conception of what a light sleeper is." "Hallo!" said Jonas. "Who's that? Oh, old what's his name, looking as usual as if he wanted to skulk up the chimney." "Ha, ha! I have no doubt he does." "Well, he's not wanted here, I suppose," said Jonas. "He may go, mayn't he?" "Oh, let him stay," said Tigg. "He's a mere piece of furniture. He's been making his report, and is waiting for further orders. He's been told," said Tigg, raising his voice, "not to lose sight of certain friends of ours, or to think that he has done with them by any means. He understands his business." 'He need,' replied Jonas. 'For all the precious old dummies in appearance I ever saw, he's about the worst. He's afraid of me, I think.' 'It's my belief,' said Tigg, 'that you are poison to him. Nadgett, give me that towel.' He had as little occasion for a towel as Jonas had for a start; but Nadgett brought it quickly, and having lingered for a moment, fell back upon his old post by the fire. 'You see, my dear fellow,' resumed Tigg, 'you are too what's the matter with your lips? How white they are!' 'I took some vinegar just now,' said Jonas. 'I had oysters for my breakfast. Where are they white?' he added, muttering an oath, and rubbing them upon his handkerchief. 'I don't believe they are white.' 'Now I look again, they are not,' replied his friend. 'They are coming right again.' 'Say what you were going to say,' cried Jonas angrily, 'and let my face be. As long as I can show my teeth when I want to, and I can do that pretty well, the colour of my lips is not material.' 'Quite true,' said Tigg. 'I was only going to say that you are too quick and active for our friend. He is too shy to cope with such a man as you, but does his duty well. Oh, very well. But what is a light sleeper?' 'Hang a light sleeper!' exclaimed Jonas pettishly. 'No, no,' interrupted Tigg. 'No, we'll not do that.' 'A light sleeper ain't a heavy one,' said Jonas in his sulky way. 'Don't sleep much, don't sleep well, and don't sleep sound.' 'And dreams,' said Tigg, 'and cries out in an ugly manner, and when the candle burns down in the night, is in an agony, and all that sort of thing, I see.' They were silent for a time, and then Jonas spoke. 'Now we've done with the child's talk, I want to have a word with you. I want to have a word with you before we meet up yonder to day. I am not satisfied with the state of affairs.' 'Not satisfied!' cried Tigg. 'The money comes in well.' 'The money comes in well enough,' retorted Jonas, 'but it don't come out well enough. It can't be got at easy enough. I haven't sufficient power. It's all in your hands. Ecod, what with one of your bylaws, and another of your bylaws, and your votes in this capacity, and your votes in that capacity, and your official rights, and your individual rights, and other people's rights are only you again, there are no rights left for me. Everybody else's rights are my wrongs. What's the use of my having a voice if it's always drowned? I might as well be dumb, and it would be much less aggravating. I'm not going to stand for that, you know.' 'No?' said Tigg, in an insinuating tone. 'No,' returned Jonas, 'I'm not indeed. I'll play old Gooseberry with the office, and make you glad to buy me out at a good high figure, if you try any of your tricks with me.' 'I give you my honour,' Montague began. 'Oh, confound your honour!' interrupted Jonas, who became more coarse and quarrelsome as the other remonstrated, which may have been a part of Mr Montague's intention. 'I want a little more control over the money. You may have all the honour if you like. I never bring you to book for that. But I'm not going to stand it as it is now. If you should take it into your honourable head to go abroad with the bank, I don't see much to prevent you. Well, that won't do. I've had some very good dinners here, but they come too dear on such terms, and therefore that won't do.' 'I am unfortunate to find you in this humour,' said Tigg, with a remarkable kind of smile, 'for I was going to propose to you, for your own advantage, solely for your own advantage, that you should venture a little more with us.' 'Was you, by said Jonas, with a short laugh. 'Yes, and to suggest,' pursued Montague, 'that surely you have friends. Indeed, I know you have, who would answer our purpose admirably, and who we should be delighted to receive.' 'How kind of you! You'd be delighted to receive 'em, would you?' said Jonas, bantering. 'I give you my sacred honour, quite transported, as your friends observe.' 'Exactly,' said Jonas. 'As my friends, of course you'll be very much delighted when you get 'em, I have no doubt. It'll be all to my advantage, won't it?' 'It will be very much to your advantage, I assure you.' 'And you can tell me how,' said Jonas, 'can't you?' 'Shall I tell you how?' returned the other. 'I think you'd better,' said Jonas. 'Strange things have been done in the assurance way before now, by strange sorts of men, and I mean to take care of myself.' 'Chuzzlewit,' replied Montague, leaning forward with his arms upon his knees, and looking full into his face, 'strange things have been done, and are done every day, not only in our way, but in a variety of other ways, and no one suspects them. But ours, as you say, my good friend, is a strange way, and we strangely happen sometimes to come into the knowledge of very strange events.' He beckoned to Jonas to bring his chair nearer, and looking slightly round, as if to remind him of the presence of Nadgett, he whispered in his ear: 'From red to white, from white to red again, from red to yellow, then to a cold, dull, awful, sweat bedabbled blue.' In that short whisper all these changes fell upon the face of Jonas Chuzzlewit; and when at last he laid his hand upon the whisperer's mouth, appalled lest any syllable of what he said should reach the ears of the third person present, It was as bloodless and as heavy as the hand of death. He drew his chair away, and sat a spectacle of terror, misery, and rage. He was afraid to speak, or look, or move, or sit still. Abject, crouching, and miserable, he was a greater degradation to the form he bore, than if he had been a loathsome wound from head to heel. His companion leisurely resumed his dressing, and completed it, glancing sometimes with a smile at the transformation he had effected, but never speaking once. 'You'll not object,' he said, when he was quite equipped, 'to venture further with us, Chuzzlewit, my friend?' His pale lips faintly stammered out a no. 'Well said! That's like yourself. Do you know, I was thinking yesterday that your father-in-law, relying on your advice as a man of great sagacity in money matters, there's no doubt you are, would join us, if the thing were well presented to him. He has money?' 'Yes, he has money.' 'I shall leave Mr Pecksniff to you. Will you undertake for Mr Pecksniff?' 'I'll try. I'll do my best.' 1,000 thanks,' replied the other, clapping him upon the shoulder. 'Shall we walk downstairs? Mr Nadgett, follow us, if you please.' They went down in that order. Whatever Jonas felt in reference to Montague, whatever sense he had of being caged and barred and trapped, and having fallen down into a pit of deepest ruin, whatever thoughts came crowding in on his mind, even at that early time, of one terrible chance of escape, of one red glimmer in a sky of blackness, he no more thought than the slinking figure, than half a dozen stairs behind him, was his pursuing fate, than that the other figure at his side was his good angel. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, containing some further particulars of the domestic economy of the Pinches, with strange news from the city, narrowly concerning Tom. Pleasant little Ruth, cheerful, tidy, bustling, quiet little Ruth. No doll's house ever yielded greater delight to its young mistress than little Ruth derived from her glorious dominion over the triangular parlour and the 2 small bedrooms. To be Tom's housekeeper, what dignity! Housekeeping upon the commonest terms associated itself with elevated responsibilities of all sorts and kinds. But housekeeping for Tom implied the utmost complication of grave trusts and mighty charges. Well might she take the keys out of the little chiffoniere which held the tea and sugar, and out of the 2 little damp cupboards down by the fireplace, where the very black beetles got mouldy, and had the shine taken out of their backs by envious mildew, and jingle them upon a ring before Tom's eyes when he came down to breakfast. Well might she, laughing musically, put them up in that blessed little pocket of hers with a merry pride. For it was such a grand novelty to be mistress of anything, that she had been the most relentless and despotic of all little housekeepers. She might have pleaded just that much for her excuse, and have been honourably acquitted. So far from being despotic, however, there was a coyness about her very way of pouring out the tea, which Tom quite revelled in; and when she asked him what he would like to have for dinner, and faltered out chops as a reasonably good suggestion after their last night's successful supper, Tom grew quite facetious, and rallied her desperately. 'I don't know, Tom,' said his sister, blushing. 'I'm not quite confident, but I think I could make a beefsteak pudding if I tried, Tom.' 'In the whole catalogue of cookery there is nothing I should like so much as a beefsteak pudding,' cried Tom, slapping his leg to give greater force to this reply. 'Yes, dear, but that's excellent. But if it should come not quite right the first time,' his sister faltered. 'If it should happen not to be a pudding exactly, but should turn out a stew, or a soup, or something of that sort, you'll not be vexed, Tom, will you?' The serious way in which he looked at Tom, the way in which Tom looked at her, and the way in which she gradually broke into a merry laugh at her own expense, would have enchanted you. 'Why,' said Tom, 'this is capital. It gives us a new and quite an uncommon interest in the dinner. We put into a lottery for a beefsteak pudding, and it's impossible to say what we may get. We may make some wonderful discovery, perhaps, and produce such a dish as was never known before.' 'I shall not be at all surprised if we do, Tom,' returned his sister, still laughing merrily, 'or if it prove to be such a dish as we shall not feel very anxious to produce it again. But the meat must come out of the saucepan at last, somehow or other, you know. We can't cook it into nothing at all. That's a great comfort. So if you like to venture, I will.' 'I have not the least doubt,' rejoined Tom, 'that it will come out an excellent pudding, or at all events I am sure that I shall think it so.
There is naturally something so handy and brisk about you, Ruth, that if you said you could make a bowl of faultless turtle soup, I should believe you.' Tom was right. She was precisely that sort of person. Nobody ought to have been able to resist her coaxing manner, and nobody had any business to try. Yet she never seemed to know it was her manner at all. That was the best of it. Well, she washed up the breakfast cups, chatting away the whole time, and telling Tom all sorts of anecdotes about the brass and copper founder, putting everything in its place, made the room as neat as herself. You must not suppose that its shape was half as neat as hers, though, or anything like it. And brushed Tom's old hat round and round and round again, until it was as sleek as Mr Pecksniff. Then she discovered all in a moment that Tom's shirt collar was frayed at the edge, and flying upstairs for a needle and thread, came flying down again with her thimble on, and set it right with a wonderful expertness, never once sticking the needle into his face, although she was humming his pet tune from first to last, and beating time with the fingers of her left hand upon his neckcloth. She had no sooner done this, and off she was again. And there she stood once more, as brisk as a busy bee, tying that compact little chin of hers into an equally compact little bonnet, and intent on bustling out to the butcher's without a minute's loss of time, and inviting Tom to come and see the steak cut with his own eyes. As to Tom, he was ready to go anywhere, so off they trotted, arm in arm, as nimbly as you please, saying to each other what a quiet street it was to lodge in, and how very cheap, and what an airy situation. To see the butcher slap the steak before he laid it on the block, and give his knife a sharpening, was to forget breakfast instantly. It was agreeable, too, it really was, to see him cut it off, so smooth and juicy. There was nothing savage in the act, although the knife was large and keen. It was a piece of art, high art. There was a delicacy of touch, clearness of tone, skilful handling of the subject, fine shading. It was the triumph of mind over matter, quite. Perhaps the greenest cabbage leaf ever grown in a garden was wrapped about this steak before it was delivered over to Tom. But the butcher had a sentiment for his business, and knew how to refine upon it. When he saw Tom putting the cabbage leaf into his pocket awkwardly, he begged to be allowed to do it for him. For meat, he said with some emotion, must be humoured, not drove. Back they went to the lodgings again, after they had bought some eggs and flour and such small matters, and Tom sat gravely down to write at one end of the parlour table, while Ruth prepared to make the pudding at the other end. For there was nobody in the house but an old woman, the landlord being a mysterious sort of man, who went out early in the morning and was scarcely ever seen, and saving in mere household drudgery, they waited on themselves. 'What are you writing, Tom?' inquired his sister, laying a hand upon his shoulder. 'Why, you see, my dear,' said Tom, leaning back in his chair and looking up in her face, 'I am very anxious, of course, to obtain some suitable employment, and before Mr Westlock comes this afternoon, I think I may as well prepare a little description of myself and my qualifications, such as he could show to any friend of his.' 'You had better do the same for me, Tom, also,' said his sister, casting down her eyes. 'I should dearly like to keep house for you and take care of you always, Tom, but we are not rich enough for that.' 'We are not rich,' returned Tom, 'certainly, and we may be much poorer, but we will not part if we can help it. No, no, we will make up our minds, Ruth, that unless we are so very unfortunate as to render me quite sure that you would be better off away from me than with me, we will battle it out together. I am certain we shall be happier if we can battle it out together. Don't you think we shall?' 'Oh, tut, tut!' interposed Tom tenderly. 'You mustn't cry.' 'No, no, I won't, Tom. But you can't afford it, dear. You can't, indeed.' 'We don't know that,' said Tom. 'How are we going to know that yet awhile, and without trying? Lord bless my soul!' Tom's energy became quite grand. 'There's no knowing what may happen if we try hard, and I am sure we can live contentedly upon a very little, if we can only get it.' 'Yes, that I'm sure we can, Tom.' 'Why then,' said Tom, 'we must try for it. My friend John Westlock is a capital fellow, and very shrewd and intelligent. I'll take his advice. We'll talk it over with him, both of us together. You'll like John very much when you come to know him, I am certain. Don't cry, don't cry. You make a beefsteak pudding indeed,' said Tom, giving her a gentle push. 'Why, you haven't boldness enough for a dumpling.' 'You will call it a pudding, Tom. Mind, I told you not.' 'I may as well call it that till it proves to be something else,' said Tom. 'Oh, you're going to work in earnest, are you?' Aye, aye, that she was, and in such pleasant earnest, moreover, that Tom's attention wandered from his writing every moment.
First she tripped downstairs into the kitchen for the flour, then for the pie board, then for the eggs, then for the butter, then for a jug of water, then for the rolling pin, then for a pudding basin, then for the pepper, then for the salt, making a separate journey for everything, and laughing every time she started off afresh. When all the materials were collected, she was horrified to find she had no apron on, and so ran upstairs by the way of variety to fetch it. She didn't put it on upstairs, but came dancing down with it in her hand, and being one of those little women to whom an apron is a most becoming little vanity, it took an immense time to arrange, having to be carefully smoothed down beneath. Oh heaven, what a wicked little stomacher! And to be gathered up into little plaits by the strings before it could be tied, and to be tapped, rebuked, and wheedled at the pockets before it would set right, which at last it did. And when it did, but never mind, this is a sober chronicle. And then there were her cuffs to be tucked up, for fear of flour, and she had a little ring to pull off her finger, which wouldn't come off. Foolish little ring! And during the whole of these preparations, she looked demurely every now and then at Tom from under her dark eyelashes, as if they were all a part of the pudding, and indispensable to its composition. For the life and soul of him, Tom could get no further in his writing than a respectable young man aged 35, and this notwithstanding the show she made of being supernaturally quiet, and going about on tiptoe lest she should disturb him, which only served as an additional means of distracting his attention and keeping it upon her. 'Tom,' she said at last, in high glee. 'Tom!' 'What now?' said Tom, repeating to himself, 'aged 35. Will you look here for a moment, please?' As if he hadn't been looking all the time. 'I'm going to begin, Tom. Don't you wonder why I buttered the inside of the basin?' said his busy little sister. 'Not more than you do, I dare say,' replied Tom, laughing, 'for I believe you don't know anything about it.' 'What an infidel you are, Tom! How else do you think it would turn out easily when it was done? For a civil engineer and a land surveyor not to know that! My goodness, Tom!' It was wholly out of the question to try and write. Tom lined out respectable young man aged 35, and sat looking on, pen in hand, with one of the most loving smiles imaginable. Such a busy little woman as she was, so full of self-importance, and trying so hard not to smile, or seem uncertain about anything, it was a perfect treat to Tom to see her with her brows knit and her rosy lips pursed up, kneading away at the crust, rolling it out, cutting it up into strips, lining the basin with it, shaving it off fine round the rim, chopping up the steak into small pieces, raining down pepper and salt upon them, packing them into the basin, pouring in cold water for gravy, and never venturing to steal a look in his direction, lest her gravity should be disturbed. Until, at last, the basin being quite full and only wanting the top crust, she clapped her hands, all covered with paste and flour, at Tom, and burst out heartily in such a charming little laugh of triumph, that the pudding need have had no other seasoning to commend it to the taste of any reasonable man on earth. 'Where's the pudding?' said Tom, for he was cutting his jokes, Tom was. 'Where?' she answered, holding it up with both hands. 'Look at it.' 'That a pudding!' said Tom. 'It will be, you stupid fellow, when it's covered in,' returned his sister. Tom still pretending to look incredulous, she gave him a tap on the head with the rolling pin, and still laughing merrily, had returned to the composition of the top crust, when she started and turned very red. Tom started too, for following her eyes he saw John Westlock in the room. 'Why, my goodness, John, how did you come in?' 'I beg your pardon,' said John, 'your sister's pardon especially, but I met an old lady at the street door, who requested me to enter here, and as you didn't hear me knock, and the door was open, I made bold to do so. I hardly know,' said John with a smile, 'why any of us should be disconcerted at my having accidentally intruded upon such an agreeable domestic occupation, so very agreeably and skilfully pursued. But I must confess that I am. Tom, will you kindly come to my relief?' 'Mr John Westlock,' said Tom, 'my sister.' 'I hope that as the sister of so old a friend,' said John, laughing, 'you will have the goodness to detach your first impressions of me from my unfortunate entrance.' 'My sister is not indisposed, perhaps, to say the same to you on her own behalf,' retorted Tom. John said, of course, that this was quite unnecessary, for he had been transfixed in silent admiration, and he held out his hand to Miss Pinch, who couldn't take it, however, by reason of the flour and paste upon her own. This, which might seem calculated to increase the general confusion, and render matters worse, had in reality the best effect in the world, for neither of them could help laughing, and so they both found themselves on easy terms immediately. 'I am delighted to see you,' said Tom. 'Sit down.' 'I can only think of sitting down on one condition,' returned his friend, 'and that is, your sister goes on with the pudding as if you were still alone.' 'That I'm sure she will,' said Tom. 'On one other condition, and that is, you stay and help us to eat it.' Poor little Ruth was seized with a palpitation of the heart when Tom committed this appalling indiscretion, for she felt that if the dish turned out a failure, she never would be able to hold up her head before John Westlock again. Quite unconscious of her state of mind, John accepted the invitation with all imaginable heartiness, and after a little more pleasantry concerning this same pudding, and the tremendous expectations he made believe to entertain of it, she blushingly resumed her occupation, and he took a chair. 'I am here much earlier than I intended, Tom, but I will tell you what brings me, and I think I can answer for your being glad to hear it. Is that anything you wish to show me?' 'Oh dear no!' cried Tom, who had forgotten the blotted scrap of paper in his hand until this inquiry brought it to his recollection. 'A respectable young man, aged 35, the beginning of a description of myself. That's all.' 'I don't think you will have occasion to finish it, Tom. But how is it you never told me you had friends in London?' Tom looked at his sister with all his might, and certainly his sister looked with all her might at him. 'Friends in London!' echoed Tom. 'Ah!' said Westlock, 'to be sure.' 'Have you any friends in London, Ruth, my dear?' asked Tom. 'No, Tom.' 'I'm very happy to hear that I have,' said Tom, 'but it's news to me. I never knew it. They must be capital people to keep a secret, John.' 'You shall judge for yourself,' returned the other. 'Seriously, Tom, here is the plain state of the case. As I was sitting at breakfast this morning, there comes a knock at my door.' 'On which you cried out very loud, "Come in,"' suggested Tom. 'So I did, and the person who knocked, not being a respectable young man aged 35 from the country, came in when he was invited, instead of standing gaping and staring about him on the landing. Well, when he came in, I found he was a stranger, a grave, businesslike, sedate looking stranger. "Mr Westlock," said he. "That's my name," said I. "The favour of a few words with you," said he. "Pray be seated, sir," said I. Here John stopped for an instant to glance towards the table where Tom's sister, listening attentively, was still busy with the basin, which by this time made a noble appearance. Then he resumed: "The pudding having taken a chair, Tom." "What?" cried Tom. "Having taken a chair. You said a pudding." No," replied John, colouring rather. "A chair. The idea of a stranger coming into my rooms at 8:30 in the morning and taking a pudding. Having taken a chair, Tom, a chair, amazed me by opening the conversation thus: "I believe you are acquainted, sir, with Mr Thomas Pinch?" "No!" cried Tom. "His very words, I assure you." "I told him I was." "Did I know where you were at present residing?" "Yes, in London." Yes, he had casually heard in a roundabout way that you had left your situation with Mr Pecksniff. Was that the fact? Yes, it was. Did you want another? Yes, you did. Certainly, said Tom, nodding his head. Just what I impressed upon him. You may rest assured that I set that point beyond the possibility of any mistake, and gave him distinctly to understand that he may make up his mind about it. Very well. Then, said he, I think I can accommodate him. Tom's sister stopped short. Lord bless me, cried Tom. Ruth, my dear, think I can accommodate him? Of course I begged him, pursued John Westlock, glancing at Tom's sister, who was not less eager in her interest than Tom himself, to proceed, and said that I would undertake to see you immediately. He replied that he had very little to say, being a man of few words, but such as it was to the purpose, and so indeed it turned out, for he immediately went on to tell me that a friend of his was in want of a kind of secretary and librarian, and that although the salary was small, being only £100 a year, with neither board nor lodging, still the duties were not heavy, and there the post was vacant and ready for your acceptance. Good gracious me, cried Tom. £100 a year, my dear John! Ruth, my love, £100 a year! But the strangest part of the story, resumed John Westlock, laying his hand on Tom's wrist to bespeak his attention and repress his ecstasies for the moment, the strangest part of the story, Miss Pinch, is this. I don't know this man from Adam, neither does this man know Tom. He can't, said Tom in great perplexity, if he's a Londoner. I don't know any one in London. And on my observing, John resumed, still keeping his hand upon Tom's wrist, that I had no doubt he would excuse the freedom I took in inquiring who directed him to me, how he came to know of the change which had taken place in my friend's position, and how he came to be acquainted with my friend's peculiar fitness for such an office as he had described. He dryly said that he was not at liberty to enter into any explanations. 'Not at liberty to enter into any explanations,' repeated Tom, drawing a long breath. 'I must be perfectly aware,' he said. John added, 'that to any person who has ever been in Mr Pecksniff's neighbourhood, Mr Thomas Pinch and his acquirements were as well known as the church steeple or the Blue Dragon.' 'The Blue Dragon!' repeated Tom, staring alternately at his friend and his sister. 'Aye, think of that! He spoke as familiarly of the Blue Dragon, I give you my word, as if he had been Mark Tapley. I opened my eyes, I can tell you, when he did so, but I could not fancy I had ever seen the man before, although he said with a smile, "You know the Blue Dragon, Mr Westlock. You kept it up there once or twice yourself." 'Kept it up there! So I did. You remember, Tom?' Tom nodded with great significance, and falling into a state of deeper perplexity than before, observed that this was the most unaccountable and extraordinary circumstance he had ever heard of in his life. 'Unaccountable!' his friend repeated. 'I became afraid of the man, though it was broad day and bright sunshine. I was positively afraid of him. I declare I half suspected him to be a supernatural visitor, and not a mortal, till he took out a commonplace description of pocket book, and handed me this card.' 'Mr Phips,' said Tom, reading it aloud. 'Austin Friars. Austin Friars sounds ghostly, John.' 'Phips don't, I think,' was John's reply. 'But there he lives, Tom, and there he expects us to call this morning. And now you know as much of this strange incident as I do, upon my honour.' Tom's face, between his exultation in the £100 a year and his wonder at this narration, was only to be equalled by the face of his sister, on which there sat the very best expression of blooming surprise that any painter could have wished to see. What the beefsteak pudding would have come to, if it had not been by this time finished, astrology itself could hardly determine. 'Tom,' said Ruth, after a little hesitation, 'perhaps Mr Westlock, in his friendship for you, knows more of this man than he chooses to tell.' 'No, indeed!' cried John eagerly. 'It is not so, I assure you. I wish it were. I cannot take credit to myself, Miss Pinch, for any such thing. All that I know, or as so far as I can judge, I am likely to know, I have told you.' 'Couldn't you know more if you thought proper?' said Ruth, scraping the pie board industriously. 'No,' retorted John. 'Indeed, no. It's very ungenerous in you to be so suspicious of me, when I repose implicit faith in you. I have unbounded confidence in the pudding, Miss Pinch.' She laughed at this, but they soon got back into a serious vein, and discussed the subject with profound gravity. Whatever else was obscure in the business, it appeared to be quite plain that Tom was offered a salary of £100 a year, and this being the main point, the surrounding obscurity rather set it off than otherwise. Tom, being in a great flutter, wished to start for Austin Friars instantly, but they waited nearly an hour, by John's advice, before they departed. Tom made himself as spruce as he could before leaving home, and when John Westlock, through the half-open parlour door, had glimpses of that brave little sister brushing the collar of his coat in the passage, taking up loose stitches in his gloves, and hovering slightly about and about him, touching him up here and there in the height of her quaint little old-fashioned tidiness, he called to mind the fancy portraits of her on the wall of the Pecksniffian workroom, and decided, with uncommon indignation, that they were gross libels, not half pretty enough, though, as hath been mentioned in its place, the artists always made those sketches beautiful, and he had drawn at least a score of them with his own hands. 'Tom,' he said, as they were walking along, 'I begin to think you must be somebody's son.' 'I suppose that I am,' Tom answered in his quiet way, 'but I mean somebody's of consequence.' 'Bless your heart,' replied Tom, 'my poor father was of no consequence, nor my mother either.' 'You remember them perfectly, then?' 'Remember them! Oh dear, yes. My poor mother was the last. She died when Ruth was a mere baby, and then we both became a charge upon the savings of that good old grandmother I used to tell you of. You remember? Oh, there's nothing romantic in our history, John.' 'Very well,' said John, in quiet despair. 'Then there is no way of accounting for my visitor of this morning. So we'll not try, Tom.' They did try, notwithstanding, and never left off trying until they got to Austin Friars, where, in a very dark passage on the first floor, oddly situated at the back of the house, across some leads, they found a little blear-eyed glass door up in one corner, with Mr Phips painted on it, in characters which were meant to be transparent. There was also a wicked old sideboard hiding in the gloom hard by, meditating designs upon the ribs of visitors, and an old mat worn into lattice work, which being useless as a mat, even if anybody could have seen it, which was impossible, had for many years directed its industry into another channel, and regularly tripped up every one of Mr Phips's clients. Mr Phips, hearing a violent concussion between a human hat and his office door, was apprised by the usual means of communication that somebody had come to call upon him, and giving that somebody admission, observed that it was rather dark. 'Dark indeed,' John whispered in Tom Pinch's ear. 'Not a bad place to dispose of a countryman in, I should think, Tom.' Tom had already been turning over in his mind the possibility of their having been tempted into that region to furnish forth a pie; but the sight of Mr Phips, who was small and spare, and looked peaceable, and wore black shorts and powder, dispelled his doubts. 'Walk in,' said Mr Phips. They walked in, and a mighty yellow jaundiced little office Mr Phips had of it, with a great black sprawling splash upon the floor in one corner, as if some old clerk had cut his throat there years ago, and had let out ink instead of blood. 'I have brought my friend Mr Pinch, sir,' said John Westlock. 'Be pleased to sit,' said Mr Phips. They occupied the two chairs, and Mr Phips took the office stool, from the stuffing whereof he drew forth a piece of horsehair of immense length, which he put into his mouth with a great appearance of appetite. He looked at Tom Pinch curiously, but with an entire freedom from any such expression as could be reasonably construed into an unusual display of interest. After a short silence, during which Mr Phips was so perfectly unembarrassed as to render it manifest that he could have broken it sooner without hesitation, if he had felt inclined to do so, he asked if Mr Westlock had made his offer fully known to Mr Pinch. John answered in the affirmative. 'And you think it worth your while, sir, do you?' Mr Phips inquired of Tom. 'I think it a piece of great good fortune, sir,' said Tom. 'I am exceedingly obliged to you for the offer.' 'Not to me,' said Mr Phips. 'I act upon instructions.' 'To your friend, sir, then,' said Tom. 'To the gentleman with whom I am to engage, and whose confidence I shall endeavour to deserve. When he knows me better, sir, I hope he will not lose his good opinion of me. He will find me punctual and vigilant, anxious to do what is right. That, I think, I can answer for. And so,' looking towards him, 'can Mr Westlock.' 'Most assuredly,' said John. Mr Phips appeared to have some little difficulty in resuming the conversation. To relieve himself, he took up the water stamp and began stamping capital F's all over his legs. 'The fact is,' said Mr Phips, 'that my friend is not at this present moment in town.' Tom's countenance fell, for he thought this equivalent to telling him that his appearance did not answer, and that Phips must look out for somebody else. 'When do you think he will be in town, sir?' he asked. 'Can't say. It's impossible to tell. I really have no idea. But,' said Phips, taking a very deep impression of the water stamp upon the calf of his left leg, and looking steadily at Tom, 'I don't know that it's a matter of much consequence.' Poor Tom inclined his head deferentially, but appeared to doubt that. 'I say,' repeated Mr Phips, 'that I don't know it's a matter of much consequence. The business lies entirely between yourself and me, Mr Pinch. With reference to your duties, I can set you going, and with reference to your salary, I can pay it weekly,' said Mr Phips, putting down the wafer stamp and looking at John Westlock and Tom Pinch by turns. 'Weekly, in this office, at any time between the hours of 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon.' As Mr Phips said this, he made up his face as if he were going to whistle, but he didn't. 'You are very good,' said Tom, whose countenance was now fully suffused with pleasure, 'and nothing can be more satisfactory or straightforward. My attendance will be required?' 'From half past 9 to 4 o'clock or so, I should say,' interrupted Mr Phips. 'About that.' 'I did not mean the hours of attendance,' retorted Tom, 'which are light and easy, I am sure, but the place.' 'Oh, the place! The place is in the Temple.' Tom was delighted. 'Perhaps,' said Mr Phips, 'you would like to see the place?' 'Oh dear!' cried Tom, 'I shall only be too glad to consider myself engaged, if you will allow me, without any further reference to the place.' 'You may consider yourself engaged by all means,' said Mr Phips. 'You couldn't meet me at the Temple Gate in Fleet Street in an hour from this time, I suppose, could you?' 'Certainly Tom could.' 'Good,' said Mr Phips, rising. 'Then I will show you the place, and you can begin your attendance to morrow morning. In an hour, therefore, I shall see you. You too, Mr Westlock. Very good. Take care how you go. It's rather dark.' With this remark, which seemed superfluous, he shut them out upon the staircase, and they groped their way into the street again. The interview had done so little to remove the mystery in which Tom's new engagement was involved, and had done so much to thicken it, that neither could help smiling at the puzzled looks of the other. They agreed, however, that the introduction of Tom to his new office and office companions could hardly fail to throw a light upon the subject, and therefore postponed its further consideration until after the fulfilment of the appointment they had made with Mr Phips. After looking at John Westlock's chambers, and devoting a few spare minutes to the Boar's Head, they issued forth again to the place of meeting. The time agreed upon had not quite come, but Mr Phips was already at the Temple Gate, and expressed his satisfaction at their punctuality. He led the way through the sundry lanes and courts into one more quiet and more gloomy than the rest, and singling out a certain house, ascended a common staircase, taking from his pocket as he went a bunch of rusty keys. Stopping before a door upon an upper story, which had nothing but a yellow smear of paint where custom would have placed the tenant's name, he began to beat the dust out of one of these keys very deliberately upon the great broad handrail of the balustrade. 'You'd better have a little plug made,' he said, looking round at Tom, after blowing a shrill whistle into the barrel of the key. 'It's the only way of preventing them from getting stopped up. You'll find the lock will go better too, I dare say, for a little oil.' Tom thanked him, but was too much occupied with his own speculations and John Westlock's looks to be very talkative. In the meantime, Mr Phips opened the door, which yielded to his hand very unwillingly, and with a horribly discordant sound. He took the key out when he had done so, and gave it to Tom. 'Aye, aye,' said Mr Phips, 'the dust lies rather thick here.' Truly it did. Mr Phips might have gone so far as to say very thick. It had accumulated everywhere, lay deep on everything, and in one part where a ray of sun shone through a crevice in the shutter and struck upon the opposite wall, it went twirling round and round like a gigantic squirrel cage. Dust was the only thing in the place that had any motion about it. When their conductor admitted the light freely, and lifting up the heavy window sash, let in the summer air, he showed the mouldering furniture, discoloured wainscoting and ceiling, rusty stove, and ashy hearth, in all their inert neglect. Close to the door there stood a candlestick with an extinguisher upon it, as if the last man who had been there had paused, after securing a retreat, to take a parting look at the dreariness he left behind, and then had shut out light and life together, and closed the place up like a tomb. There were two rooms on that floor, and in the first or outer one a narrow staircase leading to two more above. These last were fitted up as bedchambers. Neither in them nor in the rooms below was there any scarcity of convenient furniture observable, although the fittings were of a bygone fashion. But solitude and want of use seemed to have rendered it unfit for any purpose of comfort, and to have given it a grisly, haunted air. Movables of every kind lay strewn about, without the least attempt at order, and were intermixed with boxes, hampers, and all sorts of lumber. On all the floors were piles of books, to the amount perhaps of some thousands of volumes. These still in bales, those wrapped in paper as they had been purchased, others scattered singly or in heaps, not one upon the shelves which lined the walls. To these Mr Phips called Tom's attention. 'Before anything else can be done, we must have them put in order, catalogued, and ranged upon the bookshelves, Mr Pinch. That will do to begin with, I think, sir.' Tom rubbed his hands, in the pleasant anticipation of a task so congenial to his taste, and said, 'An occupation full of interest for me, I assure you. It will occupy me perhaps until Mr ' 'Until Mr ' repeated Phips, as much to ask Tom what he was stopping for. 'Oh, I forgot that you had not mentioned the gentleman's name,' said Tom. 'Oh!' cried Mr Phips, pulling on his glove. 'Didn't I? No, by the bye, I don't think I did. I dare say he'll be here soon. You will get on very well together, I have no doubt. I wish you success, I am sure. You won't forget to shut the door? It'll lock of itself if you slam it. 9:30, you know. Let's say from 9:30 to 4, or 4:30, or thereabouts. One day, perhaps, a little earlier; another day, perhaps, a little later, according as you feel disposed, and as you arrange your work. Mr Phips, Austin Friars, of course, you'll remember; and you won't forget to slam the door, if you please.' He said all this in such a comfortable, easy manner, that Tom could only rub his hands, and nod his head, and smile in acquiescence, which he was still doing when Mr Phips walked coolly out. 'Why, he's gone!' cried Tom. 'And what's more, Tom,' said John Westlock, seating himself upon a pile of books, and looking up at his astonished friend, 'he is evidently not coming back again. So here you are, installed under rather singular circumstances, Tom. It was such an odd affair throughout. And Tom, standing there among the books, with his hat in one hand and the key in the other, looked so prodigiously confounded that his friend could not help laughing heartily. Tom himself was tickled, no less by the hilarity of his friend than by the recollection of the sudden manner in which he had been brought to a stop, in the very height of his urbane conference with Mr Phips. So by degrees Tom burst out laughing too, and each making the other laugh more, they fairly roared. When they had had their laugh out, which did not happen very soon, for give John an inch that way and he was sure to take several ells, being a jovial, good-tempered fellow, they looked around them more closely, groping among the lumber for any stray means of enlightenment that might turn up. But no scrap or shred of information could they find. The books were marked with a variety of owners' names, having no doubt been bought at sales, and collected here and there at different times. But whether any one of these names belonged to Tom's employer, and if so, which of them, they had no means whatever of determining. It occurred to John as a very bright thought to make an inquiry at the steward's office to whom the chambers belonged, or by whom they were held. But he came back no wiser than he went, the answer being, Mr Phips of Austin Friars. After all, Tom, I begin to think it lies no deeper than this. Phips is an eccentric man, has some knowledge of Pecksniff, despises him. Of course, he has heard or seen enough of you to know that you are the man he wants, and engages you in his own whimsical manner. But why in his own whimsical manner? Asked Tom. Oh, why does any man entertain his own whimsical taste? Why does Mr Phips wear shorts and powder, and Mr Phips' next door neighbour boots and a wig? Tom, being in that state of mind in which any explanation is a great relief, adopted this last one, which indeed was quite as feasible as any other, readily, and said he had no doubt of it, nor was his faith at all shaken by his having said exactly the same thing to each suggestion of his friends in turn, and being perfectly ready to say it again if he had any new solution to propose. As he had not, Tom drew down the window sash, folded the shutter, and they left the rooms. He closed the door heavily as Mr Phips had desired him, tried it, found it all safe, and put the key in his pocket. They made a pretty wide circuit going back to Islington, as they had time to spare, and Tom was never tired of looking about him. It was well he had John Westlock for his companion, for most people would have been weary of his perpetual stoppages at shop windows, and his frequent dashes into the crowded carriageway at the peril of his life, to get a better view of church steeples and other public buildings. But John was charmed to see him so much interested, and every time Tom came back with a beaming face from among the wheels of carts and hackney coaches, wholly unconscious of the personal congratulations addressed to him by the drivers, John seemed to like him better than before. There was no flour on Ruth's hands when she received them in the triangular parlour, but there were pleasant smiles upon her face, and a crowd of welcomes shining out of every smile, and gleaming in her bright eyes. By the by, how bright they were! Looking into them for but a moment, when you took her hand, you saw in each such a capital miniature of yourself, representing you as such a restless, flashing, eager, brilliant little fellow. Ah, if you could only have kept them for your own miniature! But wicked, roving, restless, too impartial eyes! It was enough for any one to stand before them, and straightway there he danced and sparkled quite as merrily as you. The table was already spread for dinner, and though it was spread with nothing very choice in the way of glass or linen, and with green-handled knives and very mountebanks of two-pronged forks, which seemed to be trying how far asunder they could possibly stretch their legs without converting themselves into double the number of iron toothpicks, it wanted neither damask, silver, gold, nor china, no, nor any other garniture at all. There it was, and being there, nothing else would have done as well. The success of that initiative dish, that first experiment of hers in cookery, was so entire, so unalloyed and perfect, that John Westlock and Tom agreed she must have been studying the art in secret for a long time past, and urged her to make a full confession of the fact. They were exceedingly merry over this jest, and many smart things were said concerning it. But John was not as fair in his behaviour as might have been expected, for after luring Tom Pinch on for a long time, he suddenly went over to the enemy, and swore to everything his sister said. However, as Tom observed the same night before going to bed, it was only in joke, and John had always been famous for being polite to ladies, even when he was quite a boy. Ruth said, oh, indeed! She didn't say anything else. It's astonishing how much three people may find to talk about. They scarcely left off talking once, and it was not all lively chat which occupied them, for when Tom related how he had seen Mr Pecksniff's daughters, and what a change had fallen on the younger, they were very serious. John Westlock became quite absorbed in her fortunes, asking many questions of Tom Pinch about her marriage, inquiring whether her husband was the gentleman who Tom had brought to dine with him at Salisbury, in what degree of relationship they stood towards each other, and taking, in short, the greatest interest in the subject. Tom then went into it at full length. He told how Martin had gone abroad, and had not been heard of for a long time; how Dragon Mark had borne him company; how Mr Pecksniff had got the poor old doting grandfather into his power; and how he basely sought the hand of Mary Graham. But not a word said Tom of what lay hidden in his heart so deep, and true, and full of honour, and yet with so much room for every gentle and unselfish thought. Not a word. Tom, the man in all this world most confident in his sagacity and shrewdness, the man in all this world most proud of his distrust of other men, and having most to show in gold and silver as the gains belonging to his creed, the meekest favourer of that wise doctrine, every man for himself, and God for us all, there being high wisdom in the thought that the eternal majesty of heaven ever was or can be on the side of selfish lust and love, shall never find, oh never find, be sure of that, the time come home to him when all his wisdom is an idiot's folly, weighed against a simple heart. Well, Tom, it was simple too, though simple in a different way, to be so eager touching that same theatre of which John said when tea was done he had the absolute command, so far as taking parties in without the payment of a sixpence was concerned; and simpler yet, perhaps, never to suspect that when he went in first alone he paid the money. Simple in thee, dear Tom, to laugh and cry so heartily at such a sorry show, so poorly shown; simple to be so happy and loquacious, trudging home with Ruth; simple to be so surprised to find that merry present of a cookery book awaiting her in the parlour next morning, with the beefsteak pudding leaf turned down and blotted out. There let the record stand. Thy quality of soul was simple, quite contemptible, Tom Pinch. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Pinches make a new acquaintance and have fresh occasion for surprise and wonder. There was a ghostly air about these uninhabited chambers in the Temple, and attending every circumstance of Tom's employment there, which had a strange charm in it. Every morning when he shut his door at Islington, he turned his face towards an atmosphere of unaccountable fascination, and as surely as he turned it to the London smoke, and from that moment it thickened round and round him all day long, until the time arrived for going home again, and leaving it like a motionless cloud behind. It seemed to Tom every morning that he approached this ghostly mist, and became enveloped in it, by the easiest succession of degrees imaginable. Passing from the roar and rattle of the streets into the quiet courtyards of the Temple was the first preparation. Every echo of his footsteps sounded to him like a sound from the old walls and pavements, wanting language to relate the histories of the dim, dismal rooms, to tell him what lost documents were decaying in forgotten corners of the shut-up cellars, from whose lattices such mouldy sighs came breathing forth as he went past; to whisper of dark bins of rare old wine bricked up in vaults among the old foundations of the halls; or mutter in a lower tone yet darker legends of the cross-legged knights whose marble effigies were in the church. With the first planting of his foot upon the staircase of his dusty office, all these mysteries increased, until ascending step by step, as Tom ascended, they attained their full growth in the solitary labours of the day. Every day brought one recurring, never failing source of speculation. This employer, would he come today, and what would he be like? For Tom could not stop short at Mr Phips. He quite believed that Mr Phips had spoken truly when he said he acted for another,
And what manner of man that other was became a full-blown flower of wonder in the garden of Tom's fancy, which never faded or got trodden down. At one time he conceived that Mr Pecksniff, repenting of his falsehood, might, by exertion of his influence with some third person, have devised these means of giving him employment. He found this idea so insupportable after what had taken place between that good man and himself, that he confided it to John Westlock on the very same day, informing John that he would rather ply for hire as a porter than fall so low in his own esteem as to accept the smallest obligation from the hands of Mr Pecksniff. But John assured him that he, Tom Pinch, was far from doing justice to the character of Mr Pecksniff yet, if he supposed that gentleman capable of performing a generous action, and that he might make his mind quite easy on that head until he saw the sun turn green and the moon black, and at the same time distinctly perceive with the naked eye 12 first-rate comets careering around those planets, in which unusual state of things, he said, and not before, it might become not absolutely lunatic to suspect Mr Pecksniff of anything so monstrous. In short, he laughed the idea down completely, and Tom, abandoning it, was thrown upon his beam ends again for some other solution. In the meantime, Tom attended to his duties daily, and made considerable progress with the books, which were already reduced to some sort of order, and made a great appearance in his fairly written catalogue. During his business hours he indulged himself occasionally with snatches of reading, which were often indeed a necessary part of his pursuit; and as he usually made bold to carry one of these goblin volumes home at night, always bringing it back again the next morning, in case his strange employer should appear and ask what had become of it, he led a happy, quiet, studious kind of life, after his own heart. But though the books were never so interesting and never so full of novelty to Tom, they could not so enchain him in those mysterious chambers as to render him unconscious for a moment of the lightest sound. Any footstep on the flags without set him listening attentively, and when it turned into that house and came up the stairs, he always thought with a beating heart, now I am coming face to face with him at last. But no footstep ever passed the floor immediately below, except his own. This mystery and loneliness engendered fancies in Tom's mind, the folly of which his common sense could readily discover, but which his common sense was quite unable to keep away. Notwithstanding that quality being with most of us in such a case, like the old French police, quick at detection, but very weak as a preventative power, misgivings, undefined, absurd, inexplicable, that there was some one hiding in the inner room, walking softly overhead, peeping in through the door chink, doing something stealthy anywhere that he was not, came over him 100 times a day, making it pleasant to throw up the sash and hold communication even with the sparrows who had built in the roof and waterspout, and were twittering about the windows all day long. He sat with the outer door wide open at all times, that he might hear the footsteps as they entered, and turned off into the chambers on the lower floor. He formed odd prepossessions too, regarding strangers in the streets, and say within himself of such or such a man who struck him as having anything uncommon in his dress or aspect, I shouldn't wonder now if that were he. But it never was; and though he actually turned back and followed more than one of these suspected individuals, in a singular belief that they were going to the place he was then upon his way from, he never got any other satisfaction by it than the satisfaction of knowing it was not the case. Mr Phipps of Austin Friars rather deepened than illumined the obscurity of his position, for on the first occasion of Tom's waiting on him to receive his weekly pay, he said, "Oh, by the by, Mr Pinch, you needn't mention it, if you please." Tom thought he was going to tell him a secret, so he said that he wouldn't on any account, and that Mr Phipps might entirely depend upon him. But as Mr Phipps said "very good" in reply, and nothing more, Tom prompted him. "Not on any account," repeated Tom. Mr Phipps repeated "very good." "You were going to say," Tom hinted. "Oh dear no," cried Phipps, "not at all." However, seeing Tom confused, he added, "I mean that you needn't mention any particulars about your place of employment to people generally. You'll find it better not." "I have not had the pleasure of seeing my employer yet, sir," observed Tom, putting his weekly salary in his pocket. "Haven't you?" said Phipps. "No, I don't suppose you have, though."
I should like to thank him, and to know that what I have done so far is done to his satisfaction,' faltered Tom. 'Quite right,' said Mr Fips with a yawn. 'Highly creditable. Very proper.' Tom hastily resolved to try him on another tack. 'I shall soon have finished with the books,' he said. 'I hope that will not terminate my engagement, sir, or render me useless.' 'Oh dear no,' retorted Fips. 'Plenty to do. Plenty to do. Be careful how you go. It's rather dark.' This was the very utmost extent of information Tom could ever get out of him. So it was dark enough in all conscience, and if Mr Fips expressed himself with a double meaning, he had good reason for doing so. But now a circumstance occurred which helped to divert Tom's thoughts from even this mystery, and to divide them between it and a new channel which was a very Nile in itself. The way it came about was this. Having always been an early riser, and having now no organ to engage him in sweet converse every morning, it was his habit to take a long walk before going to the Temple, and naturally inclining, as a stranger, towards those parts of the town which were conspicuous for the life and animation pervading them, he became a great frequenter of the marketplaces, bridges, quays, and especially the steamboat wharves, for it was very lively and fresh to see the people hurrying away on their many schemes of business or pleasure, and it made Tom glad to think that there was that much change and freedom in the monstrous routine of city lives. In most of these morning excursions Ruth accompanied him. As their landlord was always up and away at his business, whatever that might be, no one seemed to know, at a very early hour, the habits of the people of the house in which they lodged corresponded with their own. Thus they had often finished their breakfast, and were out in the summer air by 7 o'clock. After a 2 hours' stroll, they parted at some convenient point, Tom going to the Temple, and his sister returning home as methodically as you please. Many and many a pleasant stroll they had in Covent Garden Market, snuffing up the perfume of the fruits and flowers, wondering at the magnificence of the pineapples and melons, catching glimpses down side avenues of rows and rows of old women seated on inverted baskets, shelling peas, looking unutterable things at the fat bundles of asparagus with which the dainty shops were fortified as with a breastwork, and at the herbalist doors gratefully inhaling scents as of veal stuffing yet uncooked, dreamily mixed up with capsicums, brown paper, seeds, even with the hints of lusty snails and fine young curly leeches. Many and many a pleasant stroll they had among the poultry markets, where ducks and fowls with necks unnaturally long lay stretched out in pairs ready for cooking, where there were speckled eggs in mossy baskets, white country sausages beyond impeachment by surviving cat or dog, or horse or donkey, new cheeses to any wild extent, live birds in coops and cages, looking much too big to be natural, in consequence of those receptacles being much too little, rabbits alive and dead innumerable. Many a pleasant stroll they had among the cool, refreshing, silvery fish stalls, with a kind of moonlight effect about their stock in trade, excepting always for the ruddy lobsters. Many a pleasant stroll among the waggon loads of fragrant hay, beneath which dogs and tired waggoners lay fast asleep, oblivious of the pieman and the public house, but never half so good as a stroll down among the steamboats on a bright morning. There they lay alongside of each other, hard and fast for ever to all appearance, but designing to get out somehow, and quite confident of doing it, and in that faith shoals of passengers and heaps of luggage were proceeding hurriedly on board. Little steamboats dashed up and down the stream incessantly, tiers upon tiers of vessels, scores of masts, labyrinths of tackle, idle sails, splashing oars, gliding rowboats, lumbering barges, sunken piles with ugly lodgings for the water rat within their mud discoloured nooks, church steeples, warehouses, house roofs, arches, bridges, men and women, children, casks, cranes, boxes, horses, coaches, idlers and hard labourers. There they were, all jumbled up together, any summer morning, far beyond Tom's power of separation. In the midst of all this turmoil there was an incessant roar from every packet's funnel, which quite expressed and carried out the uppermost emotion of the scene. They all appeared to be perspiring and bothering themselves, exactly as their passengers did. They never left off fretting and chafing in their own hoarse manner once, but were always panting out without any stops. 'Come along! Do make haste! I'm very nervous! Come along! Oh, good gracious, we shall never get there! How late you are! Do make haste. I am off directly. Come along.' Even when they had left off, and had got safely out into the current, on the smallest provocation they began again. For the bravest packet of them all, being stopped by some entanglement in the river, would immediately begin to fume and pant afresh. 'Oh, here's a stoppage. What's the matter? Do go on there. I'm in a hurry. It's done on purpose. Did you ever? Oh, my goodness! Do go on here!' And so, in a state of mind bordering on distraction, would be last seen drifting slowly through the mist into the summer light beyond, that made it red. Tom's ship, however, or at least the packet boat in which Tom and his sister took the greatest interest on one particular occasion, was not off yet by any means, but was at the height of its disorder. The press of passengers was very great. Another steamboat lay on each side of her. The gangways were choked up. Distracted women, obviously bound for Gravesend, but turning a deaf ear to all representations that this particular vessel was about to sail for Antwerp, persisted in securing baskets of refreshments behind bulkheads and water casks and under seats, and a very great confusion prevailed. It was so amusing that Tom, with Ruth upon his arm, stood looking down from the wharf, as nearly regardless as if it were the nature of flesh and blood to be, of an elderly lady behind him, who had brought a large umbrella with her, and didn't know what to do with it. This tremendous instrument had a hooked handle, and its vicinity was first made known to him by a painful pressure on the windpipe, consequent upon its having caught him round the throat. Soon after disengaging himself with perfect good humour, he had a sensation of the ferrule in his back. Immediately afterwards, of the hook entangling his ankles. Then of the umbrella generally wandering about his hat and flapping at it like a great bird. And lastly of a poke or thrust below the ribs, which gave him such exceeding anguish that he could not refrain from turning round to offer a mild remonstrance. Upon his turning round, he found the owner of the umbrella struggling on tiptoe, with a countenance expressive of violent animosity, to look down upon the steamboats, from which he inferred that she had attacked him, standing in the front row by design, and as her natural enemy. 'What a very ill-natured person you must be!' said Tom. The lady cried out fiercely, 'Where's the police?' meaning the constabulary, and went on to say, shaking the handle of the umbrella at Tom, that but for them fellers never being in the way when they was wanted, she'd have given him in charge, she would. If they greased their whiskers less, and minded the duties which they're paid so heavy for a little more, she observed, no one needn't be drove mad by scrowding so. She had been grievously knocked about, no doubt, for her bonnet was bent into the shape of a cocked hat. Being a fat little woman too, she was in a state of great exhaustion and intense heat. Instead of pursuing the altercation, therefore, Tom civilly inquired what boat she wanted to go on board of. 'I suppose,' returned the lady, 'as nobody but yourself can want to look at a steam package without wanting to go a boarding of it, can they, booby?' 'Well, which one do you want to look at then?' said Tom. 'We'll make room for you if you can. Don't be so ill-tempered.' 'No blessed creature as ever I was in trying times,' returned the lady, somewhat softened, 'and they're many in their numbers, ever brought it as a charge against myself, I was anything but mild and equal in my spirits. Never mind a contradicting of me, if you seem to feel it does you good, ma'am. Often I says, well you know that Sairey might be trusted not to give it back again. But I will not deny that I am worrited and wexed this day, and with good reason. Lord forbid.' By this time, Mrs Gamp, for it was no other than that experienced practitioner, had, with Tom's assistance, squeezed and worked herself into a small corner between Ruth and the rail, where, after breathing very hard for some little time, and performing a short series of dangerous evolutions with her umbrella, she managed to establish herself pretty comfortably. 'And which of them smoking monsters is the Ankworks boat, I wonder?' 'Goodness me!' cried Mrs Gamp. 'What boat did you want?' asked Ruth. 'The Ankworks package,' Mrs Gamp replied. 'I will not deceive you, my sweet. Why should I?' 'That is the Antwerp packet in the middle,' said Ruth. 'And I wish it was in Jonas's belly, I do,' cried Mrs Gamp, appearing to confound the prophet with the whale in this miraculous aspiration. Ruth said nothing in reply, but as Mrs Gamp, laying her chin against the cool iron of the rail, continued to look intently at the Antwerp boat, and every now and then to give a little groan, she inquired whether any child of hers was going aboard that morning, or perhaps her husband, she said kindly. 'Which shows,' said Mrs Gamp, casting up her eyes, 'what a little way you've travelled into this whale of life, my dear, as a young creature. There's a good friend of mine has frequently made remark to me, which her name, my love, is Harris. Mrs Harris, through the square and up the steps a turning round by the tobacco shop. Oh, Sairey, Sairey, little do we know what lays afore us. Mrs Harris, ma'am, I says, not much is true, but more than you suppose. Our calculations, ma'am, I says, respecting what the number of a family will be, comes most times within one, and oftener than you would suppose. Exact, Sairey, says Mrs Harris in an awful way. Tell me what is my individual number. No, Mrs Harris, I says to her, excuse me if you please. My own, I says, has fallen out of 3 pair backs, and had damp doorsteps settled on their lungs, and one was turned up smiling in the bedstead unbeknown. Therefore, ma'am, I say, seek not to proctipate, but take 'em as they come as they go. Mine, says Mrs Gamp, mine is all gone, my dear young chick. And as to husbands, there's a wooden leg gone likewise home to its account, which in its constancy of walking into wine vaults and never coming out again till fetched by force, was quite as weak as flesh, if not weaker. When she had delivered this oration, Mrs Gamp leaned her chin upon the cool iron again, and looking intently at the Antwerp packet, shook her head and groaned. I wouldn't, said Mrs Gamp, I wouldn't be a man and have such a think upon my mind, but nobody as owned the name of man could do it. Tom and his sister glanced at each other, and Ruth, after a moment's hesitation, asked Mrs Gamp what troubled her so much. My dear, returned that lady, dropping her voice, you are single, ain't you? Ruth laughed and blushed, and said yes. Worse luck, proceeded Mrs Gamp, for all parties, but others is married, and in the marriage state, and there is a dear young creature coming down this morning to that very package, which is no more fit to trust herself to see than nothing is. She paused here to look over the deck of the packet in question, and on the steps leading down to it, and on the gangways, seeming to have thus assured herself that the object of her commiseration had not yet arrived. She raised her eyes gradually up to the top of the escape pipe, and indignantly apostrophized the vessel. Oh, drat you, said Mrs Gamp, shaking her umbrella at it. You're a nice spluttering, noisy monster for a delicate young creature to go and be passenger by, ain't you? You never do no harm in that way, do you? With your humming and roaring and hissing and lampling, you brute. Them confusion steamers, said Mrs Gamp, shaking her umbrella again, has done more to throw us out of our regular work and bring events on times when nobody counted on 'em, especially them screeching railroad ones, and then all the other frights that ever was took. I've heard of one young man, a guard upon a railway, only 3 years open. Well, does Mrs Harris know him? Which indeed he is her own relation by her sister's marriage with a Master Sawyer, as his godfather at this present time to 26 blessed little strangers, equally unexpected, and all of them unnamed after the Injuns as was the cause. Ugh, said Mrs Gamp, resuming her apostrophe, one might easily know you was a man's invention, from your disregardlessness of the weakness of our natures. So one might, you brute. It would not have been unnatural to suppose, from the first part of Mrs Gamp's lamentations, that she was connected with the stage coaching or post horsing trade. She had no means of judging of the effect of her concluding remarks upon her young companion, for she interrupted herself at this point, and exclaimed, there she identically goes, poor sweet young creetur. There she goes like a lamb at a sacrifige. If there's any illness when that wessel gets to sea, said Mrs Gamp prophetically, it's murder, and I'm the witness for the persecution. She was very earnest on the subject, that Tom's sister, being as kind as Tom himself, could not help saying something to her in reply. Pray, which is the lady, she inquired, in whom you are so much interested? There, groaned Mrs Gamp, there she goes, a crossing a little wooden bridge at this minute. She's a slipping on a bit of orange peel, tightly clutching her umbrella. What a turn it gave me! Do you mean the lady who is with that man wrapped up from head to foot in a large cloak, so that his face is almost hidden? Well, he may hide it, Mrs Gamp replied. He's good call to be ashamed of himself. Did you see him a jerking of her wrist then? He seems to be hasty with her indeed. Now he's a taking of her down into the closed cabin, said Mrs Gamp impatiently. What's the man about? The deuce is in him, I think. Why can't he leave her in the open air? He did not, whatever his reason was, but led her quickly down and disappeared himself, without loosening his cloak, or pausing on the crowded deck one moment longer than was necessary to clear their way to that part of the vessel. Tom had not heard this little dialogue, for his attention had been engaged in an unexpected manner. A hand upon his sleeve had caused him to look round, just when Mrs Gamp concluded her apostrophe to the steam engine, and on his right arm, Ruth being on his left, he found their landlord, to his great surprise. He was not so much surprised at the man's being there, as at his having got close to him so quietly and swiftly; for another person had been at his elbow one instant before, and he had not in the meantime been conscious of any change or pressure in the knot of people among whom he stood. He and Ruth had frequently remarked how noiselessly this landlord of theirs came into and went out of his own house; but Tom was not the less amazed to see him at his elbow now. 'I beg your pardon, Mr Pinch,' he said in his ear. 'I am rather infirm and out of breath, and my eyes are not very good. I'm not as young as I was, sir. You don't see a gentleman in a large cloak down yonder, with a lady on his arm, a lady in a veil and a black shawl, do you?' If he did not, it was curious that in speaking he should have singled out from all the crowd the very people whom he described, and should have glanced hastily from them to Tom, as if he were burning to direct his wandering eyes. 'A gentleman in a large cloak,' said Tom, 'and a lady in a black shawl. Let me see.' 'Yes, yes,' replied the other, with keen impatience. 'A gentleman muffled up from head to foot, strangely muffled up for such a morning as this, like an invalid, with his hand to his face at this minute, perhaps. No, not there,' he added, following Tom's gaze. 'The other way, in that direction, down yonder.' Again he indicated, but this time in his hurry, with the outstretched finger, the very spot on which the progress of these persons was checked at that moment. 'There are so many people, and so much motion, and so many objects,' said Tom, 'that I find it difficult to No, I really don't see a gentleman in a large cloak and a lady in a black shawl. There's a lady in a red shawl over there.' 'No,' cried his landlord, pointing eagerly again. 'Not there. The other way, the other way. Look at the cabin steps to the left. They must be near the cabin steps. Do you see the cabin steps? There's a bell ringing already. Do you see the steps?' 'Stay,' said Tom. 'You're right. Look, there they go now. Is that the gentleman you mean, descending at this minute with the folds of a great cloak trailing down after him?' 'The very man,' returned the other, not looking at what Tom pointed out, however, but at Tom's own face. 'Will you do me a kindness, sir, a great kindness? Will you put that letter in his hand? Only give him that. He expects it. I am charged to do it by my employers, but I am late in finding him, and not being as young as I have been, I should never be able to make my way on board and off the deck again in time. Will you pardon my boldness, and do me that great kindness?' His hand shook, and his face bespoke the utmost interest and agitation, as he pressed the letter upon Tom, and pointed to its destination, like the tempter in some grim old carving. To hesitate in the performance of a good natured or compassionate office was not in Tom's way. He took the letter, whispered Ruth to wait till he returned, which would be immediately, and ran down the steps with all the expedition he could make. There were so many people going down, so many others coming up, such heavy goods in course of transit to and fro, such a ringing of bell, blowing off steam, and shouting of men's voices, that he had much ado to force his way, or to keep in mind to which boat he was going. But he reached the right one with good speed, and going down the cabin stairs, immediately descried the object of his search standing at the upper end of the saloon, with his back towards him, reading some notice which was hung against the wall. As Tom advanced to give him the letter, he started, hearing footsteps, and turned round. What was Tom's astonishment to find in him the man with whom he had had the conflict in the field! Poor Mercy's husband, Jonas. Tom understood him to say, what the devil did he want? But it was not easy to make out what he said. He spoke so indistinctly. 'I want nothing with you for myself,' said Tom. 'I was asked a moment since to give you this letter. You were pointed out to me, but I didn't know you in your strange dress. Take it.' He did so, opened it, and read the writing on the inside. The contents were evidently very brief, not more perhaps than one line, but they struck upon him like a stone from a sling. He reeled back as he read. His emotion was so different from any Tom had ever seen before, that he stopped involuntarily. Momentary as his state of indecision was, the bell ceased while he stood there, and a hoarse voice calling down the steps inquired if there was any to go ashore. 'Yes,' cried Jonas, 'I'm coming. Give me time. Where's that woman? Come back here.' He threw open another door as he spoke, and dragged rather than led her forth. She was pale and frightened, and amazed to see her old acquaintance, but had no time to speak, for they were making a great stir above, and Jonas drew her rapidly towards the deck. 'Where are we going? What is the matter?' 'We're going back,' said Jonas. 'I've changed my mind. I can't go. Don't question me, or I shall be the death of you, or someone else. Stop there. Stop. We're for the shore, do you hear? We're for the shore.
He turned, even in the madness of his hurry, and scowling darkly back at Tom, shook his clenched hand at him. There are not many human faces capable of the expression with which he accompanied that gesture. He dragged her up, and Tom followed them, across the deck, over the side, along the crazy plank, and up the steps. He dragged her fiercely, not bestowing any look on her, but gazing upwards all the while among the faces on the wharf. Suddenly he turned again, and said to Tom with a tremendous oath, "Where is he?" Before Tom, in his indignation and amazement, could return an answer to a question he so little understood, a gentleman approached Tom behind, and saluted Jonas Chuzzlewit by name. He has a gentleman of foreign appearance, with a black moustache and whiskers, and addressed him with a polite composure, strangely different from his own distracted and desperate manner. "Chuzzlewit, my good fellow," said the gentleman, raising his hat in compliment to Mrs. Chuzzlewit, "I ask your pardon 20,000 times. I am most unwilling to interfere between you and a domestic trip of this nature, always so very charming and refreshing. I know, although I have not the happiness to be a domestic man myself, which is the great infelicity of my existence. But the beehive, my dear friend, the beehive, will you introduce me?" "This is Mr Montague," said Jonas, whom the words appeared to choke. "The most unhappy and most penitent of men, Mrs. Chuzzlewit," pursued that gentleman, "for having been the means of spoiling this excursion. But as I tell my friend, the beehive, the beehive. You projected a short little continental trip, my dear friend, of course?" Jonas maintained a dogged silence. "May I die!" cried Montague, "but I am shocked. Upon my soul, I am shocked. But that confounded beehive of ours in the city must be paramount to every other consideration, when there is honey to be made. And that is my best excuse. Here is a very singular old female, dropping curtseys on my right," said Montague, breaking off in his discourse, and looking at Mrs Gamp, "who is not a friend of mine. Does anybody know her?" "Ah, well they knows me, bless their precious hearts," said Mrs Gamp. "Not forgetting your own merry one, sir, and long may be it so. Wishing as every one," she delivered this in the form of a toast or sentiment, "was as merry and handsome looking as a little bird had whispered me a certain gent is, which I will not name for fear I give offence where none is due. My precious lady," here she stopped short in her merriment, for she had until now affected to be vastly entertained. "You're too pale by half." "You are here too, are you?" muttered Jonas. "Ecod, there are enough of you." "I hope, sir," returned Mrs Gamp, dropping an indignant curtsey, "as no bones is broke by me and Mrs Harris a walking down upon a public wharf." Which was the very words she says to me, although they was the last I ever had to speak, was these: "Sairey," she says, "is it a public wharf?" "Mrs Harris," I makes an answer, "can you doubt it? You have knowed me now, ma'am, 38 year. Did you ever know me to go or wish to go where I was not made welcome? Say the words." "No, Sairey," Mrs Harris says, "contrairy quite, and well she knows it too. I am but a poor woman. I've been sought after, sir, though you may not think it. I've been knocked up at all hours of the night, and warned out by many landlords, in consequence of being mistook for fire. I goes out a working for my bread, 'tis true, but I maintains my independency with your kind leave, and which I will till death. I has my feelings as a woman, sir, and I've been a mother likewise, but touch a pipkin as belongs to me, or make the least remarks on what I eats or drinks, and though you was the favouriteest young foreign hussy of a servant girl as ever come into a house, either you leaves the place or me. My earnings is not great, sir, but I will not be imposed upon. Bless the babe, save the mother, is my mortar. But I make so free as to add that, don't try no impoging with the nurse, for she will not abear it." Mrs Gamp concluded by drawing her shawl tightly over herself with both hands, and as usual referring to Mrs Harris for full corroboration of these particulars. She had that peculiar trembling of the head which, in ladies of her excitable nature, may be taken as a sure indication of their breaking out again very shortly, when Jonas made a timely interposition. "As you are here," he said, "you had better see to her, and take her home. I'm otherwise engaged." He said nothing more, but looked at Montague as if to give him notice that he was ready to attend him. "I'm sorry to take you away," said Montague. Jonas gave him a sinister look, which long lived in Tom's memory, and which he often recalled afterwards. "I am, upon my life," said Montague. "Why did you make it necessary?" With the same dark glance as before, Jonas replied after a moment's silence: "The necessity is none of my making. You have brought it about yourself." He said nothing more. He said even this as if he were bound, and in the other's power,
but had a sullen and suppressed devil within him, which he could not quite resist. His very gait as they walked away together was like that of a fettered man, but, striving to work out at his clenched hands, knitted brows, and fast set lips, was the same imprisoned devil still. They got into a handsome cabriolet which was waiting for them, and drove away. The whole of this extraordinary scene had passed so rapidly, and the tumult which prevailed around as so unconscious of any impression from it, that although Tom had been one of the chief actors, it was like a dream. No one had noticed him after they had left the packet. He had stood behind Jonas, and so near him that he could not help hearing all that passed. He had stood there with his sister on his arm, expecting and hoping to have an opportunity of explaining his strange share in this yet stranger business. But Jonas had not raised his eyes from the ground. No one else had even looked towards him, and before he could resolve on any course of action, they were all gone. He gazed around for his landlord, but he had done that more than once already, and no such man was to be seen. He was still pursuing this search with his eyes, when he saw a hand beckoning to him from a hackney coach, and hurrying towards it, found it was Mary's. She addressed him hurriedly, but bent out of the window that she might not be overheard by her companion, Mrs Gamp. "What is it?" she said. "Good heaven, what is it? Why did he tell me last night to prepare for a long journey? And why have you brought us back like criminals? Dear Mr Pinch," she clasped her hands distractedly, "be merciful to us. Whatever this dreadful secret is, be merciful, and God will bless you." "If any power of mercy lay with me," cried Tom, "trust me, you shouldn't ask in vain. But I am far more ignorant and weak than you." She withdrew into the coach again, and he saw the hand waving towards him for a moment. But whether in reproachfulness, or incredulity, or misery, or grief, or sad adieu, or what else, he could not, being so hurried, understand. She was gone now, and Ruth and he were left to walk away and wonder. Had Mr Nadgett appointed the man who never came to meet him upon London Bridge that morning, he was certainly looking over the parapet and down upon the steamboat wharf at that moment. It could not have been for pleasure. He never took pleasure. No, he must have had some business there. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr Jonas and his friend, arriving at a pleasant understanding, set forth upon an enterprise. The office of the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company being near at hand, and Mr Montague driving Jonas straight there, they had very little way to go. But the journey might have been one of several hours' duration without provoking a remark from either, for it was clear that Jonas did not mean to break the silence which prevailed between them, and that it was not as yet his dear friend's cue to tempt them into conversation. He had thrown aside his cloak as having now no motive for concealment, and with that garment huddled on his knees, sat as far removed from his companion as the limited space in such a carriage would allow. There was a striking difference in his manner compared with what it had been within a few minutes when Tom encountered him so unexpectedly on board the packet, or when the ugly change had fallen on him in Mr Montague's dressing room. He had the aspect of a man found out and held at bay, of being baffled, hunted, and beset. But there was now a dawning and increasing purpose in his face which changed it very much. It was gloomy, distrustful, lowering, pale with anger and defeat. It still was humbled, abject, cowardly, and mean. But, let the conflict go on as it would, there was one strong purpose wrestling with every emotion of his mind, and casting the whole series down as they arose. Not prepossessing in appearance at the best of times, it may be readily supposed that he was not so now. He had left deep marks of his front teeth in his nether lip, and those tokens of the agitation he had lately undergone improved his looks as little as the heavy corrugations in his forehead. But he was self-possessed now, unnaturally self-possessed indeed, as men quite otherwise than brave are known to be in desperate extremities. And when the carriage stopped, He waited for no invitation, but leapt hardily out and went upstairs. The chairman followed him, and closing the boardroom door as soon as they had entered, threw himself upon a sofa. Jonas stood before the window, looking down into the street, and leaning against the sash, resting his head upon his arms. 'This is not so handsome, Chuzzlewit,' said Montague at length. 'Not handsome, upon my soul.' 'What would you have me do?' he answered, looking round abruptly. 'What do you expect?' 'Confidence, my good fellow, some confidence,' said Montague in an injured tone. 'Ecod, you show great confidence in me,' retorted Jonas. 'Do I not? Have I not confided to you the easy schemes I have formed for our advantage? Our advantage, mind, not mine alone. And what is my return? Attempted flight.' 'How do you know that? Who said I meant to fly?' 'Who said? Come, come. A foreign boat, my friend, an early hour, a figure wrapped up for disguise. Who said? If you didn't mean to jilt me, why were you there? If you didn't mean to jilt me, why did you come back?' 'I came back,' said Jonas, 'to avoid disturbance.' 'You were wise,' rejoined his friend. Jonas stood quite silent, looking down into the street, and resting his head upon his arms. 'Now, Chuzzlewit,' said Montague, 'notwithstanding what has passed, I will be plain with you. Are you attending to me there? I see only your back.' 'I can hear you. Go on.' 'I say that notwithstanding what has passed, I will be plain with you. You said that before, and I have told you once I heard you say it. Go on.' 'You're a little chafed, but I can make allowance for that, and am fortunately myself in the very best of tempers. Now let us see how circumstances stand. A day or two ago, I mentioned to you, my dear fellow, that I thought I had discovered—' 'Will you hold your tongue?' said Jonas, looking fiercely round and glancing at the door. 'Well, well,' said Montague. 'Judicious. Quite correct. My discoveries being published would be like many other men's discoveries in this honest world, of no further use to me. You see, Chuzzlewit, how ingenuous and frank I am in showing you the weakness of my own position. To return, I make, or think I make, a certain discovery, which I take an early opportunity of mentioning in your ear, in that spirit of confidence which I really hope did prevail between us, and was reciprocated by you. Perhaps there is something in it. Perhaps there is nothing. I have my knowledge and opinion on the subject. You have yours. We will not discuss the question. But, my good fellow, you have been weak. What I wish to point out to you is, that you have been weak. I may desire to turn this little incident to my account. Indeed I do. I'll not deny it. But my account does not lie in probing it, or using it against you.' 'What do you call using it against me?' asked Jonas, who had not yet changed his attitude. 'Oh!' said Montague with a laugh. 'We'll not enter into that. Using it to make a beggar of me. Is that the use you mean?' 'No.' 'Ecod!' muttered Jonas bitterly. 'That's the use in which your account does lie. You speak the truth there.' 'I wish you to venture—' 'It's a very safe venture— a little more with us certainly, and to keep quiet,' said Montague. 'You promised me you would, and you must. I say it plainly, Chuzzlewit, you must. Reason the matter. If you don't, my secret is worthless to me, and being so, it may as well become the public property as mine. Better, for I shall gain some credit bringing it to light. I want you, besides, to act as a decoy in a case I have already told you of. You don't mind that, I know. You care nothing for the man. You care nothing for any man. You are too sharp. So am I hope, and could bear any loss of his with pious fortitude. Ha, ha! You have tried to escape from the first consequence. You cannot escape it, I assure you. I have shown you that today. Now, I am not a moral man, you know. I am not the least in the world affected by anything you may have done, and by any little indiscretion you may have committed. But I wish to profit by it if I can, and to a man of your intelligence I make that free confession. I am not at all singular in that infirmity. Everybody profits by the indiscretion of his neighbour, and the people in the best repute the most. Why do you give me this trouble? It must come to a friendly agreement or an unfriendly crash. It must. If the former, you are very little hurt. If the latter, well, you know best what's likely to happen then.' Jonas left the window and walked up close to him. He did not look him in the face. It was not his habit to do that. But he kept his eyes towards him, on his breast or thereabouts, and was at great pains to speak slowly and distinctly in reply, just as a man in a state of conscious drunkenness might be. 'Lying is of no use now,' he said. 'I did think of getting away this morning, and making better terms with you from a distance.' 'To be sure,' replied Montague. 'Nothing more natural. I foresaw that, and provided against it. But I'm afraid I'm interrupting you.' 'How the devil,' pursued Jonas, with a still greater effort, You made choice of your messenger, and where you found him I'll not ask you. I owed him one good turn before to-day. If you are so careless of men in general as you said you were just now, you are quite indifferent to what becomes of such a crop-tailed cur as that, and will leave me to settle my account with him in my own manner.' If he had raised his eyes to his companion's face, he would have seen that Montague was evidently unable to comprehend his meaning. But continuing to stand before him with his furtive gaze directed as before, and pausing here only to moisten his dry lips with his tongue, the fact was lost upon him. It might have struck a close observer that this fixed and steady glance of Jonas's was part of the alteration which had taken place in his demeanour. He kept it riveted on one spot, with which his thoughts had manifestly nothing to do, like as a juggler walking on a cord or a wire to any dangerous end holds some object in his sight to steady him, and never wanders from it lest he trip. Montague was quick in his rejoinder, though he made it at a venture. There was no difference of opinion between him and his friend on that point, not the least. 'Your great discovery,' Jonas proceeded, with a savage sneer that got the better of him for the moment, 'may be true and may be false. Whichever it is, I dare say I'm no worse than other men.' 'Not a bit,' said Tigg. 'Not a bit. We're all alike, or nearly so.' 'I want to know this,' Jonas went on to say. 'Is it your own? You'll not wonder at my asking the question.' 'My own?' repeated Montague. 'Aye,' returned the other gruffly. 'Is it known to anybody else? Come on, don't waver about that.' 'No,' said Montague, without the smallest hesitation. 'What would it be worth, do you think, unless I had the keeping of it?' Now, for the first time, Jonas looked at him. After a pause, he put out his hand and said with a laugh: 'Come, make things easy to me, and I'm yours. I don't know that I may not be better off here after all than if I'd gone away this morning. But here I am, and here I'll stay now. Take your oath.' He cleared his throat, for he was speaking hoarsely, and said in a lighter tone: 'Shall I go to Pecksniff?' 'When? Say when.' 'Immediately,' cried Montague. 'He cannot be enticed too soon.' 'Ecod!' cried Jonas with a wild laugh. 'There's some fun in catching that old hypocrite. I hate him. Shall I go to-night?' 'Aye, this,' said Montague ecstatically, 'is like business. We understand each other now. To-night, my good fellow, by all means.' 'Come with me,' cried Jonas. 'We must make a dash. Go down in state, and carry documents, for he's a deep file to deal with, and must be drawn on with an artful hand, or he'll not follow. I know him. As I can't take your lodgings or your dinners down, I must take you. Will you come to-night?' His friend appeared to hesitate, and neither to have anticipated this proposal, nor to relish it very much. 'We can concert our plans upon the road,' said Jonas. 'We must not go direct to him, but cross over from some other place, and turn out of our way to see him. I may not want to introduce you, but I must have you on the spot. I know the man, I tell you.' 'But what if the man knows me?' said Montague, shrugging his shoulders. 'He know!' cried Jonas. 'Don't you run that risk with 50 men a day? Would your father know you? Did I know you? Ecod, you were another figure when I saw you first. Ha, ha! I see the rents and patches now. No false hair then. No black dye. You were another sort of joker in those days, you were. You even spoke different then. You've acted the gentleman so seriously since, that you've taken in yourself. If he should know you, what does it matter? Such a change is proof of your success. You know that, or you would not have made yourself known to me. Will you come?' 'My good fellow,' said Montague, still hesitating, 'I can trust you alone?' 'Trust me? Ecod, you may trust me now, far enough. I'll try to go away no more. No more.' He stopped, and added in a more sober tone: 'I can't get it on without you. Will you come?' 'I will,' said Montague, 'if that's your opinion.' And they shook hands upon it. The boisterous manner which Jonas had exhibited during the latter part of this conversation, and which had gone on rapidly increasing with almost every word he had spoken, from the time when he looked his honourable friend in the face until now, did not now subside, but remaining at its height, abided by him, most unusual with him at any period, most inconsistent with his temper and constitution. Especially unnatural it would appear in one so darkly circumstanced. It abided by him. It was not like the effect of wine, nor any ardent drink, for he was perfectly coherent. It even made him proof against the usual influence of such means of excitement; for, although he drank deeply several times that day, with no reserve or caution, he remained exactly the same man, and his spirits neither rose nor fell in the least observable degree.
Deciding, after some discussion, to travel at night, in order that the day's business might not be broken in upon, they took counsel together in reference to the means. Mr Montague being of opinion that 4 horses were advisable, at all events for the first stage, as throwing a great deal of dust into people's eyes, in more senses than one. A travelling chariot and 4 lay under the orders for 9 o'clock. Jonas did not go home, observing that his being obliged to leave town on business in so great a hurry would be a good excuse for having turned back so unexpectedly in the morning. So he wrote a note for his portmanteau, and sent it by a messenger, who duly brought his luggage back, with a short note from that other piece of luggage, his wife, expressive of her wish to be allowed to come and see him for a moment. To this request he sent for answer, she had better; and one such threatening affirmative being sufficient, in defiance of the English grammar, to express a negative, she kept away. Mr Montague being much engaged in the course of the day, Jonas bestowed his spirits chiefly on the doctor, with whom he lunched in the medical officer's own room. On his way thither, encountering Mr Nadgett in the outer room, he bantered that stealthy gentleman on always appearing anxious to avoid him, and inquired if he were afraid of him. Mr Nadgett slyly answered, no, but he believed it must be his way, as he had been charged with much the same thing before. Mr Montague was listening to, or, to speak with greater elegance, he overheard this dialogue. As soon as Jonas was gone, he beckoned Nadgett to him with the feather of his pen, and whispered in his ear, who gave him my letter this morning? My lodger, sir, said Nadgett, behind the palm of his hand. How came that about? I found him on the wharf, sir. Being so much hurried, and you not arrived, it was necessary to do something. It fortunately occurred to me that if I gave it him myself, I could be of no further use. I should have been blown upon immediately. Mr Nadgett, you are a jewel, said Montague, patting him on the back. What's your lodger's name? Pinch, sir, Thomas Pinch. Montague reflected for a little while, and then asked, from the country, do you know? From Wiltshire, sir, he told me. They parted without another word. To see Mr Nadgett's bow when Montague and he next met, and to see Mr Montague acknowledge it, anybody might have undertaken to swear that they had never spoken to each other confidentially in all their lives. In the meanwhile, Mr Jonas and the doctor made themselves very comfortable upstairs, over a bottle of the old Madeira and some sandwiches; for the doctor, having been already invited to dine below at 6 o'clock, preferred a light repast for lunch. It was advisable, he said, in 2 points of view. Firstly, as being healthy in itself; secondly, as being the better preparation for dinner. And you are bound, for all our sakes, to take particular care of your digestion, Mr Chuzzlewit, my dear sir, said the doctor, smacking his lips after a glass of wine. For depend upon it, it is worth preserving. It must be in admirable condition, sir, perfect chronometer work. Otherwise your spirits could not be so remarkable. Your bosom's lord sits slightly on its throne, Mr Chuzzlewit, as what's his name says in the play. I wish he had said it in a play which did anything like common justice to our profession, by the by. There is an apothecary in that drama, sir, which is a low thing, vulgar, sir, out of nature altogether. Mr Jobling pulled out his shirt frill of fine linen, as though he would have said, this is what I call nature in a medical man, sir, and looked at Jonas for an observation. Jonas, not being in a condition to pursue the subject, took up a case of lancets that was lying on the table, and opened it. Ah, said the doctor, leaning back in his chair, I always take 'em out of my pocket before I eat. My pockets are rather tight. Jonas had opened one of the shining little instruments, and was scrutinizing it with a look as sharp and eager as its own bright edge. Good steel, doctor, good steel, eh? Yes, replied the doctor, with the faltering modesty of ownership. One might open a vein pretty dexterously with that, Mr Chuzzlewit. It has opened a good many in its time, I suppose, said Jonas, looking at it with growing interest. Not a few, my dear sir, not a few. It's been engaged in a pretty good practice, I believe I may say, replied the doctor, coughing as if the matter of fact were not so very dry and literal that he couldn't help it. In pretty good practice, repeated the doctor, putting another glass of wine to his lips. Now, could you cut a man's throat with such a thing as this? Demanded Jonas. Oh, certainly, certainly, if you took him in the right place, returned the doctor. It all depends upon that. Where you have your hand now, eh? Cried Jonas, bending forward to look at it. Yes, said the doctor, that's the jugular. Jonas, in his vivacity, made a sudden soaring in the air, so close behind the doctor's jugular that he turned quite red. Then Jonas, in the same strange spirit of vivacity, burst into a loud discordant laugh. No, no, said the doctor, shaking his head. Edge tools, edge tools. Never play with them. A very remarkable instance of the skilful use of edge tools, by the way, occurs to me at this moment. I am afraid it was a case of murder, committed by a member of our profession, it was so artistically done. Aye, said Jonas. How was that? Why, sir, returned Jobling, the thing lies in a nutshell. A certain gentleman was found one morning in an obscure street, lying in an angle of a doorway. I should rather say leaning in an upright position in the angle of a doorway, and supported consequently by the doorway. Upon his waistcoat there was but one solitary drop of blood. He was dead and cold, and had been murdered, sir. Only one drop of blood, said Jonas. Sir, that man, replied the doctor, had been stabbed to the heart. Had been stabbed to the heart with such dexterity, sir, that he had died instantly, and had bled internally. It was supposed that a medical friend of his, to whom suspicion attached, had engaged him in conversation on some pretence, had taken him, very likely, by the button in a conversational manner, had examined his ground at leisure with his other hand, had marked the exact spot, drawn out the instrument, whatever it was, when he was quite prepared, and done the trick, suggested Jonas. Exactly so, replied the doctor. It was quite an operation in its way, and very neat. The medical friend never turned up, and as I tell you, he had the credit of it. Whether he did it or not, I can't say. But having had the honour to be called in with 2 or 3 of my professional brethren on the occasion, and having assisted to make a careful examination of the wound, I have no hesitation in saying that it would have reflected credit on any medical man, and that in an unprofessional person it could not but be considered, either as an extraordinary work of art, or the result of a still more extraordinary, happy, and favourable conjunction of circumstances. His hero was so much interested in this case that the doctor went on to elucidate it with the assistance of his own finger and thumb and waistcoat, and at Jonas's request he took the further trouble of going into a corner of the room and alternately representing the murdered man and the murderer, which he did with great effect. The bottle being emptied and the story done, Jonas was in precisely the same boisterous and unusual state as when they had sat down. If, as Jobling theorized, his good digestion were the cause, he must have been very ostrich. At dinner it was just the same, and after dinner too. Though wine was drunk in abundance, and various rich meats eaten, at 9 o'clock it was still the same. There being a lamp in the carriage, he swore they would take a pack of cards and a bottle of wine, and with these things under his cloak he went down to the door. Out of the way, Tom Thumb, and get to bed. This was the salutation he bestowed upon Mr Bailey, who, booted and wrapped up, stood at the carriage door to help him in. To bed, sir? I'm a-going too, said Bailey. He alighted quickly and walked back into the hall, where Montague was lighting a cigar, conducting Mr Bailey with him by the collar. You're not going to take this monkey of a boy, are you? Yes, said Montague. He gave the boy a shake and threw him roughly aside. There was more of his familiar self in the action than anything he had done that day, but he broke out laughing immediately afterwards, and made a thrust at the doctor with his hand, in imitation of his representation of the medical friend, went out to the carriage again and took his seat. His companion followed immediately. Mr Bailey climbed into the rumble. It will be a stormy night, exclaimed the doctor as they started. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Continuation of the enterprise of Mr Jonas and his friend. The doctor's prognostication in reference to the weather was speedily verified. Although the weather was not a patient of his, and no third party had required him to give an opinion on the case, the quick fulfilment of his prophecy may be taken as an instance of his professional tact. For unless the threatening aspect of the night had been perfectly plain and unmistakable, Mr Jobling would never have compromised his reputation by delivering any sentiments on the subject. He used this principle in medicine, with too much success to be unmindful of it in his commonest transactions. It was one of those hot, silent nights when people sit at windows listening for the thunder which they know will shortly break. When they recall dismal tales of hurricanes and earthquakes, and of lonely travellers on open plains, and lonely ships at sea, struck by lightning. Lightning flashed and quivered on the black horizon even now, and hollow murmurings were in the wind, as though it had been blowing where the thunder rolled, and was still charged with its exhausted echoes. But the storm, though gathering swiftly, had not yet come up, and the prevailing stillness was the more solemn from the dull intelligence that seemed to hover in the air, of noise and conflict afar off. It was very dark, but in the murky sky there were masses of cloud which shone with a lurid light, like monstrous heaps of copper that had been heated in a furnace and were growing cold. These had been advancing steadily and slowly, but they were now motionless, or nearly so. As the carriage clattered round the corners of the streets, it passed at every one a knot of persons who had come there, many from their houses close at hand, without hats, to look up at that quarter of the sky. And now a very few large drops of rain began to fall, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Jonas sat in a corner of the carriage, with his bottle resting on his knee, and gripped it as tightly in his hand as if he would have ground its neck to powder, if he could. Instinctively attracted by the night, he had laid aside the pack of cards upon the cushion, and with the same involuntary impulse, so intelligible to both of them as not to occasion a remark on either side, his companion had extinguished the lamp. The front glasses were down, and they sat looking silently out upon the gloomy scene before them. They were clear of London, or as clear of it as travellers can be whose way lies on the western road within a stage of that enormous city. Occasionally they encountered a foot passenger, hurrying to the nearest place of shelter, or some unwieldy cart proceeding onward at a heavy trot, with the same end in view. Little clusters of such vehicles were gathered round the stable yard or baiting place of every wayside tavern, while their drivers watched the weather from the doors and open windows, or made merry within. Everywhere the people were disposed to bear each other company rather than sit alone, so that groups of watchful faces seemed to be looking out upon the night and them from almost every house they passed. It may appear strange that this should have disturbed Jonas, or rendered him uneasy, but it did. After muttering to himself, and often changing his position, he drew up the blind on his side of the carriage, and turned his shoulder sulkily towards it. But he neither looked at his companion, nor broke the silence which prevailed between them, and which had fallen so suddenly upon himself, by addressing a word to him. The thunder rolled, the lightning flashed, and the rain poured down like heaven's wrath. Surrounded at one moment by intolerable light, and at the next by pitchy darkness, they still pressed forward on their journey. Even when they arrived at the end of the stage, and might have tarried, they did not, but ordered horses out immediately. Nor had this any reference to some 5 minutes' lull, which at that time seemed to promise a cessation of the storm. They held their course as if they were impelled and driven by its fury, although they had not exchanged a dozen words, and might have tarried very well. They seemed to feel, by joint consent, that onward they must go. Louder and louder the deep thunder rolled, as through the myriad halls of some vast temple in the sky. Fiercer and brighter became the lightning. More and more heavily the rain poured down. The horses, they were travelling now with a single pair, plunged and started from the rills of quivering fire that seemed to wind along the ground before them. But there these two men sat, and forward they went as if they were led on by an invisible attraction. The eye, partaking of the quickness of the flashing light, saw in its every gleam a multitude of objects which it could not see at steady noon in 50 times that period. Bells and steeples with a rope and wheel that moved them, ragged nests of birds in cornices and nooks, faces full of consternation in the tilted waggons that came tearing past, their frightened teams ringing out a warning which the thunder drowned. Harrows and ploughs left out in fields, miles upon miles of hedge-divided country, with a distant fringe of trees as obvious as the scarecrow in the bean-field close at hand. In a trembling, vivid, flickering instant, everything was clear and plain. Then came a flush of red into the yellow light, a change to blue, a brightness so intense that there was nothing else but light, then the deepest and profoundest darkness.
The lightning, being very crooked and very dazzling, may have presented or assisted a curious optical illusion, which suddenly rose before the startled eyes of Montague in the carriage, and as rapidly disappeared. He thought he saw Jonas with his hand lifted, and the bottle clenched in it like a hammer, making as if he would aim a blow at his head. At the same time he observed, or so believed, an expression in his face, a combination of the unnatural excitement he had shown all day, with a wild hatred and fear, which might have rendered a wolf a less terrible companion. He uttered an involuntary exclamation, and called to the driver, who brought his horses to a stop with all speed. It could hardly have been as he supposed, for although he had not taken his eyes off his companion, and had not seen him move, he sat reclining in his corner as before. "What's the matter?" said Jonas. "Is that your general way of waking out of your sleep?" "I could swear," returned the other, "that I have not closed my eyes." "When you have sworn it," said Jonas, composedly, "we had better go on again, if you've only stopped for that." He uncorked the bottle with the help of his teeth, and putting it to his lips, took a long draught. "I wish we had never started on this journey. This is not," said Montague, recoiling instinctively, and speaking in a voice that betrayed his agitation, "this is not a night to travel in." "Ecod, you're right there," returned Jonas, "and we shouldn't be out in it but for you. If you hadn't kept me waiting all day, we might have been at Salisbury by this time, snug abed and fast asleep. What are we stopping for?" His companion put his head out of the window for a moment, and drawing it in again, observed, as if that were his cause of anxiety, that the boy was drenched to the skin. "Serve him right," said Jonas. "I'm glad of it. What the devil are we stopping for? Are you going to spread him out to dry?" "I have half a mind to take him inside," observed the other with some hesitation. "Oh, thank'ee," said Jonas. "We don't want any damp boys in here, especially a young imp like him. Let him be where he is. He ain't afraid of a little thunder and lightning, I dare say, whoever else is. Go on, driver. We'd better have him inside, perhaps," he muttered with a laugh, "and the horses." "Don't go too fast," cried Montague to the postillion, "and take care how you go. You were nearly in the ditch when I called you." This was not true, and Jonas bluntly said so. As they moved forward again, Montague took little or no heed of what he said, but repeated that it was not a night for travelling, and showed himself, both then and afterwards, unusually anxious. From this time Jonas recovered his former spirits, if such a term may be employed to express the state in which he had left the city. He had his bottle often at his mouth, roared out snatches of songs without the least regard to time or tune or voice, or anything but loud discordance, and urged his silent friend to be merry with him. "You're the best company in the world, my good fellow," said Montague with an effort, "and in general irresistible. But to-night, do you hear it?" "Ecod, I hear it and see it too," cried Jonas, shading his eyes for the moment from the lightning which was flashing, not in any one direction, but all around them. "What of that? It don't change you, nor me, nor our affairs. Chorus, chorus! It may lighten and storm till hunt the red worm from the grass where the gibbet is driven, but it can't hurt the dead, and it won't save the head that is doomed to be rifled and riven." "That must be a precious old song," he added with an oath, as he stopped short in a kind of wonder at himself. "I haven't heard it since I was a boy, and how it comes into my head now, unless the lightning put it there, I don't know. Can't hurt the dead, no, no, and won't save the head, no, no. Ha, ha!" His mirth was of such a savage and extraordinary character, and was, in an inexplicable way, at once so suited to the night, and yet such a coarse intrusion on its terrors, that his fellow traveller, always a coward, shrunk from him in positive fear. Instead of Jonas being his tool and instrument, their places seemed to be reversed. But there was reason for this too, Montague thought, since the sense of his debasement might naturally inspire such a man with a wish to assert a noisy independence, and in that license to forget his real condition. Being quick enough in reference to such subjects of contemplation, he was not long in taking this argument into account and giving it its full weight. But still he felt a vague sense of alarm, and was depressed and uneasy. He was certain he had not been asleep, but his eyes might have deceived him, for looking at Jonas now, in any interval of darkness, he could represent his figure to himself in any attitude his state of mind suggested. On the other hand, he knew full well that Jonas had no reason to love him, and even taking the piece of pantomime which had so impressed his mind to be a real gesture, and not the work of his fancy, The most that could be said of it was, that it was quite in keeping with the rest of his diabolical fun, and he had the same impotent expression of truth in it. If he could kill me with a wish, thought the swindler, I should not live long. He resolved that when he should have had his use of Jonas, he would restrain him with an iron curb. In the meantime, that he could not do better than leave him to take his own way, and preserve his own peculiar description of good humour, after his own uncommon manner. It was no great sacrifice to bear with him, for when all is got that can be got, thought Montague, I shall decamp across the water, and have the laugh on my side, and the gains. Such were his reflections from hour to hour, his state of mind being one in which the same thoughts constantly present themselves over and over again in wearisome repetition, while Jonas, who appeared to have dismissed reflection altogether, entertained himself as before. They agreed they would go to Salisbury, and would cross to Mr Pecksniff's in the morning, and at the prospect of deluding that worthy gentleman, the spirits of his amiable son-in-law became more boisterous than ever. As the night wore on, the thunder died away, but still rolled gloomily and mournfully in the distance. The lightning too, though now comparatively harmless, was yet bright and frequent. The rain was quite as violent as it had ever been. It was their ill fortune, at about the time of dawn, and in the last stage of their journey, to have a restive pair of horses. These animals had been greatly terrified in their stable by the tempest, and coming out into the dreary interval between night and morning, when the glare of the lightning was yet unsubdued by day, and the various objects in their view were presented in indistinct and exaggerated shapes which they would not have worn by night, they gradually became less and less capable of control, until, taking a sudden fright at something by the roadside, they dashed off wildly down a steep hill, flung the driver from his saddle, drew the carriage to the brink of a ditch, stumbled headlong down, and threw it crashing over. The travellers had opened the carriage door, and had either jumped or fallen out. Jonas was the first to stagger to his feet. He felt sick and weak and very giddy, and reeling to a 5-barred gate, stood there holding by it, looking drowsily about as the whole landscape swam before his eyes. But by degrees he grew more conscious, and presently observed that Montague was lying senseless in the road, within a few feet of the horses. In an instant, as if his own faint body was suddenly animated by a demon, he ran to the horses' heads, and pulling at their bridles with all his force, set them struggling and plunging with such mad violence as brought their hoofs at every effort nearer to the skull of the prostrate man, and must have led in half a minute to his brains being dashed out on the highway. As he did this, he fought and contended with them like a man possessed, making them wilder by his cries. "Whoop!" cried Jonas. "Whoop again! Another! A little more! A little more! Up, ye devils! Hillo!" As he heard the driver, who had risen and was hurrying up, crying him to desist, his violence increased. "Hillo! Hillo!" cried Jonas. "For God's sake!" cried the driver. "The gentleman in the road! He'll be killed!" The same shouts and the same struggles were his only answer. But the man, darting in at the peril of his own life, saved Montague's by dragging him through the mire and water out of the reach of present harm. That done, he ran to Jonas, and with the aid of his knife they very shortly disengaged the horses from the broken chariot, and got them cut and bleeding on their legs again. The postillion and Jonas had now leisure to look at each other, which they had not had yet. "Presence of mind!" cried Jonas, throwing up his hands wildly. "What would you have done without me?" "The other gentleman would have done badly without me," returned the man, shaking his head. "You should have moved him first. I gave him up for dead." "Presence of mind, you croaker! Presence of mind!" cried Jonas with a harsh, loud laugh. "Was he struck, do you think?" They both turned to look at him. Jonas muttered something to himself when he saw him sitting up beneath the hedge, looking vacantly around. "What's the matter?" asked Montague. "Is anybody hurt?" "Ecod," said Jonas, "it don't seem so. There are no bones broken after all." They raised him, and he tried to walk. He was a good deal shaken, and trembled very much, but with the exception of a few cuts and bruises, this was all the damage he had sustained. "Cuts and bruises, eh?" said Jonas. "We've all got them. Only cuts and bruises, eh?" "I wouldn't have given sixpence for the gentleman's head in half a dozen seconds more, for all he's only cut and bruised," observed the postboy. "If ever you're in an accident of this sort again, sir, which I hope you won't be, never you pull at the bridle of a horse that's down, when there's a man's head in the way. That can't be done twice without there being a dead man in the case. It would have ended in that this time, as sure as ever you were born, if I hadn't come up just when I did.' Jonas replied by advising him with a curse to hold his tongue, and to go somewhere whither he was not very likely to go of his own accord. But Montague, who had listened eagerly to every word himself, diverted the subject by exclaiming, 'Where's the boy?' 'Ecod, I forgot that monkey,' said Jonas. 'What's become of him?' A very brief search settled that question. The unfortunate Mr Bailey had been thrown sheer over the hedge or the 5-barred gate, and was lying in the neighbouring field, to all appearance dead. 'When I said tonight that I wished I had never started on this journey,' cried his master, 'I knew it was an ill-fated one. Look at this boy.' 'Is that all?' growled Jonas. 'If you call that a sign of it.' 'Why, what should I call a sign of it?' asked Montague hurriedly. 'What do you mean?' 'I mean,' said Jonas, stooping down over the body, 'that I never heard you were his father, or had any particular reason to care much about him. Halloa! Hold up there!' But the boy was past holding up, or being held up, or giving any other sign of life than a faint and fitful beating of the heart. After some discussion, the driver mounted the horse which had been least injured, and took the lad in his arms as well as he could, while Montague and Jonas, leading the other horse, and carrying a trunk between them, walked by his side towards Salisbury. 'You'd get there in a few minutes, and be able to send assistance to meet us, if you went forward, postboy,' said Jonas. 'Trot on.' 'No, no,' cried Montague. 'We'll keep together.' 'Why, what a chicken you are! You're not afraid of being robbed, are you?' said Jonas. 'I'm not afraid of anything,' replied the other, whose looks and manner were in flat contradiction of his words. 'But we'll keep together.' 'You were mighty anxious about the boy a minute ago,' said Jonas. 'I suppose you know that he may die in the meantime?' 'Aye, aye, I know. But we'll keep together.' It was clear that he was not to be moved from this determination. Jonas made no other rejoinder than such as his face expressed, and they proceeded in company. They had 3 or 4 good miles to travel, and the way was not made easier by the state of the road, the burden by which they were embarrassed, or their own stiff and sore condition. After a sufficiently long and painful walk, they arrived at the inn, and having knocked the people up, it being yet very early in the morning, sent out messengers to see to the carriage and its contents, and roused a surgeon from his bed to tend the chief sufferer. All the service he could render, he rendered promptly and skilfully, but he gave it as his opinion that the boy was labouring under severe concussion of the brain, and that Mr Bailey's mortal course was run. If Montague's strong interest in the announcement could have been considered as unselfish in any degree, it might have been a redeeming trait in a character that had no such lineaments to spare. But it was not difficult to see that, for some unexpressed reason best appreciated by himself, he attached a strange value to the company and presence of this mere child. When, after receiving some assistance from the surgeon himself, he retired to the bedroom prepared for him, and it was broad day, and his mind was still dwelling on this theme. 'I would rather have lost,' he said, £1,000 than lost the boy just now. But I'll return home alone. I am resolved upon that. Chuzzlewit shall go forward first, and I will follow in my own time. I'll have no more of this,' he added, wiping his damp forehead. 24 hours of this would turn my hair grey. After examining his chamber, and looking under the bed, and in the cupboards, and even behind the curtains, with unusual caution, although it was, as has been said, broad day, he double locked the door by which he had entered, and retired to rest. There was another door in the room, but it was locked on the outer side, and with what place it communicated he knew not. His fears, or evil conscience, reproduced this door in all his dreams. He dreamed that a dreadful secret was connected with it, a secret which he knew and yet did not know, for although he was heavily responsible for it, and a party to it, he was harassed even in his vision by a distracting uncertainty in reference to its import. Incoherently entwined with this dream was another, which represented it as the hiding place of an enemy, a shadow, a phantom, and made it the business of his life to keep the terrible creature closed up, and prevent him from forcing its way in upon him. With this view, Nadgett and he, and a strange man with a bloody smear upon his head, who told him that he had been his playfellow, and told him too the real name of an old schoolmate, forgotten until then, worked with iron plates and nails to make the door secure. But though they worked never so hard, it was all in vain, for the nails broke, or changed to soft twigs, or what was worse, to worms between their fingers.
The wood of the door splintered and crumbled so that even nails could not remain in it, and the iron plates curled up like hot paper. All this time the creature on the other side, whether it was in the shape of a man or beast he neither knew nor sought to know, was gaining on them. But his greatest terror was when a man, with the bloody smear upon his head, demanded of him if he knew this creature's name, and said that he would whisper it. At this the dreamer fell upon his knees, his whole blood thrilling with inexplicable fear, and held his ears. But looking at the speaker's lips, he saw they formed the utterance of the letter J, and crying out aloud that the secret was discovered, and they were all lost, he awoke. Awoke to find Jonas standing at his bedside watching him, and that door very wide open. As their eyes met, Jonas retreated a few paces, and Montague sprang out of bed. "Heyday!" said Jonas. "You're all alive this morning." "Alive!" the other stammered, as he pulled the bell rope violently. "What are you doing in here?" "It's your room, to be sure," said Jonas. "But I'm almost inclined to ask, what are you doing here? My room is on the other side of that door. No one told me last night not to open it. I thought it led into a passage, and was coming out to order breakfast. There's no bell in my room." Montague had, in the meantime, admitted the man with his hot water and boots, who, hearing this, said yes, there was, and passed into the adjoining room to point it out at the head of the bed. "I couldn't find it then," said Jonas. "It's all the same. Shall I order breakfast?" Montague answered in the affirmative. When Jonas had retired, whistling through his own room, he opened the door of communication to take out the key and fasten it on the inner side, but it was taken out already. He dragged a table against the door, and sat down to collect himself, as if his dreams still had some influence upon his mind. "An evil journey," he repeated several times. "An evil journey. But I'll travel home alone. I'll have no more of this." His presentiment, or superstition, that it was an evil journey, did not at all deter him from doing the evil for which the journey was undertaken. With this in view, he dressed himself more carefully than usual to make a favourable impression upon Mr Pecksniff, and, reassured by his own appearance, the beauty of the morning, and the flashing of the wet boughs outside his window in the merry sunshine, was soon sufficiently inspired to swear a few round oaths and hum the fag end of a song. But he still muttered to himself at intervals, for all that, "I'll travel home alone." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Has an influence on the fortunes of several people. Mr Pecksniff is exhibited in the plenitude of power, and wields the same with fortitude and magnanimity. On the night of the storm, Mrs Lupin, hostess of the Blue Dragon, sat by herself in her little bar. Her solitary condition, or the bad weather, or both united, made Mrs Lupin thoughtful, not to say sorrowful, as she sat with her chin upon her hand, looking out through a low back lattice, rendered dim in the brightest daytime by clustering vine leaves. She shook her head very often, and said, "Dear me, oh dear, dear me!" It was a melancholy time, even in the snugness of the Dragon Bar. The rich expanse of cornfield, pasture land, green slope, and gentle undulation, with its sparkling brooks, its many hedgerows, and its clumps of beautiful trees, was black and dreary, from the diamond panes of the lattice away to the far horizon, where the thunder seemed to roll along the hills. The heavy rain beat down the tender branches of vine and jessamine, and tramped on them in its fury, and when the lightning gleamed, it showed the tearful leaves shivering and cowering together at the window, and tapping at it urgently, as if beseeching to be sheltered from the dismal night. As a mark of her respect for the lightning, Mrs Lupin had removed her candle to the chimney-piece. Her basket of needlework stood unheeded at her elbow. Her supper, spread out on a round table not far off, was untasted, and the knives had been removed for fear of attraction. She had sat for a long time with her chin upon her hand, saying to herself at intervals, "Dear me, ah, dear, dear me!" She was on the eve of saying so once more, when the latch of the house door, closed to keep the rain out, rattled on its well-worn catch, and a traveller came in, who, shutting it after him, and walking straight up to the half door of the bar,
said rather gruffly, "A pint of the best old beer here." He had some reason to be gruff, for he had passed the day in a waterfall. He could scarcely have been wetter than he was. He was wrapped up to the eyes in a rough blue sailor's coat, had an oilskin hat on, from the capacious brim of which the rain fell trickling down upon his breast and back and shoulders. Judging from a certain liveliness of chin, he had so pulled down his hat and pulled up his collar to defend himself from the weather, that she could only see his chin, and even across that he drew the wet sleeve of his shaggy coat as she looked at him. Mrs Lupin set him down for a good-natured fellow too. "A bad night," observed the hostess cheerfully. The traveller shook himself like a Newfoundland dog, and said it was rather. "There's a fire in the kitchen," said Mrs Lupin, "and very good company there. Hadn't you better go in and dry yourself?" "No, thank'ee," said the man, glancing towards the kitchen as he spoke. He seemed to know the way. "It's enough to give you a death of cold," observed the hostess. "I don't take my death easy," returned the traveller, "or I should most likely have took it afore to night. Your health, ma'am." Mrs Lupin thanked him, but in the act of lifting the tankard to his mouth, he changed his mind and put it down again. Throwing his body back and looking about him stiffly, as a man does who is wrapped up and has his hat low down over his eyes, he said, "What do you call this house? Not the Dragon, do you?" Mrs Lupin complacently made an answer. "Yes, the Dragon." "Why then, you've got a sort of relation of mine here, ma'am," said the traveller. "A young man of the name of Tapley." "What, Mark, my old boy?" apostrophising the premises. "I have come upon you at last, old buck." This was touching Mrs Lupin on a tender point. She turned to trim the candle on the chimney piece, and said with her back towards the traveller, "Nobody should be made more welcome at the Dragon, master, than any one who brought me news of Mark. But it's many and many a long day and month since he left here in England, and whether he's alive or dead, poor fellow, Heaven above us only knows." She shook her head, and her voice trembled. Her hand must have done so too, for the light required a deal of trimming. "Where did he go, ma'am?" asked the traveller in a gentler voice. "He went," said Mrs Lupin with increased distress, "to America. He was always tender-hearted and kind, and perhaps at this moment he may be lying in prison under sentence of death for taking pity on some miserable black and helping the poor runaway creature to escape. How could he ever go to America? Why didn't he go to some of those countries where the savages eat each other fairly, and give an equal chance to every one?" Quite subdued by this time, Mrs Lupin sobbed, and was retiring to a chair to give her grief free vent, when the traveller caught her in his arms, and she uttered a glad cry of recognition. "Yes, I will," cried Mark. "Another, one more, 20 more. You didn't know me in that hat and coat. I thought you would have known me anywheres. 10 more." "So I should have known you if I could have seen you, but I couldn't. You spoke so gruff. I didn't think you could speak gruff to me, Mark, at first coming back." 15 more," said Mr Tapley. "How handsome and how young you look. 6 more. The last half dozen weren't a fair one, and must be done over again. Lord bless you, what a treat it is to see you. 1 more. Well, I never was so jolly. Just a few more on account of there not being any credit in it." When Mr Tapley stopped in these calculations in simple addition, he did it not because he was at all tired of the exercise, but because he was out of breath. The pause reminded him of other duties. "Mr Martin Chuzzlewit's outside," he said. "I left him under the cart shed when I came on in to see if there was anybody here. We want to keep quiet tonight till we know the news from you, and what it's best for us to do." "There's not a soul in the house except the kitchen company," returned the hostess. "If they were to know you had come back, Mark, they'd have a bonfire in the street, late as it is." "But they mustn't know it tonight, my precious soul," said Mark. "So have the house shut and the kitchen fire made up, and when it's all ready, put a light in the winder, and we'll come in. 1 more. I long to hear about old friends. You'll tell me all about 'em, won't you? Mr Pinch, and the butcher's dog down the street, and the terrier over the way, and the wheelwrights, and every one of 'em. When I first caught sight of the church tonight, I thought the steeple would have choked me, I did. 1 more, won't you? Not a very little one to finish off with." "You've had plenty, I'm sure," said the hostess. "Go along with your foreign manners." "That ain't foreign, bless you!" cried Mark. "Native as oysters, that is. 1 more because it's a native, as a mark of respect for the land we live in. This don't count between you and me, you understand," said Mr Tapley. "I ain't a kissing you now, you'll observe. I've been among the patriots. I'm a kissing my country." It would have been very unreasonable to complain of the exhibition of his patriotism with which he followed up this explanation, that it was at all lukewarm or indifferent. When he had given full expression to his nationality, he hurried off to Martin, while Mrs Lupin, in a state of great agitation and excitement, prepared for their reception. The company soon came tumbling out, insisting to each other that the Dragon clock was half an hour too fast, and that the thunder must have affected it. Impatient, wet, and weary though they were, Martin and Mark were overjoyed to see these old faces, and watched them with delighted interest as they departed from the house and passed close by them. 'There's the old tailor, Mark,' whispered Martin. 'There he goes, sir. A little bandier than he was, I think, sir, ain't he? His figure's so far altered as it seems to me you might wheel a rather large barrow between his legs as he walks, than you could have done conveniently when we knowed him. There's Sam a coming out, sir.' 'Ah, to be sure!' cried Martin. 'Sam the hostler. I wonder whether that horse of Pecksniff is alive still.' 'Not a doubt on it, sir,' returned Mark. 'That's a description of animals, sir, as'll go on in bony way peculiar to himself for a long time, and get into the newspapers at last under the title of "Singular Tenacity of Life in a Quadruped," as if he had ever been alive in all his life worth mentioning. There's the clerk, sir, very drunk as usual.' 'I see him,' said Martin, laughing. 'But my life, how wet you are, Mark!' 'I am? What do you consider yourself, sir?' 'Oh, not half as bad,' said his fellow traveller with an air of great vexation. 'I told you not to keep on the windy side, Mark, but to let us change and change about. The rain has been beating on you ever since it began.' 'You don't know how it pleases me, sir,' said Mark, after a short silence, 'if I may make so bold as to say so, to hear you a going on in there, that uncommon considerate way of yours, which I don't mean to attend to, never, but which, ever since that time when I was floored in Eden, you have showed.' 'Ah, Mark!' sighed Martin. 'The less we say of that the better. Do I see a light yonder?' 'That's a light!' cried Mark. 'Lord bless her, what briskness she possesses! Now for it, sir. Neat wines, good beds, and first rate entertainment for man or beast.' The kitchen fire burnt clear and red. The table was spread out, the kettle boiled, the slippers were there, the boot jack too. Sheets of ham were there, cooking on the gridiron. Half a dozen eggs were there, poaching in the frying pan. A plethoric cherry brandy bottle was there, winking at a foaming jug of beer upon the table. Rare provisions were there, dangling from the rafters, as if you only had to open your mouth, and something exquisitely ripe and good would be glad of the excuse for tumbling into it. Mrs Lupin, who for their sakes had dislodged the very cook, high priestess of the temple, with her own genial hands, was dressing their repast. It was impossible to help it. A ghost must have hugged her. The Atlantic Ocean and the Red Sea being in that respect all one, Martin hugged her instantly. Mr Tapley, as if the idea were quite novel and never occurred to him before, followed with much gravity on the same side. 'Little did I ever think,' said Mrs Lupin, adjusting her cap and laughing heartily, 'yes, and blushing too, often as I have said that Mr Pecksniff's young gentlemen were the life and soul of the Dragon, and that without them it would be too dull to live in. Little did I ever think, I am sure, that any one of them would ever make so free as you, Mr Martin, and still less that I shouldn't be angry with him, but should be glad with all my heart to be the first to welcome him home from America, with Mark Tapley for his friend, Mrs Lupin,' interposed Martin. 'For his friend,' said the hostess, evidently gratified by this distinction, but at the same time admonishing Mr Tapley with a fork to remain at a respectful distance. 'Little did I ever think that, but still less that I should ever have the changes to relate that I shall have to tell you of when you have done your supper.' 'Good Heaven!' cried Martin. 'What changes?' 'She,' said the hostess, 'is quite well, and now at Mr Pecksniff's. Don't be alarmed about her. She is everything you could wish. It's of no use mincing matters or making secrets, is it?' added Mrs Lupin. 'I know all about it, you see.' 'My good creature,' returned Martin, 'you are exactly the person who ought to know all about it. I am delighted to think you do know about that. But what changes do you hint at? Has any death occurred?' 'No, no,' said the hostess, 'not as bad as that. But I declare now that I will not be drawn into saying another word till you have had your supper. If you ask me 50 questions in the meantime, I won't answer one.' She was so positive that there was nothing for it but to get the supper over as quickly as possible; and as they had been walking a great many miles, and had fasted since the middle of the day, they did no great violence to their own inclinations in falling on it tooth and nail. It took rather longer to get through than might have been expected, for half a dozen times when they thought they had finished, Mrs Lupin exposed the fallacy of that impression triumphantly,
But at last, in the course of time and nature, they gave in; and sitting with their slippered feet stretched out upon the kitchen hearth, which was wonderfully comforting, for the night had grown by this time raw and chilly, and looking with involuntary admiration at their dimpled, buxom, blooming hostess, as the fire sparkled in her eyes and glimmered in her raven hair, they composed themselves to listen to her news. Many were the exclamations of surprise which interrupted her when she told them of the separation between Mr Pecksniff and his daughters, and between the same good gentleman and Mr Pinch. But these were nothing to the indignant demonstrations of Martin when she related, as the common talk of the neighbourhood, what entire possession he had obtained over the mind and person of old Mr Chuzzlewit, and what high honour he designed for Mary. On receipt of this intelligence, Martin's slippers flew off in a twinkling, and he began pulling on his wet boots with that indefinite intention of going somewhere instantly, and doing something to somebody, which is the first safety valve of a hot temper. 'He!' said Martin, smooth-tongued villain that he is. 'He! Give me that other boot, Mark.' 'Where was you a thinking of going to, sir?' inquired Mr Tapley, drying the sole at the fire, and looking coolly at it as he spoke, as if it were a slice of toast. 'Where?' repeated Martin. 'You don't suppose I'm going to remain here, do you?' The imperturbable Mark confessed that he did. 'You do!' retorted Martin angrily. 'I'm much obliged to you. What do you take me for?' 'I take you for what you are, sir,' said Mark, 'and consequently I am quite sure that whatever you do will be right and sensible. The boots, sir.' Martin darted an impatient look at him, without taking it, and walked rapidly up and down the kitchen several times, with one boot and a stocking on. But mindful of his Eden resolution, he had already gained many victories over himself when Mark was in the case, and he resolved to conquer now. So he came back to the boot jack, laid his hand on Mark's shoulder to steady himself, pulled the boot off, picked up his slippers, put them on, and sat down again. He could not help thrusting his hands into the very bottom of his pockets, and muttering at intervals, 'Pecksniff too, that fellow! 'Pon my soul, indeed, what next?' and so forth. Nor could he help occasionally shaking his fist at the chimney, with a very threatening countenance. But this did not last long, and he heard Mrs Lupin out, if not with composure, at all events in silence. 'As to Mr Pecksniff himself,' observed the hostess in conclusion, spreading out the skirts of her gown with both hands, and nodding her head a great many times as she did so, 'I don't know what to say. Somebody must have poisoned his mind, or influenced him in some extraordinary way. I cannot believe that such a noble spoken gentleman would go and do wrong of his own accord.' A noble spoken gentleman! How many people are there in the world who, for no better reason, uphold their Pecksniffs to the last, and abandon virtuous men when Pecksniffs breathe upon them! 'As to Mr Pinch,' pursued the landlady, 'if ever there was a clear, good, pleasant, worthy soul alive, Pinch and no other is his name. But how do we know that old Mr Chuzzlewit himself was not the cause of difference arising between him and Mr Pecksniff? No one but themselves can tell. For Mr Pinch has a proud spirit, though he has such a quiet way; and when he left us, and was so sorry to go, he scorned to make his story good, even to me.' 'Poor old Tom!' said Martin, in a tone that sounded like remorse. 'It's a comfort to know,' resumed the landlady, 'that he has his sister living with him, and is doing well. Only yesterday he sent me back by post a little,' here the colour came into her cheeks, 'a little trifle I was bold enough to lend him when he went away, saying, with many thanks, that he had good employment and didn't want it. It was the same note. He hadn't broken it. I never thought I could have been so little pleased to see a bank note come back to me as I was to see that.' 'Kindly said, and heartily,' said Martin. 'Is it not, Mark?' 'She can't say anything as does not possess them qualities,' returned Mr Tapley, 'which as much belongs to the Dragon as its licence. And now that we've got quite cool and fresh to the subject again, sir, what will you do? If you're not proud, and can make up your mind to go through with what you spoke of coming along, that's the course for you to take. If you started wrong with your grandfather, which you'll excuse my taking the liberty of saying appears to have been the case, up with you, sir, and tell him so, and make an appeal to his affections. Don't stand out. He's a great deal older than you, and if he was hasty, you was hasty too. Give way, sir, give way.' The eloquence of Mr Tapley was not without its effect on Martin, but still he hesitated, and expressed his reason thus: 'That's all very true, and perfectly correct, Mark.
and if it were a mere question of humbling myself before him, I would not consider it twice. But don't you see that being wholly under this hypocrite's government, and having, if what we hear to be true, no mind or will of his own, I throw myself, in fact, not at his feet, but at the feet of Mr Pecksniff. And when I am rejected and spurned away,' said Martin, turning crimson at the thought, 'it is not by him my own blood stirred against me, but by Pecksniff. Pecksniff, Mark.' 'Well, but we know beforehand,' returned the politic Mr Tapley, 'that Pecksniff is a vagabond, a scoundrel, and a villain.' 'A most pernicious villain,' said Martin. 'A most pernicious villain. We know that beforehand, sir, and consequently it's no shame to be defeated by Pecksniff.' 'But blow Pecksniff!' cried Mr Tapley, in the fervour of his eloquence. 'Who's he? It's not in the nature of Pecksniff to shame us, unless he agreed with us or done us a service. And in case he offered any audacity of that description, we could express our sentiments in the English language, I hope.' 'Pecksniff!' repeated Mr Tapley, with ineffable disdain. 'What's Pecksniff? Who's Pecksniff? Where's Pecksniff, that he's to be so much considered? We're not a calculating for ourselves.' He laid uncommon emphasis on the last syllable of that word, and looked full in Martin's face. 'We're making an effort for a young lady, likewise, as has undergone her share; and whatever little hope we have, this here Pecksniff is not to stand in its way. I expect I never heard of an Act of Parliament that was made by Pecksniff. Pecksniff! Why, I wouldn't see the man myself. I wouldn't hear him. Wouldn't choose to know he was in company. I'd scrape my shoes on the scraper at the door, and call that Pecksniff, if you liked, but I wouldn't condescend no further.' The amazement of Mrs Lupin, and indeed of Mr Tapley himself for that matter, at this impassioned flow of language, was immense. But Martin, after looking thoughtfully at the fire for a short time, said: 'You are right, Mark. Right or wrong, it shall be done. I'll do it.' 'One more word, sir,' returned Mark. 'Only think of him so far as not to give him a handle against you. Don't you do anything secret that he can report before you get there. Don't you even see Miss Mary in the morning, but let this here dear friend of ours,' Mr Tapley bestowed a smile upon the hostess, 'prepare her for what's a going to happen, and carry any little message as may be agreeable. She knows how, don't you?' Mrs Lupin laughed and tossed her head. 'Then you go in, bold and free, as a gentleman should. I haven't done nothing underhand, says you. I haven't been a skulking about the premises here. I am. Forgive me. I ask your pardon. God bless you.' Martin smiled, but felt that it was good advice notwithstanding, and resolved to act upon it. When they had ascertained from Mrs Lupin that Pecksniff had already returned from the great ceremonial at which they beheld him in his glory, and when they had fully arranged the order of their proceedings, they went to bed, intent upon the morrow. In pursuance of their project as agreed upon at this discussion, Mr Tapley issued forth the next morning after breakfast, charged with a letter from Martin to his grandfather, requesting leave to wait upon him for a few minutes, and postponing as he went along the congratulations of his numerous friends until a more convenient season. He soon arrived at Mr Pecksniff's house. At that gentleman's door, with a face so immovable that it would have been next to an impossibility for the most acute physiognomist to determine what he was thinking about, or whether he was thinking at all, he straightway knocked. A person of Mr Tapley's observation could not long remain insensible to the fact that Mr Pecksniff was making the end of his nose very blunt against the glass of the parlour window, in an angular attempt to discover who had knocked at the door. Nor was Mr Tapley slow to baffle this movement on the part of the enemy, by perching himself on the top step, and presenting the crown of his hat in that direction. But possibly Mr Pecksniff had already seen him, for Mark soon heard his shoes creaking as he advanced to open the door with his own hands. Mr Pecksniff was as cheerful as ever, and sang a little song in the passage. 'How do you do, sir?' said Mark. 'Oh!' cried Mr Pecksniff. 'Tapley, I believe. The prodigal returned. We don't want any beer, my friend.' 'Thank'ee, sir,' said Mark. 'I couldn't accommodate you if you did. A letter, sir. Wait for an answer.' 'For me?' cried Mr Pecksniff. 'And an answer, eh?' 'Not for you, sir, I think,' said Mark, pointing out the direction. 'Chuzzlewit, I believe the name is, sir.' 'Oh!' returned Mr Pecksniff. 'Thank you. Yes. Who's it from, my good young man?' 'The gentleman it comes from wrote his name inside, sir,' returned Mr Tapley with extreme politeness. 'I see him a signing of it at the end while I was awaiting.' 'And he said he wanted an answer, did he?' asked Mr Pecksniff in his most persuasive manner. Mark replied in the affirmative. He shall have an answer, certainly,' said Mr Pecksniff, tearing the letter into small pieces as mildly as if that were the most flattering attention a correspondent could receive. 'Have the goodness to give him that, with my compliments, if you please. Good morning.' Whereupon he handed Mark the scraps, retired, and shut the door. Mark thought it prudent to subdue his personal emotions, and returned to Martin at the Dragon. They were not unprepared for such a reception, and suffered an hour or so to elapse before making another attempt. When this interval had gone by, they returned to Mr Pecksniff's house in company. Martin knocked this time, while Mr Tapley prepared himself to keep the door open with his foot and shoulder when anybody came, and by that means secure an enforced parley. But this precaution was needless, for the servant girl appeared almost immediately. Brushing quickly past her, as he had resolved in such a case to do, Martin, closely followed by his faithful ally, opened the door of that parlour in which he knew a visitor was most likely to be found, passed at once into the room, and stood without a word of notice or announcement in the presence of his grandfather. Mr Pecksniff also was in the room, and Mary. In the swift instant of their mutual recognition, Martin saw the old man droop his grey head and hide his face in his hands. It smote him to the heart. In his most selfish and most careless day, this lingering remnant of the old man's ancient love, this buttress of a ruined tower he had built up in the time gone by, with so much pride and hope, would have caused a pang in Martin's heart. But now, changed for the better in his worst respect, looking through an altered medium on his former friend, the guardian of his childhood, so broken and bowed down, resentment, sullenness, self-confidence, and pride were all swept away before the starting tears upon the withered cheeks. He could not bear to see them. He could not bear to think they fell at sight of him. He could not bear to view reflected in them the reproachful and irrevocable past. He hurriedly advanced to seize the old man's hand in his, when Mr Pecksniff interposed himself between them. 'No, young man,' said Mr Pecksniff, striking himself upon the breast, and stretching out his other arm towards his guest as if it were a wing to shelter him. 'No, sir. None of that. Strike here, sir. Launch your arrows at me, sir, if you'll have the goodness. Not at him.' 'Grandfather,' cried Martin, 'hear me, I implore you. Let me speak.' 'Would you, sir, would you?' said Mr Pecksniff, dodging about so as to keep himself always between them. 'It is not enough, sir, that you come into my house like a thief in the night, or I should rather say, for we can never be too particular on the subject of truth, like a thief in the daytime, bringing your dissolute companions with you, to plant themselves with their backs against the inside of my parlour doors, and prevent the entrance or issuing forth of any of my household.' Mark had taken up this position, and held it quite unmoved. 'But you would also strike at venerable virtue, would you, knowing that it is not defenceless? I will be its shield, young man. Assail me. Come on, sir. Fire away.' 'Pecksniff,' said the old man in a feeble voice, 'calm yourself. Be quiet.' 'I can't be calm,' cried Mr Pecksniff, 'and won't be quiet. My benefactor and my friend, shall even my house be no refuge for your hoary pillow?' 'Stand aside,' said the old man, stretching out his hand, 'and let me see what it is I used to love so dearly.' 'It is right that you should see it, my friend,' said Mr Pecksniff. 'It is well that you should see it, my noble sir. It is desirable that you should contemplate it in its true proportions. Behold it. There it is, sir. There it is.' Martin could hardly be a mortal man, and not express in his face something of the anger and disdain with which Mr Pecksniff inspired in him. But beyond this he evinced no knowledge whatever of that gentleman's presence or existence. True, he had once, and that at first, glanced at him involuntarily and with supreme contempt, but for any other heed he took of him, there might have been nothing in his place save empty air. As Mr Pecksniff withdrew from between them, agreeably to the wish just now expressed, which he did during the delivery of the observations last recorded, old Martin, who had taken Mary Graham's hand in his, and whispered kindly to her, as telling her she had no cause to be alarmed, gently pushed her from him behind his chair, and looked steadily at his grandson. 'And that,' he said, 'is he. That is he. Say what you wish to say, but come no nearer. His sense of justice is so fine,' said Mr Pecksniff, 'that he will hear even him, although he knows beforehand that nothing can come of it. Ingenuous mind!
Mr Pecksniff did not address himself immediately to any person in saying this, but assuming the position of the chorus in a Greek tragedy, delivered his opinion as a commentary on the proceedings. 'Grandfather,' said Martin, with great earnestness, 'from a painful journey, from a hard life, from a sick bed, from privation and distress, from gloom and disappointment, from almost hopelessness and despair, I have come back to you.' 'Rovers of this sort,' observed Mr Pecksniff, as chorus, 'very commonly come back when they find they don't meet with the success they expected in their marauding ravages.' 'But for this faithful man,' said Martin, turning towards Mark, 'whom I first knew in this place, and who went away with me voluntarily as a servant, but has been throughout my zealous and devoted friend, but for him I must have died abroad, far from home, far from any help or consolation, far from the probability even of my wretched fate being ever known to any one who cared to hear it. Oh, that you would let me say, of it being known to you!' The old man looked at Mr Pecksniff. Mr Pecksniff looked at him. 'Did you speak, worthy sir?' said Mr Pecksniff, with a smile. The old man answered in the negative. 'I know what you thought,' said Mr Pecksniff, with another smile. 'Let him go on, my friend. The development of self-interest in the human mind is always a curious study. Let him go on, sir.' 'Go on,' observed the old man, in a mechanical obedience, it appeared, to Mr Pecksniff's suggestion. 'I have been so wretched and so poor,' said Martin, 'that I am indebted to the charitable help of a stranger, in a land of strangers, for the means of returning here. All this tells against me in your mind, I know. I have given you cause to think I have been driven here wholly by want, and I have not been led on in any degree by affection or regret. When I parted from you, grandfather, I deserved that suspicion, but I do not now. I do not now.' The chorus put its hand in its waistcoat and smiled. 'Let him go on, my worthy sir,' it said. 'I know what you are thinking of, but don't express it prematurely.' Old Martin raised his eyes to Mr Pecksniff's face, and appearing to derive renewed instruction from his looks and words, said once again, 'Go on.' 'I have little more to say,' returned Martin, 'and as I say it now with little or no hope, grandfather, whatever dawn of hope I had on entering the room, believe it to be true. At least believe it to be true.' 'Beautiful truth!' exclaimed the chorus, looking upward. 'How is your name profaned by vicious persons! You don't live in a well, my holy principle, but on the lips of false mankind. It is hard to bear with mankind, dear sir,' addressing the elder Mr Chuzzlewit, 'but let us do so meekly. It is our duty to do so. Let us be among the few who do their duty. If,' pursued the chorus, soaring up into a lofty flight, 'as the poet informs us, England expects every man to do his duty, England is the most sanguine country on the face of the earth, and will find itself continually disappointed.' 'Upon that subject,' said Martin, looking calmly at the old man as he spoke, but glancing once at Mary, whose face was now buried in her hands upon the back of his easy chair, 'upon that subject which first occasioned a division between us, my mind and heart are incapable of change. Whatever influence they have undergone since that unhappy time, has not been one to weaken but to strengthen me. I cannot profess sorrow for that, nor irresolution in that, nor shame in that, nor would you wish me, I know, but that I might have trusted to your love, if I had thrown myself manfully upon it, that I might have won you over with ease, if I had been more yielding and more considerate, that I should have best remembered myself in forgetting myself, and recollecting you. Reflection, solitude, and misery have taught me. I came resolved to say this, and to ask your forgiveness, not so much in hope for the future, as in regret for the past. For all that I would ask of you is, that you would aid me to live. Help me get honest work to do, and I would do it. My condition places me at the disadvantage of seeming to have only my selfish ends to serve. But try if that be so or not. Try if I be self-willed, obdurate, and haughty, as I was, or have been disciplined in a rough school. Let the voice of nature and association plead between us, grandfather, and do not, for one fault, however thankless, quite reject me.' As he ceased, the grey head of the old man drooped again, and he concealed his face behind his outspread fingers. 'My dear sir,' cried Mr Pecksniff, bending over him, 'you must not give way to this. It is very natural and very amiable, but you must not allow the shameless conduct of one whom you long ago cast off to move you so far. Rouse yourself. Think, said Pecksniff. Think of me, my friend. I will, returned old Martin, looking up into his face. You recall me to myself. I will. Why, what? Said Mr Pecksniff, sitting down beside him in a chair which he drew up for the purpose, and tapping him playfully on the arm. What is the matter with my strong-minded compatriot, if I may venture to take the liberty of calling him that by that endearing expression? Shall I have to scold my coadjutor, or to reason with an intellect like this? I think not. No, no, there is no occasion, said the old man. A momentary feeling, nothing more. Indignation, observed Mr Pecksniff, will bring the scalding tear into the honest eye. I know. He wiped his own elaborately. But we have highest duties to perform than that. Rouse yourself, Mr Chuzzlewit. Shall I give expression to your thoughts, my friend? Yes, said old Martin, leaning back in his chair and looking at him, half in vacancy and half in admiration, as if he were fascinated by the man. Speak for me, Pecksniff. Thank you. You are true to me. Thank you. Do not unman me, sir, said Mr Pecksniff, shaking his hand vigorously, or I shall be unequal to the task. It is not agreeable to my feelings, my good sir, to address the person who is now before us, for when I ejected him from this house, after hearing of his unnatural conduct from your lips, I renounced communication with him for ever. But you desire it, and that is sufficient. Young man, the door is immediately behind the companion of your infamy. Blush if you can. Be gone without a blush if you can't. Martin looked as steadily at his grandfather as if there had been a dead silence all this time. The old man looked no less steadily at Mr Pecksniff. When I ordered you to leave this house, upon the last occasion of your being dismissed from it with disgrace, said Mr Pecksniff, when stung and stimulated beyond endurance by your shameless conduct to this extraordinarily noble-minded individual, I exclaimed, Go forth! I told you that I wept for your depravity. Do not suppose that the tear which stands in my eye at this moment is shed for you. It is shed for him, sir. It is shed for him. Here Mr Pecksniff, accidentally dropping the tear in question on a bald part of Mr Chuzzlewit's head, wiped the place with his pocket handkerchief and begged pardon. It is shed for him, sir, whom you seek to make the victim of your arts, said Mr Pecksniff, whom you seek to plunder, to deceive, and to mislead. It is shed in sympathy with him, and admiration of him, not in pity for him, for happily he knows what you are. You shall not wrong him further, sir, in any way, said Mr Pecksniff, quite transported with enthusiasm. While I have life, you may bestride my senseless corpse, sir. That is very likely. I can imagine a mind like yours deriving great satisfaction from any measure of that kind. But while I continue to be called upon to exist, sir, you must strike at him through me. Or, said Mr Pecksniff, shaking his head at Martin with indignant jocularity, and in such a cause you will find me, my young sir, an ugly customer. Still Martin looked steadily and mildly at his grandfather. Will you give me no answer? He said at length. Not a word? You hear what has been said, replied the old man, without averting his eyes from the face of Mr Pecksniff, who nodded encouragingly. I have not heard your voice, I have not heard your spirit, returned Martin. Tell him again, said the old man, still gazing up in Mr Pecksniff's face. I only hear, replied Martin, strong in his purpose from the first, and stronger in it as he felt how Pecksniff winced and shrunk beneath his contempt. I only hear what you say to me, grandfather. Perhaps it was well for Mr Pecksniff that his venerable friend found in his, Mr Pecksniff's, features an exclusive and engrossing object of contemplation. For if his eyes had gone astray, and he had compared young Martin's bearing with that of his zealous defender, the latter disinterested gentleman would scarcely have shown to greater advantage than on the memorable afternoon when he took Tom Pinch's last receipt in full of all demands. One really might have thought there was some quality in Mr Pecksniff, an emanation from the brightness and purity within him perhaps, which set off and adorned his foes. They looked so gallant and so manly beside him. Not a word, said Martin for the second time. I remember that I have a word to say, Pecksniff, observed the old man, but a word. You spoke of being indebted to the charitable help of some stranger for the means of returning to England. Who is he, and what help in money did he render you? Although he asked this question of Martin, he did not look upwards towards him, but kept his eyes on Mr Pecksniff as before.
It appeared to have become a habit with him, both in a literal and a figurative sense, to look to Mr Pecksniff alone. Martin took out his pencil, tore a leaf from his pocket book, and hastily wrote down the particulars of his debt to Mr Bevan. The old man stretched out his hand for the paper and took it, but his eyes did not wander from Mr Pecksniff's face. 'It would be a poor pride and a false humility,' said Martin in a low voice, 'to say I do not wish that to be paid, or that I have any present hope of being able to pay it. But I never felt my poverty so deeply as I feel it now.' 'Read it to me, Pecksniff,' said the old man. Mr Pecksniff, after approaching the perusal of the paper as if it were a manuscript confession of a murder, complied. 'I think, Pecksniff,' said the old man, 'I could wish that to be discharged. I should not like the lender, who was abroad, who had no opportunity of making inquiry, and who did, as he thought, a kind action, to suffer.' 'An honourable sentiment, my dear sir. Your own entirely. But a dangerous precedent,' said Mr Pecksniff. 'Permit me to suggest ' 'It shall not be a precedent,' returned the old man. 'It is the only recognition of him. But we will talk of it again. You shall advise me. There is nothing else?' 'Nothing else,' said Mr Pecksniff buoyantly, 'but for you to recover this intrusion, this cowardly and indefensible outrage on your feelings, with all possible dispatch, and smile again.' 'You have nothing more to say?' inquired the old man, laying his hand with unusual earnestness on Mr Pecksniff's sleeve. Mr Pecksniff would not say what rose to his lips, for reproaches, he observed, were useless. 'You have nothing at all to urge? You are sure of that? If you have, no matter what it is, speak freely. I will oppose nothing that you ask of me,' said the old man. Tears rose in such abundance to Mr Pecksniff's eyes at this proof of unlimited confidence on the part of his friend, that he was fain to clasp the bridge of his nose convulsively before he could at all compose himself. When he had the power of utterance again, he said with great emotion that he hoped he should live to deserve this, and added that he had no other observation whatever to make. For a few moments the old man sat looking at him, with that blank and motionless expression which is not uncommon in the faces of those whose faculties are on the wane in age. But he rose up firmly too, and walked towards the door, from which Mark withdrew to make way for him. The obsequious Mr Pecksniff proffered his arm. The old man took it. Turning at the door, he said to Martin, waving him off with his hand, 'You have heard him. Go away. It is all over. Go.' Mr Pecksniff murmured certain cheering expressions of sympathy and encouragement as they retired; and Martin, awakening from the stupor into which the closing portion of this scene had plunged him, to the opportunity afforded by their departure, caught the innocent cause all in his embrace, and pressed her to his heart. 'Dear girl,' said Martin, 'he has not changed you. Why, what an impotent and harmless knave the fellow is! You have restrained yourself so nobly. You have borne so much.' 'Restrained myself!' cried Martin cheerfully. 'You were by, and you were unchanged, I knew. What more advantage did I want? The sight of me was such a bitterness to the dog that I had my triumph in his being forced to endure it. But tell me, my love, for the few hasty words we can exchange now are precious, what is this which has been rumoured to me? Is it true that you are persecuted by this knave's addresses?' 'I was, dear Martin, and to some extent I am now. But my chief source of unhappiness has been anxiety for you. Why did you leave us in such terrible suspense?' 'Sickness, distance, the dread of hinting at our real condition, the impossibility of concealing it except in perfect silence, the knowledge that the truth would have pained you infinitely more than uncertainty and doubt,' said Martin hurriedly, as indeed everything else was done and said in those few hurried moments, 'were the causes of my writing only once. But, Pecksniff, you needn't fear to tell me the whole tale, for you saw me with him face to face, hearing him speak, and not taking him by the throat. What is the history of his pursuit of you? Is it known to my grandfather?' 'Yes.' 'And he assists him in it?' 'No,' she answered eagerly. 'Thank Heaven!' cried Martin. 'That leaves his mind unclouded in that one respect.' 'I do not think,' said Mary, 'it was known to him at first. When this man had sufficiently prepared his mind, he revealed it to him by degrees. I think so, but I only know it from my own impression, not from anything they told me. Then he spoke to me alone.' 'My grandfather did?' said Martin. 'Yes, spoke to me alone, and told me ' 'What the hound had said!' cried Martin. 'Don't repeat it.' 'And I said I knew well what qualities he possessed, that he was moderately rich, in good repute, and high in his favour and confidence. But seeing me very much distressed, he said that he would not control or force my inclinations, but would content himself with telling me the fact. He would not pain me by dwelling on it, or reverting to it, nor has he ever done so since, but has truly kept his word.' 'The man himself?' asked Martin. 'He has had few opportunities of pursuing his suit. I have never walked out alone, or remained alone an instant in his presence. Dear Martin, I must tell you,' she continued, 'that the kindness of your grandfather to me remains unchanged. I am his companion still, and indescribable tenderness and compassion seem to have mingled themselves with his old regard. And if I were his only child, I could not have a gentler father. What former fancy or old habit survives in this when his heart has turned so cold to you, is a mystery I cannot penetrate. But it has been, and it is, a happiness to me that I remain true to him; that if he should wake from his delusion, even at the point of death, I am here, love, to recall to you in his thoughts.' Martin looked with admiration on her glowing face, and pressed his lips to hers. 'I have sometimes heard and read,' she said, 'that those whose powers had been enfeebled long ago, and whose lives had faded, as it were, into a dream, have been known to rouse themselves before death, and inquire for familiar faces once very dear to them, but forgotten, unrecognized, hated even in the meantime. Think, if with his old impressions of this man he should suddenly resume his former self, and find in him his only friend.' 'I would not urge you to abandon him, dearest,' said Martin, 'though I could count the years we are to wear out asunder. But the influence this fellow exercises over him has steadily increased, I fear.' She could not help admitting that. Steadily, imperceptibly, and surely, until it was paramount and supreme. She herself had none, and yet he treated her with more affection than at any previous time. Martin thought the inconsistency a part of his weakness and decay. 'Does the influence extend to fear?' said Martin. 'Is he timid of asserting his own opinion in the presence of this infatuation? I fancied so just now.' 'I have thought so often when we are sitting alone, almost as we used to do, and I have been reading a favourite book to him, or he has been talking quite cheerfully. I have observed that the entrance of Mr Pecksniff has changed his whole demeanour. He has broken off immediately, and become what you have seen today. When we first came here, he had his impetuous outbreaks, in which it was not easy for Mr Pecksniff, with his utmost plausibility, to appease him. But these have long since dwindled away. He defers to him in everything, and has no opinion upon any question but that which is forced upon him by this treacherous man.' Such was the account, rapidly furnished in whispers, and interrupted, brief as it was, by many false alarms of Mr Pecksniff's return, which Martin received of his grandfather's decline, and of that good gentleman's ascendancy. He heard of Tom Pinch too, and Jonas too, with not a little about himself into the bargain. For though lovers are remarkable for leaving a great deal unsaid on all occasions, and very properly desiring to come back and say it, they are remarkable also for a wonderful power of condensation, and can, in one way or other, give utterance to more language, eloquent language, in any given short space of time, than all the 658 members in the Commons House of Parliament of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, who are strong lovers, no doubt, but of their country only, which makes all the difference; for in a passion of that kind, which is not always returned, it is the custom to use as many words as possible, and express nothing whatever. A caution from Mr Tapley, a hasty interchange of farewells, and of something else which the proverb says must not be told of afterwards; a white hand held out to Mr Tapley himself, which he kissed with the devotion of a knight errant; more farewells, more something elses; a parting word from Martin that he would write from London, and would do great things there yet. Heaven knows what, but he quite believed it. And Mark and he stood on the outside of the Pecksniffian halls. 'A short interview after such an absence,' said Martin sorrowfully. 'But we are well out of the house. We might have placed ourselves in a false position by remaining there, even so long, Mark.' 'I don't know about ourselves, sir,' he returned, 'but somebody else would have got into a false position if he'd happened to come back again while we was there. I had the door all ready, sir. If Pecksniff had showed his head, or I had only so much as listened behind it, I would have caught him like a walnut. He's the sort of man,' added Mr Tapley, musing, 'as would squeeze soft, I know.' A person who was evidently going to Mr Pecksniff's house passed them at this moment. He raised his eyes at the mention of the architect's name, and when he had gone on a few yards, stopped and gazed at them. Mr Tapley also looked over his shoulder, and so did Martin, for the stranger, as he passed, had looked very sharply at them. 'Who may that be, I wonder?' said Martin. 'The face seems familiar to me, but I don't know the man.' 'He seems to have an amiable desire that his face should be tolerable familiar to us,' said Mr Tapley, 'for he's a staring pretty hard. He'd better not waste his beauty, for he ain't got much to spare.' Coming in sight of the Dragon, they saw a travelling carriage at the door. 'And a Salisbury carriage, said Mr Tapley. 'That's what he came in, depend upon it. What's in the wind now? A new pupil, I shouldn't wonder. Perhaps it's an order for another grammar school of the same pattern as the last.' Before they could enter the door, Mrs Lupin came running out, and beckoning them to the carriage, showed them a portmanteau with the name of Chuzzlewit upon it. 'Miss Pecksniff's husband, that was,' said the good woman to Martin. 'I didn't know what terms you might be on, and was quite in a worry till you come back.' 'He and I have never interchanged a word yet,' observed Martin, 'and as I have no wish to be better or worse acquainted with him, I will not put myself in his way. We passed him on the road. I have no doubt I am glad he timed his coming as he did. Upon my word, Miss Pecksniff's husband travels gaily.' 'A very fine looking gentleman with him, in the best room now,' whispered Mrs Lupin, glancing up at the window as they went into the house. 'He has ordered everything that can be got for dinner, and has the glossiest moustaches and whiskers you ever saw.' 'Has he?' cried Martin. 'Why, then we'll endeavour to avoid him too, in the hope that our self-denial may be strong enough for the sacrifice.' 'It is only for a few hours,' said Martin, dropping wearily into a chair behind the little screen in the bar. 'Our visit has met with no success, my dear Mrs Lupin, and I must go to London.' 'Dear, dear!' cried the hostess. 'Yes, one foul wind no more makes a winter than one swallow makes a summer. I'll try it again. Tom Pinch has succeeded. With his advice to guide me, I may do the same. I took Tom under my protection once, God save the mark,' said Martin with a melancholy smile, 'and promised I would make his fortune. Perhaps Tom will take me under his protection now, and teach me how to earn my bread.' End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Further continuation of the enterprise of Mr Jonas and his friend. It was a special quality among the many admirable qualities possessed by Mr Pecksniff, that the more he was found out, the more hypocrisy he practised. Let him be discomfited in one quarter, and he refreshed and recompensed himself by carrying the war into another. If his workings and windings were detected by A, so much the greater reason was there for practising without loss of time on B, if it were only to keep his hand in. He had never been such a saintly and improving spectacle to all about him as after his detection by Thomas Pinch. He had scarcely ever been at once so tender in his humanity, and so dignified and exalted in his virtue, as when young Martin's scorn was fresh and hot upon him. Having this large stock of superfluous sentiment and morality on hand, which must positively be cleared off at any sacrifice, Mr Pecksniff no sooner heard his son-in-law announced, than he regarded him as a kind of wholesale or general order, to be immediately executed. Descending therefore swiftly to the parlour, and clasping the young man in his arms, he exclaimed, with looks and gestures that denoted the perturbation of his spirit: 'Jonas, my child, she is well? There is nothing the matter?' 'What, you're at it again, are you?' replied his son-in-law. 'Even with me? Get away with you, will you?' 'Tell me she is well, then,' said Mr Pecksniff. 'Tell me she is well, my boy.' 'She's well enough,' retorted Jonas, disengaging himself. 'There's nothing the matter with her.' 'There's nothing the matter with her!' cried Mr Pecksniff, sitting down in the nearest chair, and rubbing up his hair. Fie upon my weakness! I cannot help it, Jonas. Thank you. I am better now. How is my other child, my eldest, my Cherry Werry Chigo?' said Mr Pecksniff, inventing a playful little name for her, in the restored lightness of his heart. 'She's much about the same as usual,' returned Jonas. 'She sticks pretty close to the vinegar bottle. You know she's got a sweetheart, I suppose?' 'I have heard of it,' said Mr Pecksniff, 'from headquarters, from my child herself. I will not deny that it moved me to contemplate the loss of my remaining daughter. Jonas, I am afraid we parents are selfish. I am afraid we are. But it has ever been the study of my life to qualify them for the domestic hearth, and it is a sphere which Cherry will adorn.' 'She need adorn some sphere or other,' observed his son-in-law, 'for she ain't very ornamental in general.' 'My girls are now provided for,' said Mr Pecksniff. 'They are now happily provided for, and I have not laboured in vain.' This is exactly what Mr Pecksniff would have said if one of his daughters had drawn a prize of £30,000 in the lottery, or if the other had picked up a valuable purse in the street, which nobody appeared to claim. In either of these cases he would have invoked a patriarchal blessing on the fortunate head, with great solemnity, and would have taken immense credit to himself as having meant it from the infant's cradle. 'Suppose we talk about something else now,' observed Jonas dryly, 'just for a change. Are you quite agreeable?' 'Quite,' said Mr Pecksniff. 'Ah, you wag, you naughty wag! You laugh at poor old fond papa. Well, he deserves it, and he don't mind it either, for his feelings are their own reward. You have come to stay with me, Jonas?' 'No, I've got a friend with me,' said Jonas. 'Bring your friend!' cried Mr Pecksniff in a gush of hospitality. 'Bring any number of your friends.' 'This ain't the sort of man to be brought,' said Jonas contemptuously. 'I think I see myself bringing him to your house for a treat. Thank you all the same, but he's a little too near the top of the tree for that, Pecksniff.' The good man pricked up his ears. His interest was awakened. A position near the top of the tree was greatness, virtue, goodness, sense, genius, or, it should rather be said, a dispensation from them all, and in itself something immeasurably better than all, with Mr Pecksniff. A man who was able to look down upon Mr Pecksniff could not be looked up at by that gentleman with too great an amount of deference, or from a position of too much humility. So it always is with great spirits. 'I'll tell you what you may do if you like,' said Jonas. 'You may come and dine with us at the Dragon. We were forced to come down to Salisbury last night on some business, and I got him to bring me over here this morning in his carriage. Well, at least not his own carriage, for we had a breakdown in the night, but one we hired instead. It's all the same. Mind what you're about, you know. He's not used to all sorts. He only mixes with the best.' 'Some young nobleman who has been borrowing money off you at good interest, eh?' said Mr Pecksniff, shaking his forefinger facetiously. 'I shall be delighted to know the gay sprig.' 'Borrowing!' echoed Jonas. 'Borrowing! When you're a 20th part as rich as he is, you may shut up shop. We should be pretty well off if we could buy his furniture and plate and pictures by clubbing together. A likely man to borrow, Mr Montague! Why, since I was lucky enough, come, and I'll say sharp enough too, to get a share in the assurance office that he's president of, I've made ' 'Never mind, I've made,' said Jonas, seeming to recover all at once his usual caution. 'You know me pretty well, and I don't blab about such things, but ecod, I've made a trifle.' 'Really, my dear Jonas,' cried Mr Pecksniff with much warmth, 'a gentleman like this should receive some attention. Would he like to see the church? Or if he has a taste for the fine arts, which I have no doubt he has, from the description you give of his circumstances, I can send him down a few portfolios. Salisbury Cathedral, my dear Jonas,' said Mr Pecksniff. The mention of the portfolios, and his anxiety to display himself to advantage, suggesting his usual phraseology in that regard, 'is an edifice replete with venerable associations, and strikingly suggestive of the loftiest emotions. It is here we contemplate the work of bygone ages. It is here we listen to the swelling organ as we stroll through the reverberating aisles. We have drawings of this celebrated structure from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west, from the south east, from the nor' west.' During this digression, and indeed during the whole dialogue, Jonas had been rocking on his chair, with his hands in his pockets, and his head thrown cunningly to one side. He looked at Mr Pecksniff now with such shrewd meaning and twinkling in his eyes, that Mr Pecksniff stopped and asked him what he was going to say. "Ecod," he answered, "Pecksniff, if I knew how you meant to leave your money, I could put you in the way of doubling it in no time. It wouldn't be bad to keep a chance like this snug in the family. But you're such a deep one." "Jonas," cried Mr Pecksniff, much affected, "I am not a diplomatical character. My heart is in my hand. By far the greater part of the inconsiderable savings I have accumulated in the course of, I hope, a not dishonourable or useless career, is already given, devised, and bequeathed (correct me, my dear Jonas, if I am technically wrong), with expressions of confidence which I will not repeat, and in securities which it is unnecessary to mention to a person whom I cannot, whom I will not, whom I need not name." Here he gave the hand of his son-in-law a fervent squeeze, as if he would have added, "God bless you! Be very careful of it when you get it." Mr Jonas only shook his head and laughed, and seeming to think better of what he had in his mind, said, no, he would keep his own counsel. But as he observed that he would take a walk, Mr Pecksniff insisted on accompanying him, remarking that he could leave a card for Mr Montague as they went along, by way of gentleman usher to himself at dinner time, which he did. In the course of their walk, Mr Jonas affected to maintain that close reserve which operated as a timely check upon him during the foregoing dialogue; and as he made no attempt to conciliate Mr Pecksniff, but, on the contrary, was more boorish and rude to him than usual, that gentleman, so far from suspecting his real design, laid himself out to be attacked with advantage. For it is in the nature of a knave to think the tools with which he works indispensable to knavery; and knowing what he would do himself in such a case, Mr Pecksniff argued, if this young man wanted anything of me for his own ends, he would be polite and deferential. The more Jonas repelled him in his hints and inquiries, the more solicitous, therefore, Mr Pecksniff became to be initiated into the golden mysteries at which he had obscurely glanced. Why should there be cold and worldly secrets, he observed, between relations? What was life without confidence, if the chosen husband of his daughter, the man to whom he had delivered her with so much pride and hope, such bounding and such beaming joy, if he were not a green spot in the barren waste of life, where was that oasis to be bound? Little did Mr Pecksniff think on what a very green spot he had planted one foot at that moment. Little did he foresee, when he said, "All is but dust," how very shortly he would come down with his own. Inch by inch, in his grudging and ill-conditioned way, sustained to the life, for the hope of making Mr Pecksniff suffer in that tender place, the pocket, where Jonas smarted so terribly himself, gave him an additional and malicious interest in the wiles he was set on to practise, inch by inch and bit by bit, Jonas rather allowing the dazzling prospects of the Anglo-Bengalee establishment to escape him than parade them before his greedy listener. And, in the same niggardly spirit, he left Mr Pecksniff to infer, if he chose, which he did choose, of course, that a consciousness of not having any great natural gifts of speech and manner himself, rendered him desirous to have the credit of introducing to Mr Montague someone who was well endowed in those respects, and so atoned for his own deficiencies. Otherwise, he muttered discontentedly that he would have seen his beloved father-in-law far enough off before he would have taken him into his confidence. Primed in this artful manner, Mr Pecksniff presented himself at dinner time in such a state of suavity, benevolence, cheerfulness, politeness, and cordiality, as even he had perhaps never attained before. The frankness of the country gentleman, the refinement of the artist, the good-humoured allowance of the man of the world, philanthropy, forbearance, piety, toleration, all blended together in a flexible adaptability to anything and everything, were expressed in Mr Pecksniff as he shook hands with the great speculator and capitalist. "Welcome, respected sir," said Mr Pecksniff, "to our humble village. We are a simple people, primitive clods, Mr Montague, but we can appreciate the honour of your visit, as my dear son-in-law can testify." "It is very strange," said Mr Pecksniff, pressing his hand almost reverentially, "but I seem to know you. That towering forehead, my dear Jonas," said Mr Pecksniff aside, "and those clustering masses of rich hair. I must have seen you, my dear sir, in the sparkling throng. Nothing was more probable, they all agreed. I could have wished, said Mr Pecksniff, to have had the honour of introducing you to an elderly inmate at our house, to the uncle of our friend Mr Chuzzlewit, sir. Would have been proud indeed to have taken you by the hand. Is the gentleman here now? asked Montague, turning deeply red. He is, said Mr Pecksniff. You said nothing about that, Chuzzlewit. I didn't suppose you'd care to hear of it, returned Jonas. You wouldn't care to know him, I can promise you. Jonas, my dear Jonas, remonstrated Mr Pecksniff. Really? It's all very well for you to speak up for him, said Jonas. You have nailed him. You'll get a fortune by him. Oh, is the wind in that quarter? cried Montague. Ha ha! And here they all laughed, especially Mr Pecksniff. No, no, said that gentleman, clapping his son-in-law playfully upon the shoulder. You must not believe all that my young relative says, Mr Montague. You may believe him in official business, and trust him in official business, but you must not attach importance to his flights of fancy. Upon my life, Mr Pecksniff, cried Montague, I attach the greatest importance to that last observation of his. I trust and hope it's true. Money cannot be turned and turned again quickly enough in the ordinary course, Mr Pecksniff. There's nothing like building our fortune on the weaknesses of mankind. Oh fie, for shame, cried Mr Pecksniff. But they all laughed again, especially Mr Pecksniff. I'll give you my honour that we do it, said Montague. Oh fie, cried Mr Pecksniff. You are very pleasant. That I'm sure you don't. How can you, you know? Again they all laughed in concert, and again Mr Pecksniff laughed especially. This was very agreeable indeed. It was confidential, easy, straightforward, and still left Mr Pecksniff in a position of being in a gentle way the mentor of the party. The greatest achievements in the article of cookery that the Dragon had ever performed were set before them. The oldest and best wines in the Dragon's cellars saw the light on that occasion. The 1,000 bubbles, indicative of the wealth and station of Mr Montague in the depths of his pursuits, were constantly rising to the surface of the conversation, and they were as frank and merry as three honest men could be. Mr Pecksniff thought it a pity, he said so, that Mr Montague should think lightly of mankind and their weaknesses. He was anxious upon this subject. His mind ran upon it in one way or another. He was constantly coming back to it. He must make a convert of him, he said, and as often as Mr Montague repeated his sentiment about building fortunes on the weaknesses of mankind, and added frankly, we do it, just as often as Mr Pecksniff repeated, oh fie, for shame, I'm sure you don't. How can you, you know? Laying a greater stress each time on those last words. The frequent repetition of this playful inquiry on the part of Mr Pecksniff led at last to playful answers on the part of Mr Montague. But after some little sharpshooting on both sides, Mr Pecksniff became grave, almost to tears, observing that if Mr Montague would give him leave, he would drink the health of his young kinsman, Mr Jonas, congratulating him upon the valuable and distinguished friendship he had formed, but envying him, he would confess, his usefulness to his fellow creatures. For, if he understood the objects of that institution with which he was newly and advantageously connected, knowing them but imperfectly, they were calculated to do good, and for his, Mr Pecksniff's part, if he could in any way promote them, he thought he would be able to lay his head upon his pillow every night with an absolute certainty of going to sleep at once. The transition from this accidental remark, for it was quite accidental and had fallen from Mr Pecksniff in the openness of his soul, to the discussion of the subject as a matter of business, was easy. Books, papers, statements, tables, calculations of various kind, were soon spread out before them, and as they were all framed with one object, it is not surprising they should have all tended to one end. But still, whenever Montague enlarged upon the profits of the office, and said that as long as there were gulls upon the wing it must succeed, Mr Pecksniff mildly said, oh fie, and might indeed have remonstrated with him, but that he knew he was joking. Mr Pecksniff did know he was joking, because he said so. There never had been before, and there never would be again, such an opportunity for the investment of a considerable sum. The rate of advantage increased in proportion to the amount invested, as that at the moment. The only time that at all approached it was the time when Jonas had come into the concern, which made him ill-natured now, and inclined him to pick out doubt at this place, and a flaw in that, and grumbling to advise Mr Pecksniff to think better of it. The sum which would complete the proprietorship of this snug concern was nearly equal to Mr Pecksniff's whole hoard, not counting Mr Chuzzlewit, that is to say, whom he looked upon as money in the bank, the possession of which inclined him the more to make a dash with his own private sprats for the capture of such a whale as Mr Montague described. The returns began almost immediately, and were immense. The end of it was that Mr Pecksniff agreed to become the last partner and proprietor in the Anglo Bengalee, and made an appointment to dine with Mr Montague at Salisbury on the next day but one, and there to complete the negotiation. It took so long to bring the subject to this head that it was nearly midnight when they parted. When Mr Pecksniff walked downstairs to the door, he found Mrs Lupin standing there looking out. 'Ah, my good friend,' he said, 'not abed yet? Contemplating the stars, Mrs Lupin?' 'It's a beautiful starlight night, sir.' 'A beautiful starlight night,' said Mr Pecksniff, looking up. 'Behold the planets, how they shine! Behold those two persons who were here this morning. Have they left your house?' 'I hope so, Mrs Lupin.' 'Yes, sir, they are gone.' 'I am glad to hear it,' said Mr Pecksniff. 'Behold the wonders of the firmament, Mrs Lupin. How glorious is the scene! When I look up at those shining orbs, I think that each of them is winking to the other to take notice of the vanity of men's pursuits.' 'My fellow men,' cried Mr Pecksniff, shaking his head in pity, 'you are much mistaken, my wormy relatives. You are much deceived. The stars are perfectly contented, I suppose so, in their several spheres. Why are not you? Oh, do not strive and struggle to enrich yourselves, or to get the better of each other, my deluded friends, but look up there with me.' Mrs Lupin shook her head and heaved a sigh. It was very affecting. 'Look up there with me,' repeated Mr Pecksniff, stretching out his hand. 'With me, a humble individual, who is also an insect like yourselves. Can silver, gold, or precious stones sparkle like those constellations? I think not. Then do not thirst for silver, gold, or precious stones, but look up there with me.' With those words, the good man patted Mrs Lupin's hand between his own, as if he would have added, 'Think of this, my good woman,' and walked away in a sort of ecstasy or rapture, with his hat under his arm. Jonas sat in the attitude in which Mr Pecksniff had left him, gazing moodily at his friend, who, surrounded by a heap of documents, was writing something on an oblong slip of paper. 'You mean to wait at Salisbury over the day after tomorrow, do you then?' said Jonas. 'You heard our appointment,' returned Montague, without raising his eyes. 'In any case, I should have waited to see after the boy.' They appeared to have changed places again, Montague being in high spirits, Jonas gloomy and lowering. 'You don't want me, I suppose?' said Jonas. 'I want you to put your name here,' he returned, glancing at him with a smile. 'As soon as I've filled up the stamp, I may well have your note of hand for the extra capital. That's all I want. If you wish to go home, I can manage Mr Pecksniff now alone. There is a perfect understanding between us.' Jonas sat scowling at him as he wrote, in silence. When he had finished his writing, and he had dried it on the blotting paper in his travelling desk, he looked up and tossed the pen towards him. 'Why not a day's grace? Not a day's trust, said Jonas bitterly. 'Not after the pains I have taken with tonight's work.' 'Tonight's work was a part of our bargain,' replied Montague, 'and so was this.' 'You drive a hard bargain,' said Jonas, advancing to the table. 'You know best. Give it here.' Montague gave him the paper. After pausing as if he could not make up his mind to put his name to it, Jonas dipped his pen hastily in the nearest inkstand and began to write. But he had scarcely marked the paper when he started back in panic. 'Why, what the devil's this?' he said. 'It's bloody.' He had dipped the pen, as another moment showed, into red ink, but he attached a strange degree of importance to the mistake. He asked how it had come there, who had brought it, why it had been brought, and looked at Montague, at first as if he thought he had put a trick upon him. Even when he used a different pen and the right ink, he made some scratches on another paper first, as half believing they would turn red also. 'Black enough this time,' he said, handing the note to Montague. 'Goodbye.' 'Going now? How do you mean to get away from here?' 'I shall cross early in the morning to the high road before you are out of bed, and catch the day coach going up. Goodbye.' 'You are in a hurry?' 'I have something to do,' said Jonas. 'Goodbye.' His friend looked after him as he went out, in surprise, which gradually gave place to an air of satisfaction and relief.
It happens all the better. It brings about what I wanted, without any difficulty. I shall travel home alone. Chapter 44